negative territory after starting red once again as we get the minutes from the latest Fed meeting coming up this afternoon. All eyes going to be on any change whatsoever in the language as far as a plan going forward on this battle against inflation. Past couple of prints we've gotten on the inflation front, obviously back to the upside. So key data point coming up this afternoon at 2 p.m. We had Fed's Bullard out this morning at 7 a.m. They sent him out very early today to try and talk up the market. He did a great job. Back to the upside we go. We're seeing rates back to the downside this morning, both the 2 and the 10-year coming off after hitting their highest level so far this year. Yesterday, the dollar not so much, kind of holding up. A little bit of strength still in the dollar. Ton of things moving around so far this morning, including big tech trying to lead as far as this strength we're seeing in the market so far this morning. Number of earnings names, including Coinbase, we'll talk about as well. It's Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. And there we go. Look at some positive numbers so far this morning. Almost 0.3% for the NASDAQ right now. 0.2 for both the Dow and the S&P. Back to the upside we go. Trying to hold, in fact, right now. Crude oil a little bit weak here. 0.76 right now to the downside. Bitcoin back in the red. Ethereum as well. 0.19 to the upside. But overall, a nice move for the futures. A nice move for the market. Out of negative territory. Back to the upside. Sharif here as always. To kick things off on a Wednesday that all eyes obviously going to be on this afternoon with what these minutes show and any kind of change as far as the plan going forward. But Bullard doing his job this morning in a big way.
Bullard the bull. It was supposed to be Bullard the hawk. Well, now propping up the market. Brendo saying that he sees a terminal rate at 5.4%. Confident that the Fed can beat inflation this year, 2023, without risking a recession. But how interesting for him to come out that early, Brendo.
Yeah.
Get everybody propped up and riled up like this.
Yeah, pre-market speaking here for some Fed members now. I mean, it's not something we're completely unused to, but we'll see how this market plays out so far today. There was a definite reversal when those comments came across, specifically the one regarding him being confident that they're going to be able to beat a recession going into the second half of the year. So that's good to hear. But the 5.4 terminal rate, guys, will indicate a couple more hikes needed still from the Fed.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Like it wasn't all super bullish comments from Bullard. I mean, he was a little bit on both ends there, but good on the economy. I think that's going to be a good one. Not everything bounced when that happened, when Bullard was talking. Certain something is headed toward $25. And that's going to be Intel. They cut their dividends. So it was probably treading in that direction already, as we were discussing yesterday. And now you just kind of took like that last kernel. So for people that weren't in it for some kind of a turnaround, like Gelsinger may or may not be pulling off, which he probably isn't right now after that quarter. It's looking pretty ugly for them. However, so many names actually just bounced with the market here off of those lows yesterday. NVIDIA 205 looks pretty good. It's already given you that double bottom on that level. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I do still like some of the Chinese ADRs for fade plays because there is some weakness in those. But Baidu sprinkled some buyback on their AI, and that's how you get 7%. So lots to watch. Palo Alto is an absolute beast. All you can do is get out of the way and find some longs in that bad boy, which is much more tradable. I like to see it under $200 so we can trade it.
Yeah. What is this? I was looking at some emails. Yeah, welcome back, guys. It's going to be a good day. We're going to be watching AMC today up 6% and moving around here again. Welcome to the wild side. Yesterday was a fantastic day. We'll look to do the same thing today. Only 3 names on the sticky note. You know, trade well, trade the best ideas possible. We are also short Intel right now. A whole bunch of shorts, man. I came in, sat down, punched short. It was that simple. If the only reason to hold this stock is a dividend, and now it's gone, I think it's pretty easy short. We'll see if it gets blown out to the top side. Of course, it's cost-cutting stuff. So that's going to be Intel. I like Roblox as well. I like Apple today. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities coming through the market one more time. And if you're going to watch for some trades, hopefully we can put on some bangers one more time for you here today as we're having a continued with a great month. We'll wait for the Fed speak and the minutes coming through, as we just mentioned already. Today, already some talk, and then minutes coming at 2 o'clock, which It'll spike, and move the market a little bit, but I don't expect it to be any sort of a, monumental event. But yeah, very, very excited to trade today. The dollar's not really moving too much, and the market's not really doing a heck of a lot either. You're only up 0.31, but I did turn Benny the Bull into a bull today from a bear, and we're going to wait to see if it can hold some of these bullish activities that I'm seeing here in the pre-market. So yeah, really, really excited. You can hit our, what's up, Blind Jedi? What's up to Prad streaming last night? I'm going to give Prad a shout out for what he's doing, streaming on Twitch last night. You guys can check him out every night over there. And I want to give a big shout out to Blind Jedi and to Prad for making that Discord as good as it is, because they're the only ones that are working on that thing. So thank you to Prad. And Bears vs. Bulls, I think, has a piece doing some stuff in it too. Yes, Brad gives a thumbs up as well. So, all right, why don't we, do you have that camera ready to go? Or that takes a minute just to give the wave to Fod and Prad here today.
In the dark.
In the darkness, which is, they're there.
It's actually better now.
There they are. What's up, guys? Lots of work being done around here, and I can't say enough good things about the team that we have. So let's throw it back to, two of the decent pieces of the team there.
Great looking shirt, though,
at the big desk there with Sharif and Brendo.
Yeah, we're okay. It looks like that shot actually looks a little less dark lately for some reason. I don't know, the lights are changing a bit. I wanted to show you this to kick things off here. Here is the 10-year. If you remember yesterday, we were talking, we took out that high from the beginning of the year. So you got to go back to November. A little bit of a pullback so far today for the 10-year. That's the 2-year, same story. Back to multi-month highs yesterday for the 2-year, so coming off a little bit. Sean mentioned dollar kind of just hanging out, not really doing anything on a daily chart, though. Still, this grind to the upside continues for the overall market. And I mentioned this only because, it was all about these interest rate sensitive stocks. Yesterday, we're seeing, again, as I mentioned when we kick things off, some underlying strength in the NASDAQ, some underlying strength in big tech as a whole. I wanted to mention Microsoft here to kick things off. Why not jump right into AI again? Because that's what we always talk about. JP Morgan, the first big bank to come out this morning saying employees are no longer allowed to use ChatGPT. So that could be the start of something here as far as Microsoft's big investment.
Well, maybe they were using it to do their work. No, I'm tongue-in-cheek, of course, but you and I were speaking about this off camera. It'd be interesting if some of these AI platforms started leaving watermarks on some of their work, something that you couldn't remove so that it was indicative of having been done by AI. So maybe this is a red flag being raised here?
Yeah, we'll see how some of the other ones maybe jump on board here. And in the actual note, they specifically point out financial reports and analysis of companies that employees were actually doing with ChatGPT, and pointing to the fact that this technology is not there yet, and there was grammatical errors and mathematical errors that they found in some of them. So across the board, guys, no more ChatGPT for JP Morgan employees.
But when you have technology like this, I think this is going to be, it'll be par for the course, and everybody understands that these aren't perfect. At least if they don't by now, then you should have, because you're getting hint after hint. I think at some point, you know what the end game is for something like this, right? Like, it's not the free service that everyone's using right now with ChatGPT that had us initially, or had everybody initially so excited about Microsoft's investment, and when it went to the upside. That's never going to last forever. It's going to become integrated and packaged out. It'll be part of search. It'll be getting rid of down the line, getting rid of accountants, doing busy work. And that kind of a thing is going to take time. And then eventually you're going to be paying something for it. And as Sharif mentioned, maybe you'll have watermarks in there. Heck, there was a Canadian student who actually wrote some code so that teachers could detect when students were using ChatGPT to submit their papers. And this is just, you're like in the first inning over here, maybe the second or third inning, because investment's been going on for a while. Now with Microsoft specifically, yesterday my theme was things breaking 200 period moving average and bottom channels. Microsoft was actually in that bucket. What could happen today is a reclaim of that. So the 254 was a level that I was shorting this one. Allowed it to break through at first. Like you see, it actually at the open was sort of holding out. And then right when it got off bouncing off that 54, then it started trending into the downside. So 54 is kind of this level here which could get broken out at the open. if we see strength through that 54 level, Microsoft could have made itself like a temp bottom here going into the minutes, which I don't think is going to be gigantic, tends to not move the market as much as some of the other events. Yeah, but that's that line in the sand. If we fail there, I think Microsoft is weak, and you start holding above, you have a potential breakout for Softy with some room to 58 to 60, to be sure. I don't know that we're going to see a lot of headlines every single day with regards to JPMs, but that will not be the last time you hear of a company with concerns about their employees using it. I mean, at the end of the day, as people pay for it, it's going to get better. These are only going to get smarter. It's only a matter of time. Billions of dollars are getting put in.
I'm adding Bed Bath & Beyond here. What's up, everybody? I'm adding Bed Bath & Beyond right now to the sticky note. I just talked about it here. I think with that debt payment that it's on our watch list there today, I'm really thinking that this 170 level could break. So if you're going to look at here at a 20-minute chart of Bed Bath & Beyond, I just think that down here, yesterday's sort of opening area right down there, maybe I'll push it up a little bit here, right here at 170 coming into play with a bottom of 160, I think it's worth 10 cents worth of a risk here to possibly get a nice upside move. So I'm adding Bed Bath & Beyond to the list. Yeah, look, the ChatGPT is going to get passed by that BART anyways, I would think, but it's all about the integration into Excel, into all these platforms, and then go from there, right? I don't... my kids are already using it. I think we're already using it here. I think we've already, BuzzFeed was already using it. Everybody's using it. Like, if we're using that technology here at Trader TV Live to write little small things, I'm sure that there's a lot of people obviously going to be using that. And you just have to watch out for the grammatical errors. I mean, if there's errors in there, then you've got to be able to fix them. I don't think it's going to be a catch-all solution for anybody, but it should be fun moving forward with ChatGPT and everything. We've already talked about how Microsoft was falsely up so much there, up to 270 basically on nothing except for all that, where they put in $10 billion into a company and they got $300 billion in stock because of it, increase in stock valuation. Now you're seeing it come back down to life as people realize exactly what we're saying. I don't think it's really a game changer, but it's nice to have it. Microsoft's a huge holding of mine and will continue to be, as is Google. And I think Google right now is really struggling with all of this because as they integrate some of this AI, it does take away from search, because now instead of wondering like, oh, I don't know, what is the proper, whatever, anything, diet for this kind of blood, you can ask chat that, it will spit something out instead of going back, opening up Chrome and Google searching it. So I just think that they need to integrate a little bit better, and they will. So this is the name that I'd be looking at here for longs based on all this AI news, because it really hasn't appreciated in value like it probably should for that. So yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I think it's kind of a muted story, to be honest with you. You've seen AI take a lot of people's money and make a lot of people some money on this move as well. So I think if you're going to go back to meme stocks, I think AI is going to be a good one to trade with AMC today and Bed Bath & Beyond. But look at this. You're right back to this 21 level, looking to break lower. So a lot of hype, but deserved, because we know it's changing the game. I'd look at AI here trying to hold 21 today. That could be a downside move.
Big move so far this morning coming from Palo Alto. PanW up better part of 10% here, trying to test the highs right now. As we are trying to test the highs right now in the pre-market, let's just jump into this, because just an absolute monster move, not only after the close yesterday, but again, the gap to the upside. Nice report right across the board. They raised their full year profit forecast numbers across the board, top and bottom. Looking good. This thing's on a mission today, it would appear.
Yeah, doing all the right things, Brendo. Beating on revenue, beating on EPS, good guidance, and saying that key word that we've been hearing a lot, efficiency. That's what investors want to hear now in a contractionary environment. So yeah, let's see what this one, if there's a trade to be had today.
I was going to mention with the Baidu thing specifically, I'm waiting for the day where I pull up one of these stories on a Baidu or on a Google or whatever, and it says at the bottom, this report written by Ernie AI or something along those lines. I know it's coming. PanW, guys, typically with these stocks, cybersecurity stocks, if you get the big one moving, the entire group tends to have a pretty good day.
True, but I wouldn't chase any of them except for PanW. So like sympathy plays are good. Like don't get me wrong. I'm sure you're gonna find like maybe Crowd and some of the other ones having some good days here today. But it's all about Palo Alto right now. You go a decade without making money, and then you pull 3 quarters in a row. The market's gonna like that, and it's like real money that they're making. It's not any of that. Like that when Uber turns a profit or sometimes says they turn a profit. This is for real, and they're not going anywhere. It's still not cheap. That's the thing about Palo Alto. It's not as if it's cheap, but everyone understands there's going to be growth here, and this is the right sector. I don't think they're going anywhere. If there's a caution here, it's breaking out a monster level on the daily up here, 179.5, 180, as you can see. And it's been on a massive sort of V in the last couple of months here, just going back to the beginning of December, late November actually, and you're getting that break. So above, holding that 180, I like dips into there, give me any dip that I can. But if it doesn't hold that today, well, maybe there's some sell the news event. With the strength of the market, I'm not really seeing that happen, but you always have to have that case out there that I know I'm wrong if it can't hold that breakout on the daily. It's as clean as can be. It's not like there isn't room above here. They did have the split, which makes it a little bit more tradable, at least for most day traders, because it's a little cheaper now. But I'm going to be buying dips at the open on PanW into that 180 level. With any luck, we'll try to get picked up. We'll try to be more aggressive than some of the other days where we get those. But just an absolute beast. And when you start consistently making profits and the growth is not going anywhere, like almost a quarter, I think it's 26% rev growth. Pretty much everything is right about this. The only thing you could point to, I think, would be the valuation. And when the market is bouncing, that's not going to matter as much.
Yeah, PanW is the only cybersecurity name that I hold. We've been talking about this name for a while. It's an absolute beast. It's one of those names I'm just holding in the account and not even worrying about it. So as per usual, I won't be trading anything today as far as earnings plays, although I am surprised at how well Coinbase continues to hold up, obviously, here today. Coinbase is a NASDAQ name. Probably going to turn positive here today. I mean, a lot of people thought this was going to a zero, like myself, and then right now you can see it's holding it up nicely here today. So if there was any of the earnings plays I'll trade, it would be Coinbase. But, you know, I know where, like I said, I know where my bread is buttered, and it's not on earnings plays. So for me, PanW will be a pass unless I see something, you know, a little more dramatic. Like if it does come down to, like, there's obvious levels, right? Like yesterday's close, things like that. We don't get down to their 170. So then you could say, okay, maybe we'll hold 180. I don't want to guess where traders are on this. So unfortunately, I'm going to stay away from PanW and just stick with what's been printing for us lately.
Just noticing Alcoa back to the upside here. I wanted to mention both CLF and AA. We had CLF yesterday, if you remember, on an upgrade. Some of the resource stocks were a little bit relatively strong. That's what happened out of the gate yesterday. We go from 19.5 up to 20.5. Here's Alcoa this morning, back to the upside. Big gap up yesterday as well, trying to test some highs, 49.5, maybe a target. Here's Citigroup with an upgrade on Alcoa to buy today, lifting their price target based off of aluminum. We were talking a little bit yesterday about some of the home improvement, Home Depot, obviously with earnings, lumber coming off significantly, 50% in the quarter to the downside. But here's some of the steel producers catching a bid, some of the aluminum producers catching upgrades today as well.
Yeah, these commodity stocks tend to trend a lot longer than these equity stocks. So this will be an interesting little tidbit to watch to see if we can get continuation in the direction of the trend. You know, I'll be keeping my eye on it possibly for a swing, Brendo, but don't really have an intraday trade on it.
Yeah, I mean, typically off of earnings, you get a whole bunch of analyst moves, guys, but notably strong yesterday was AA in an overall weak market.
It was. What was noticeably strong to me, and you mentioned Home Depot briefly in there, if we're going to talk about earnings from yesterday, Walmart. And if we think the economy's holding up and you're going to have a soft landing, I think Walmart obviously works in both regards. But this was a name you had to catch it pretty much in the pre-market if you were even trying to sniff. And this will be the 200. I don't know why it'll load up if I go back far enough. But there you go. The 200 period, nowhere even close. You ended up bouncing off a monster level 138 on the daily chart there, and then now sort of reclaiming 144 in the 50-period moving average. And sort of credit to Shreve, because I was really only looking for the 140 in front of 138 as a trade, and it never happened at the open. But you got the breakout at 44 on that at the open at that 50-period moving average. So that's about the only thing I'm looking at today. Well, if it's an abject disaster in the market, we'd see maybe 140. But if we were to see a pullback in this market and have a chance at that 144, the 50-period on Walmart, I would like that. I don't think it's going to come into play. I feel like that's asking for a lot. And if the market goes down that far, we'll probably have other fish to fry. But that's the one from yesterday that I'm looking at. I just want to update something here because we're probably going to be in this all day long. This feels like one of those types of Intel days, like yesterday should have been. If there's something that keeps this from 25 bucks, it might be how much it sold off yesterday. You tell me someone didn't know something was going to happen. Either way, it's a short till it's not. Now in the afternoon, it did have this nice little rollover at that 26 and a quarter. That's what we're shorting in the afternoon in front of 35, actually. It was shorting at quarters in front of 35. I'm just going to do the same thing. Shorts into that same level from the afternoon. The thesis being, I don't understand why the stock would be up today. That's my thesis. If it goes green, then I would reassess. But I can't imagine why this would be strong today. I think there's other chip names that you could look for longs in, notably NVIDIA over 1205, that could be in play. But this is going to be a short to pop into that afternoon level until it stops working. And even when it stops working, we'll probably try to find another short in it as well. Because I think $25 was inevitable before yesterday happened, before this morning happened.
Yeah, the market ever tanks. Intel is going to be a good one. I mean, it's the only position we're in. The surge trader thing will come off soon. We're both in Walmart. Look, to me, I think, or into Intel. I think Walmart is a huge short here at this level. Honestly, I'm out of this name. I used to own it, but I'm out of it. And I just, we've bounced our head off of here a couple times, and we're unable to break this 148, 150 area yesterday. So the fact that we're still holding up here, I feel like this is kind of gifting shorts, especially if you think this market's going to turn around. Although yesterday it was pretty impressive, the fact that we had our worst day of the year, and you look back at Walmart yesterday, and it really just climbed all day. So, I mean, this is why I feel like it's a little foolish sometimes to trade earnings. Like yesterday, Walmart was down 4, 5, 6%. Or was it that much? 4%, I think it was, down at its low, and then it just took off instantly up in the morning, like $4 or $5. So, whatever you're thinking there, I just got into Bed Bath & Beyond, but I have to get out of it now because I have too many shares and don't want them. Got triggered in at a bad price. But right there, anyways, nice move to the upside. It's holding that 148. I just think that when you look at that 148 yesterday, what a missed opportunity, because all you had to sort of do was look at this daily chart here to find out exactly what was talking about, and that was that does it have chance to get above this 150. Wasn't a great quarter. I don't think Walmart gets above 150 anytime soon. And if you guys are looking for options plays and all that kind of stuff, I think Walmart could be in there for something, for a play. So I wrote down, you see this wick up here that just happened on Bed Bath & Beyond. It's not that I had too many shares. I only had 1,000 shares. But the thing is like, I don't want this price. So I want a 170 break. So I'll just hold a small piece right now, 500 shares, and just wait to see, if it breaks back above. I knew there was a chance to do that. I wanted the break of 170, even if it happened in the pre-market. So, let's just, now that we only have a small amount of shares, we'll just hold it until it breaks higher. But for right now, Bed Bath & Beyond, we got in and we got out, a -1 penny on that one, as Intel's making a move back up to the upside as well. So Intel just ticked down to 80s there, 77, 78s, which is where we started our short. That was just a blind short. And then it came up to 26, and then we started to get a better average price. You can't see my price, but it's 25.88. So we're short right here, right now on Intel. So hopefully that will come into play at some point and get back in. I mean, I don't have any bids until the 70s and 60s anyways, so hopefully we can come back in. Hey man, it may be a disastrous open here. If Bed Bath & Beyond goes, it won't be disastrous, but if that goes down and somehow Intel goes up, my stop for Intel is all the way up here at 26.50 for Intel, guys.
All right, let's get Smooths for you here this morning. Notable names on the left side of the board, which is good. I guess both. Here's Oxy and Comcast over here, but Coinbase. We'll get to that in a sec with earnings. Shopify on here. This was a nice note from D.A. Davidson pointing to the rest of the year. Looking pretty good for Shopify. Air France, some of the airlines may be worth a look to the upside once again today. Oxy, Logitech, Sirius. Is that still even a stock? I didn't even know that. And Comcast as well, downside.
New Siri is a stock.
You mean Siri or Comcast?
No, Siri. You know Siri is a stock.
Yeah,
not one that we look at very often, to be honest. But Coinbase with a couple of upgrades. That's interesting. I think the thing with Coinbase is it was just like, it wasn't, the report wasn't as bad as I think people expected it to be. I think that's probably where I would go with it. So you did have all of these sort of user engagement numbers, anything to do with their accounts, those are all poor. And then they didn't really, like in terms of like the revenue and the losses, those weren't as bad as I think as people were expecting. So you end up with a bit of a nothing burger. Like it's in the middle and it does absolutely nothing. I would be very certain, I was about to say I'm 100% certain, but nothing's 100%. I would be very shocked if it managed to hold here. I just can't see any way. If it was really good, I thought it was going to squeeze because you still have that short interest. And then, of course, the disaster through 60. We're talking about breakdowns in the morning, well, in the afternoon for potentially this morning. I don't know if you're going to see that here. What we might see is a squeeze to the upside where I'm looking at 67. I know I said I know I said yesterday I wanted that 70s, and it gets up into the 70s, and that's the short on Coinbase. I just feel like this was enough of a nothing burger that first double top from the last couple of sessions is going to be in play. So that's a little bit more, smaller of a move. If it squeezes up there, that's where I would look to go for the short. It's just I want to short the pops. That's what I was going to do yesterday in the plan. I just think it's a different level because the volatility ended up not being there in Coinbase. So draw in and trade off of the level that comes first instead of the ultimate level. If it breaks 67 and goes through 68, then I would wait until it gets into the 70s to take another short in Coinbase. So it just changes the trade a little bit, not by a ton. Still going to try to short the pops. It's just a matter of where we do it when this thing is flat. Very surprised that it's flat, to be honest.
Core reported a Q4 net loss. We knew that almost exactly the number that was expected, minus 557. We talked about that yesterday. And the volume's down huge on crypto. We already know about that. I don't like Coinbase, and we've talked about that over and over again. So I think we'll just it's a New York name. No, it's a NASDAQ name. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm going to stick true to what I'm going to do. I'm going to sneeze in about a couple seconds as well. I'm going to stick true to what I'm doing and not trading anything unless there's a crazy upsize move somewhere here for Coinbase. So I'm going to stay away from it for today, and we'll just see where it goes. But as far as yesterday, great moves here if you're trading the earnings report and you somehow are stable enough to do that. That's insane. But down here to 60, I think 60 will probably break, and then I would look to break this 58 and 59 and lower and lower and lower. But again, Coinbase, there are a lot of traders that love this stock, and there is opportunity for it to go back up to the upside. Look at the short float, 22%. That's probably bigger than a lot of you might have thought. It's bigger than I thought. Nice move to the upside. Shout out to Comp SRX1. Thank you, my friend, for the kind words in the chat. Look, I just try to be honest about everything. So, like I was saying, you want to know I'm red, positive, negative, whatever our positions, and both my and Neil's positions are right there right now, so you can see everything. And, I'm just trying to stick to who I am and be as real as I possibly can be. So I appreciate when real sees real. So shout out to you guys out there.
All right, let's get a check of how some other markets are shaping up so far this morning. I'll show you the European board here. A bit of a mixed landscape. When I sat down this morning, it was actually a little more positive than Google. This is my screen. This is my screen currently. That's what Google Slides is doing. Trust me when I say it's a little mixed so far today in European markets. There we go. We can have a look at that if you want to throw that up there proudly. Sweden and the Swiss markets, the only ones holding on to, and the background has showed up as well. Positive territory here, everything else downside. Italy, England, notably weak so far this morning throughout Europe. before we get to Arun and talk a little bit about the futures in North America here, it's going to be maybe a little bit of a wait and see ahead of what's to come this afternoon at 2 o'clock. On days like that, it's worth noting, if there's moves there available off the open, worth taking. But it's almost better to kind of pump the brakes a little bit sooner than you might, otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. Brendo, to be honest with you, I'm thinking today's notes are not going to be as persuasive as people think. Here's why. We got a lot of economic data subsequent to that report being written or the minutes being drafted. We got the JOLTS report, which came out the day of the speech. We got several economic numbers, the CPI, the PPI. So, their opinion at that time may have fundamentally changed as a result of these numbers, seeing that they are so data-driven by their own proclamation.
The good news, if it's good news, I'm not even sure. No other notable Fed speakers to come today before we get to the meeting minutes coming up this afternoon. So Bullard was it so far today. Let's, as mentioned, bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market. Ahead of these minutes, Arun, as we were mentioning, maybe just a bit of a wait and see today. What are you looking at?
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, the market's in the right spot for that wait and see kind of situation. 4,000, big round number, Fed minutes coming out. I think all of it lines up for this market to decide what to do after the Fed comes out. But we've seen when it comes to Fed minutes and Fed rate decisions, we've seen time and time again where the market tends to just kind of drift in one direction and then make some sort of reversal an hour before and then continue on and doing what it wants to do as the report or the rate decision comes out. Well, in today's case, it's a report. But I would expect, especially with the prices that we're at, that we're probably going to be sitting somewhere close to 4,000. I'd say plus minus 10, 15 points, which lines up with where we are right now. From when we get to that point in time, now I would love to be pleasantly surprised, and this market makes a nice little move. We've tried to crack 4,000 a couple times. First time we got close, second time we took some stops, snapped back up. Here we are at 40.15. Are we going to take a look at that 4,000 and see what's underneath before we get to the Fed? That would make things much more interesting because that would clear the downside with the stops. And then if the Fed comes out, if we're sitting at 4,000 and the Fed comes out with some sort of negative, or we take that in a negative fashion, well, the downside's wide open. So I would prefer something like that, but who knows? So I would mark off a couple levels here. For now, the low, overnight low, that 39.95, just keep an eye on it. It's not a big level. It's not even meant to be a level. It's just a matter of how we're going to react if we get down there again before we get to the Fed. After the Fed, it doesn't really matter because that's probably going to blow up any levels we have nearby anyways. So I would just keep an eye on this if we get to it before the Fed, that 39.95, put it in the new low. If that opens up to the downside, there might be a trade there between the time it happens and we get to the point at the 2 o'clock before the Fed minutes come out, between the small window there for an opportunity. The flip side of this is this market just goes to the upside, or the drift is to the upside. Well, if we get above 40.25, we're getting too far away from that 4,000. We're starting to develop somewhat of a support base around that 4,000. At that point, I would have to say that you would have to wait for the Fed to see whether we're actually going to extend higher to the upside, or if it's going to be a reversal move back towards 4,000. For now, I'll say 40.25 and 39.95 are going to be the areas to watch, not major levels, just areas to watch, because nothing's really decided and declared until we make a move decisively through that 4,000. And if it takes the Fed to do it, then I guess we're going to have to wait until that point.
So thanks, Arun. We'll check back again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so yet, guys, make sure you do grab the watch list. We send out every single morning for free before we come on at 8:30. Very easy. You can scan that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then it just shows up for you every single morning in your inbox. It's worth noting, I saw a few people mentioning the fact that is there going to be a speech, is there going to be a Q&A, things like that. This is just a release of minutes. So it's just going to be a printed release, comes right at 2 o'clock. The market will decipher it instantly. The algos will anyways. We'll look through it to make sure there's no significant changes either direction in some of the language, some of the wording in the minutes. The market will react accordingly. Typically, it's a 5 to 10 minute type of ordeal, and then it's kind of as you were for the overall market. So that's coming up at 2 o'clock. Let's get into Coinbase to kick things off. I put on the board here, was this a beat? Because, I mean, it could be a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. But yeah, swing to quarterly loss coming off of profit in the last quarter. I mean, we've all seen what's happened to crypto. I mean, could this have been a lot worse?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was a very convoluted earnings release, guys. They beat on revenue. They beat on EPS. It was supposed to be 255 per share loss. They actually got 246. Here's the thing though, their usage, monthly transacting users, MTUs, down 8.3 million for last year. That's down from 8.5. However, in January, they say retail came back with $120 million in transaction fees. So they're banking on retail to come back into this whole mix. Let's see what 2023 brings.
Yeah, trading volume, 145 billion in the to the downside in the quarter. Guys, what do we do with coin here today?
Well, we just talked a little bit about it, and I think, you know, I want to say one thing first of all, because I'm a little bit surprised by this. If you invest, well, I'm not surprised by this fact because I knew this fact coming into it. But if you invested in Coinbase and Bitcoin at the beginning of the year, you'd be doing much better on Coinbase. So we asked this morning, from here to the rest of the year, if you invested, 27% of you think Coinbase is going to do better than Bitcoin from now till the year end. Now, I understand, obviously, that means 73% say it's Bitcoin, which is what I was kind of expecting to see with that poll, but a little surprised there. A little surprised that a quarter of you had that faith. What you will get with Coinbase, however, is some outsized price action relative to Bitcoin recently. I think that's where the draw-in comes, and like the reason why I have to have it monitored is because when you look for trading opportunities and volatility, earnings are typically the thing that gives it to you. Now, unfortunately for us, it's flat. So I was sort of talking about this a couple of minutes ago. If it doesn't, like if we don't test 67, like what's the trade? Long off 60? I don't really like the long. I still feel like this is probably going to give some fade opportunities. That's why I'm going back into that 67 level. I will acknowledge this because I've been talking about the 200 period moving average. It is there at 62, and it's on the south side of that. So it's not ridiculous for a trend trade off of 62 at the open, but that's something it has to set up at the open. When I look for a trade like that, like we were talking about in Pinduoduo, I'd be looking to see, because it's right here at 62, it's just going back and forth, you'd be getting chopped around. Does it break down and then start holding resistance beneath that number? That's more of like the first 5-10 minutes, show me enough weakness, give me a defined stop, and then we can start working a level like Pinduoduo. I don't see that in Coinbase. I'm not going to be trading it just yet. I do have my eye on Silvergate a little bit here, at least I have. This is, again, just an incredibly shorted name. So it does tend to squeeze to the upside. If coin were to get going, sometimes you can see that happen too. It has been bouncing off its 50 period and kind of lulling people back into sleep here. So in one of these days, if it continues to kind of hold that 16 level on the 50, that gets pretty interesting for a long. I would say that that's a more interesting long because it's 70-something% short. That goes without saying. And then there's a lot of, I think it was like BlackRock and a couple of others been invested in that recently and disclosing some stakes. And so that 16 level looks more interesting for a long on Silvergate than anything I'm seeing right now for Coinbase. All bets are off if that thing clears through that 67. I think it's got room to at least 72 on coin. So if it goes absolutely parabolic, I'm willing to get out of its way after the first $5 move and look to short a much higher level. But if I pick one of these two for a long, I'm kind of thinking that 16 on Silvergate sounds a little better to me.
Look at both Ethereum and BTC. Worth noting, obviously, there's moves correlating in this group, but Ethereum and Bitcoin continuing this pullback that we saw start off yesterday, 1,700, back down to 1640, 1625 here for ETH. So we're getting back into these areas. If you go back on the daily chart, that should be support. Here's BTC looking a little bit better even. Maybe needing to test 23.7, which was that high before we broke out again, but negative for both across the board. 0.75 for Bitcoin right now, Ethereum as well. What is it? About the same, 0.8. Yeah, 0.8 or so for ETH. So let's talk a little bit about Baidu here. I mean, another notable earnings name, but not one we typically talk about as far as Chinese ADRs, but worth a note because it's a nice move here in the pre-market. Revenue estimates beating $5 billion in the share buyback. They even talked about Ernie's their AI, if you hadn't heard. As Neil was mentioning, you sprinkle a little buyback on top of AI, and you get a nice move.
You're using all the right trigger words, Brendo. AI, buyback, efficiency. Robin Lee saying, with our long-term investments in AI, we're poised to capitalize on the imminent inflection point in AI, unlocking new opportunities across our entire business portfolio. That means their mobile ecosystem, their AI cloud, their autonomous driving, their smart devices. They're looking for everything. It was up 6.65% today.
Yeah, nice look here, guys. I mean, these daily charts are just full of gaps. Here's another one today, back to the upside through 150 for Baidu.
Well, it's a nice looking trend on the daily chart for Baidu. And I suppose this 139, 140 area looks like a little bit of something. But this is what I generally like to you get trends off the daily chart, maybe key levels and some breaks there, and then look for the actual trading levels. At least I do off the 15-minute. But this is the most ridiculous 15-minute chart I've seen in a long time. Like, it's just everywhere. I mean, I don't really know what you're doing with this, except I can identify one thing that I liked, and that would have given a trade yesterday. So all I can say is, well, I wish I looked at 138 on Baidu yesterday, because now in the middle of this utter nonsense on the 15-minute, I'm not sure what you do with that, to be quite frankly. So I'm staying away from Baidu, at least for now. I think if it does make a big plunge down, $12, that gets interesting to me, or maybe it breaks 155. If you look at here, like maybe it breaks this today, and then you start climbing above the 55 level, and then it can get clean above that. That's where things make sense, and I think you can start working a trend-style trade. Everything else is just utter noise. I am going to be back on the offer of PNW. That's the same thing as yesterday's trade. Broke the 50 period, beneath 90, shorting pops, at least until that 90 level. PDD. I had PNW on the mind.
I know. I didn't want to.
Pinduo. No, you're right.
You're shorting PNW.
I'm not shorting PNW. Pinduo. That's what I meant to get to. Thank you, Sean. I have PNW up, and I have it on my brain today. But this 88 level, if we get up here, just like yesterday, I want to be shorting out in front of it. As long as it's beneath the gap, good to go. And all of these names look the same thing. Like, it's just gaps. I understand you get the overnight trade in Asia, and that's going to account for why it does so much gapping. But this one was much more clear. It had a nice tight range that broke to the downside, looking for shorts beneath it. Once it reclaims it, then I would bugger off with this. If anything, maybe you could start being a long off 90. But until then, I think this is a short to pop in PDD, an example of what you wait for, and then you can start to establish a trend. Whereas Baidu is kind of still in the middle of that mess, which I don't want to get involved with.
All right. I won't be trading Baidu, but I will be trading AMD. What about this little level right here, 78.50? Intel right now just coming out, reaffirming its Q1 guidance, which is good, temporarily reducing compensation rewards programs for employees and executives. I could see Intel actually moving up today, so I'm not in love with that short as much as I was before. It's nice to see Bed Bath & Beyond finally going up a little bit. Like I said, only 500 shares. We'll look to add a lot more to that once the market does open back up. But this 78.50 right here, I mean, it was here 2 days ago, and on Friday, which was the top. And then we had a pretty bad day yesterday, obviously, in the market. We saw that the worst day of the year. Now, obviously, we'd like to pick up some sort of dips, but I'm just looking at this level in case we get excited to the upside. Now, the market's going to have to scream, and we're only right now up 0.25, basically not moving at all. So I don't know if this trade's going to come through or not, but still, 78.50 looking like a nice little level there to take out. So I'm going to wait for that. If it wants to go, great. Let's go on that one. But that's a level that I like here. You can even take 78. I'm just thinking that we could take 78 real early. So maybe 78.50. You've seen it has big monster moves to the downside. Why not put a big green candle to the upside here today for AMD? And then I'm just going to go over Intel quickly here as we still have tons of time. Intel right now, look, this is not a great area to short. I'm not in love with this trade as much as potentially I should be, because look at the move down. We've already made a huge move down. They're finally addressing how ridiculous, obviously, their expenditures are, and then cutting the dividend. So I just wonder if there is some momentum to get back up to the upside right now. You're kind of just, hovering around. Like, this is what the 20-minute looks like. It's pretty brutal to the downside. I don't want to be in this if we take out this 2650 area. I could see us sort of floating back into here at some point, 2750. I don't think it happens today, but again, when a company, we've already seen this happen. cost cutting via employees being removed, job cuts, obviously, and then now here reducing compensation. So that's not really a job cut, but may force people to quit. Rewards programs and everything like that. I could see Intel bumping back up to the upside a little bit here today. So let's wait. Look, we're at day's lows pretty much. So we're going to win on this. We're short. We're 8 cents in the money, and it's good. It's printing, so that's good. We're not out of anything yet. I do have some bids down here in the 70s, but I am a little cautious on this Intel trade right here. I just sort of thought with all this news coming out that we would have had more of a flow through down, and it's just not really happening. So we'll be somewhat cautious on that one. And then, of course, the Bed Bath & Beyond trade, it's on our watch list, and we could all see it. I don't know if we'll get to that or not. We probably will. Special record date, February 27th for payment of interest due February 1st. So I guess we can wait till February 27th to see if they actually make this payment or not. But it looks like they're going to do it. Special record date of February 27th. So they're going to make a payment on their senior note. It's in our notes there as well. So I'm just thinking, hey, let's see if 160 is going to be the bottom. I think 170 take long. We can get into here, 185, 190, possibly breaking a little bit higher, especially if it starts to squeeze. So this is a name that I like to be on. I've been making money short. This is the first time I've flipped over to the long. So Bed Bath & Beyond for me is going to be a long. I have no... That's funny. Shout out to Jonathan G. That's a pretty good one. What if Bed Bath & Beyond said February 29th? Yeah, that would be hilarious if they did that. But here comes the fire alarms again for the day. So hopefully we won't have to deal with that too much. But I'm long Bed Bath & Beyond right now. We've gotten in and out of it because that spike put me long too many shares. So I punched out holding 500, looking to get more if we break higher through 170. So there's 3 or 4 of my trades that I'm looking at for today.
Yeah, they rarely do 2 days in a row with these stupid...
No, I've never seen it 2 days.
Anyways, you may or may not hear fire alarms going off in the background again today. A little one just popping up, CYRN, Siren, downside, big time, announcing liquidation apparently. So bankruptcy potential here for CYRN, a little penny stock. Oracle, I just saw moving around as well on a AI article, but it's not really doing anything. There was a downtick actually. Popped up on a volume scanner. So Oracle basically flat on the session. There's some, again, AI headlines. AI headlines don't really seem to do what they once did going back a week or two ago. Palo Alto raising full year profit forecast. I mean, right across the board. I was looking at CrowdStrike even. CRWD, big move up aftermarket yesterday, gapping up with Palo Alto, as we were saying. Some of the other ones might catch a bit here as well today on this.
Yeah, Zscaler, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto. I like the macro picture for these cyber stocks. For all intents and purposes, we're engaged in a Cold War now with Russia and with China. We're banning certain high technology products from going to those countries. You've got to make the assumption that there's going to be some sort of cyber counterattack where they try to steal this stuff. So this stuff, this type of stuff going forward, I see the macro picture as really needing.
As far as this group is concerned, Palo Alto, obviously Pan W, the big gap, the big move this morning. Is there a long somewhere here, guys?
Look, I think there's a long in Palo Alto off the 180 level, 179 to 180. But I'm going to get to that LLAP, that Terran company in a second. But I'll go over Pan W. It's what we're talking about here today, and this is very similar to what I wanted in Walmart. But sometimes you don't get it. You can want the level. It doesn't mean you're going to get the price action that you want. So Pan W, it's gapping above what was resistance at 179.5 on the daily. It went right there in the aftermarket, so I want to be buying dips into that level at the open. That's pretty simple. I don't see anything on CrowdStrike. I don't really see anything that's that interesting there. But this LLAP, Terran Orbital here, now they got a big contract. And I was double checking, it's like 80 million floats. So the float's not small enough that it's an auto only go for the long side of the trade. It's not, and it doesn't have a huge short interest either. But good little base that it put in, nice little bottom, breaking out. You can see what happens here when it gets to $3. You know, it's already made a move to 380. That was legit on volume, decent top up there. And you have to zoom way out back, my picture's in the way, to see that it had some trouble sort of getting to that $4 level from before. So it made a big rejection of that kind of bag holding area of 4 to 440 and then came right back in and trying to find support here at $3. That's a wide range when it was here last time, like 50 pennies, 250 to 3. Like that's a wide target area for this thing to catch a bit of a bounce. If I see that, then I would have to travel down into that, maybe into the actual 50s and 60s before I would be thinking about a bounce, or it has to hold right here and then you go tight stop for a long. I'm going to sit this one out because I'd like to see what it does at the open, and then once you have open volume, that'll dictate the range, whether it's going to be off of that 3 level, and then you can either play longs off here or shorts off the top because 4 is a level. And then we'll see about that 250 if it even comes to that. Not going to be the first thing on my mind at 8:30, sorry, at 9:30, because that's going to be Intel, Palo Alto, and a little bit of something called Microsoft, which we haven't even gotten to.
Well, yeah. Well, we talked a lot about Microsoft.
We did talk about
Yeah,
Microsoft. We did talk about that.
So Pan W, I own Pan W. I think it's the best of breed, and that's why I own it. And you guys know that's sort of how I invest and blah, blah, blah. So, but anyways, let's just look over here. What about CrowdStrike? I mean, this has been a disaster of a play as well as a lot of you know, sort of newer names that do have high valuations coming through. But I mean, on that nice report from Palo Alto, maybe you do get a bump up here in CrowdStrike. So CrowdStrike is above. I'm just calling this up because that's the 50 period right there at 113, 114. You know, it looks like you're going to be above that here today. So I think that there is some upside move here in CrowdStrike, especially their report coming March 7th. So you still got 2 weeks plus for this name to get through. So if Pan W continues to float higher like we're thinking it does, then first of all, BBBY is going to take out 170. So that's going to be a good trade for us again, it looks like, hopefully. But right there, nice top at 120, 150. You're still a ways away. I like Crowd now just to see if it comes CrowdStrike because, you know, again, take some of those headwinds or tailwinds from Pan W and apply them to some of these beat down names. There's a lot of room to the upside. I look actually right into here, 140 and change for Crowd. I think you can get to there. So especially if the market bumps and Pan keeps going up, I mean, this looks like a good little level here, 140. So I'll say that CrowdStrike can possibility to be at 140 by its March 7th earnings report. So I like CrowdStrike for a long.
All right, let's talk some chip makers here. We had Intel on the list this morning with this dividend cut. Here's Piper Sandler with a nice note on NVIDIA as well, going to 225 from 200. So more positivity behind NVIDIA. AMD, as we saw as well, looking pretty good so far in the pre-market. Intel standing out downside, though.
Yeah, Intel concerns me. I mean, usually, I know a lot of people are in this for the dividend. I get it. But, you know, at a time where they need to expand and they need to, you know, get these production facilities done, you'd think that the market would applaud them for using the capital more efficiently. I guess the market looks like maybe they're not really good stewards of capital with NVIDIA, though. I like this play. I like it going forward. I've talked about it before. Whether or not you agree with the certain, or whether you think the certain AI company may do well, they're going to need GPUs to get that you know, going. So I like this one for that kind of play.
Another group that's been hit a little bit lately, coming off these rising yields, guys, ahead of the Fed coming up this afternoon, these chips.
Well, one of the things that you're supposed to use capital more wisely and efficiently for a turnaround and for expanding and for catching up and all the things that they're trying to do, that was when they started this 2 years ago is when they should have thought about that. And now, look, if it goes up today, fair enough. That's what I will say for Intel. But there is a large chunk of investors that obviously hold this strictly for the dividend. Now, some have recently put bets in on Gelsinger, which have been wrong, depending on what price you got in, but just about any price you've been wrong, unless it's been recently. And if we do break out of that level, the 26 quarter, then y'all accept that it's not a good trade. But until then, we shorted the 26 break early, shorted the pop to 26.15. It has been holding 25.80. You can see that here. That's where most of the outs have been. I have taken some nines every 10 cents, basically, if that makes sense to you guys. And if we get a pop at the open, I'll take another shot off the high. Now, on NVIDIA's case, who reports after the bell tonight, you found a double bottom at 205. This gets a little more exciting. You found a double bottom. It's not really a true double bottom, but on the daily chart, you had a recent breakout here, what was already a monster move. Now you're holding the top end of the range. After this pullback off 230, which was just a monster wall of resistance at 230. You might have found a bottom here at 05. It seems like you made the first test of it recently. There was a previous test a couple weeks ago right in here. Oh, sorry, you just go back a little farther. Come on, zoom out. There you go. You had another test of that 05, and then it has been the level. So I think we bounced off it, at least going into earnings. Everything can change overnight, but I'm looking for longs into earnings off that 05. First thing with a dip buy. If it ends up turning into a breakout trade, 10 would set up. But let's look to see if we can't get something tighter to that 05 level first.
All right, yeah, just looking at this, I told you, Spidey sense is going off a little bit here on Intel. I don't know. We're going to give it to 2650. I don't really like the trade too much anymore, so, you know, we're in it, but yeah, I talked myself out of it about 10 minutes ago, as you guys heard me talking. So I don't know. I much prefer AMD longs, Intel. For me, we'll wait for 2650, but I feel like we're going to get stopped out of this trade. And then look at Bed Bath & Beyond right now. So there it is, starting to move to the upside. I wish I didn't get out of some shares there, but I still got 500. Hopefully it goes back up to the upside right now. We're going to take more, breaking 170. That looks like it's going to happen right now off the open with only 5 minutes to go. Let's take, I mean, my play for the chips is, I mean, look, NVIDIA's going to be a monster. That's probably one that I'll trade through earnings. But AMD right now, I told you the level that I like, 78.50 right into here on the 20 minutes. So I like that level for AMD to punch longer. So hopefully what we wind up losing on Intel isn't, or we make a little bit more on AMD if that does come through. But here's the market on open imbalances. Just came out right now. Mullen with a big buy. That's nice to see. I think there was some talk about the Mullen CEO there a little bit. AMC with a nice buy today as well. That's up another 4% and looking to go higher. So, yeah, I mean, there isn't too many good names. There's Google, unfortunately for me, on here as a sell as well, looking to make some moves lower today, Google. So yeah, Palantir a sell. We talked about 850. That was a level that came in faster than I had sort of thought yesterday, but there it is again today. So yeah, not much here. No, I was sort of thinking that there might have been some Intel on here, but there's Bed Bath & Beyond as a buy. Maybe they read the sticky note as well. Make sure you find it, Trader TV Live. Sean. You can find that there on Twitter with some of the trade ideas that I have, and I've recently added Bed Bath & Beyond to that list as well. So here we go, man. Hopefully we go through 70, take it out, and I'm just going to get out of this trade. So here it goes right now. See if it can go. It just touched 70 and didn't. This 160 from yesterday bottom, I think we'll just dump whatever shares we have. I don't know, maybe it'll be a couple thousand, who knows how many shares we'll have once it breaks through 170. If it comes back down through 160, that's going to be our out. So we'll wait to see what happens here today with Bed Bath & Beyond. What's up, Slime Life Jay? I don't know if Slime Life is a good life or not, but Jay likes it. Let's go Mullen, he's saying. So let's go Mullen to the upside, guys. Mullen announced a 6% dividend.
Huh?
Ooh, that's nice. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll find out more news on that, as I just saw it in the chat. Don't believe everything you see in the chat, but the one thing you can do is hit the like and the subscribe. Only way to see and get involved in the chat. I guess you can always see the chat, but you got to be a subscriber to be involved. So hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Yesterday we got about 2.3K likes. Not bad. But how many people do we have watching right now? I'm going to do this right now. We have, whoops, just shrunk it out there. Right here, only 1.1K right now on the like. So hit the like just like I didn't do. Hit it right there. I don't know where it shows how many people are watching. I think they've changed all this right now, but hit it for sure. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and you've now found the best trading show on YouTube.
All right, a couple minutes to go here. Let's wrap things up with, I mean, we can talk big tech in general, but this note from JP Morgan this morning, pretty interesting. Bloomberg reporting that JP Morgan will no longer allow staff to use ChatGPT. Is this a caution to all of this AI headlines that we've seen going forward?
We saw a lot of influx into AI stocks. Can we see the outflux? Quickly as it came in, can it go out? I guess now seeing the real world application has some investors questioning if we're quite there yet.
Yeah, this technology obviously not quite there yet, guys, for some of these companies.
That's definitely true. 54 was the level I liked on Microsoft. That's the chosen one for me, at least today. It was yesterday as well. Just always going to the higher time frame here. When I see it, we have the chance to reclaim the 200 period, which would be big for Microsoft. If we hold the open above that level, it's just all systems go. But it works in both directions. Can't ignore the fact that we waited for it to fail yesterday at 54. That was the key. It gave you that open trade back and forth, scalping a dollar, but when it eventually could not hold the level, it was a breakdown trade and we were shorting it. So I look for the same thing at the open. Allow it to decide what it wants to do at 54. And then once I see, if I see a level holding up 2 or 3 times selling off that, then I would join selling in front of 54. If it breaks out, I'll play in the other direction. I am now long PanW. I'll probably get another leg if we can at the open. And I did want to acknowledge AMC made the break from last night that I wanted to happen in the aftermarket, in the afternoon. It did break that 620. I'll look for longs off that 6 even. We said it might not happen in the afternoon show because you run out of time, but AMC up 5% and also churning to the upside. Going to ring the bell on hump day here. I'm not sure what's going to be up there with Prad, but the market looking like it's trying to pull back some of those gains from earlier. So we'll look for some of those dip buys to come in as we drop the countdown. National Margarita Day. There you go if you're into that sort of thing. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Prad.
We used to have those national days with Miss V. I'm glad to bring those back. Good call there, Prad. Okay, we went long already, Bed Bath & Beyond, because it did break 70. But now look, now there's a nice little size piece there at 70, and it doesn't want to break. So we're going to have to wait to see if it does break as the market's open, and the volume not really here so much. So let's wait to see what happens. We're going to get out at 160 if it does come through. And you can see even right now, you are starting to sort of tick a little bit to the other way here on Bed Bath & Beyond. So let's watch out for that one. As Intel told you, there's something up with this. Let's just wait to see if it takes it out. Intel screaming to the north side here. Bad look on that, I feel like.
Yeah, it's up like 5 or 6 cents from where we got in, so I'm not terribly concerned yet. But PanW just got to this 184 again. That's several times we've seen 184 in the pre-market. If it breaks out from here, I think we can see 190, but it has to happen first. Oh, NVIDIA. Whoa, NVIDIA came in? That doesn't make any sense. I got dipped by NVIDIA when Intel wants to go up. Okay, it's on now. So PanW up 250. Intel, we'll see. Actually, Intel just touched the re-entry point, so I did just reload Intel. And NVIDIA going in the other direction. I actually got the long. But this is at top. This is 235 from the afternoon yesterday. That's where I want to get out of Intel if it's going to be wrong. And Microsoft just dumped. Man, Microsoft was just breaking 54 a second ago, and now you're resisting 54 once again. This is why I wanted to see that open before making an action off that price level.
All right. Yeah, we're not in anything yet. We're going to watch out for Apple trying to go up through 150. That's going to be a punch sign for me on Apple as well to get back up to the upside here. Breaking through 150 is kind of what I like here for Apple. So let's wait to see if that comes into play. Hopefully it does. I don't know. Right now, let's check out what AMD's doing. Probably nothing. I mean, some of these stocks are just kind of dancing around right now. We'll try to find out if there is a base in any of these names coming through right now. AMD just touched 76.80. The market is making a move to the upside right now pretty dramatically. So, yeah, let's just continue to watch out of, again, not rocket science, but, you know, there goes Intel. We talked about that as the short was probably going to get busted, but I just took my last fill there. I was waiting for 26.50, so let's wait to see what that name wants to do here. We are still short on Intel, but not into anything else.
Yeah, we're now going upside, testing high of the day here, at least pre-market highs on NVIDIA. It dipped, it gave 06 in front of the 05 level. Now it's trying to break out. We did grab a couple of bucks on the first leg, but PanW, we're never able to get more because it doesn't want to give you that 180. But this is pure hold at this point. Like if it holds 185, fair enough. I think we have a chance for some re-entries off that 84 to 85 level. Otherwise, I'm going to slap the trailing stop and just see where it can go. As far as Intel goes, I did not reload anything until it got to my other re-entry price here, and that was 26 and 26.15. Still have a piece from 26 even, and if we break that 35, I'm out. I'm not holding Intel all the way to 26.50. I can't. To me, if it gets 26.50, that's a separate decision, and I'll make that decision when it gets to it. NVIDIA's screaming, market's screaming. I want to look for some other longs. I was surprised by the price action in Microsoft there. thought with the market up, you'd see that above that 54.
Yeah, we went short AMD, but we're gonna try to go long right now on AMD. There it goes. Okay, there it is. Now we're just into the long right now. So I don't know, man. Short Intel, long AMD. Let's see if that is a recipe for success or not. We'll take a piece out here in the 20s if it can go back up to the upside. But that's 70, sort of just where we drop down to right there. 80s or 90s as an out. I think that makes the most sense for me to get out of this trade if it does fail there. But again, we're in things a little bit too early as the market really hasn't settled down here. So there it comes. See, like right back in. We got to watch out. The market needs to give us some levels. And for right now, they're not really super available. But what you got, Brendo?
Hoth, a little one here. This is one of those stocks that popped up last week on a note regarding illegal short selling. So huge volume coming back into this thing. Just took out the highs from a few days ago. 350, a big level here for HOTH.
Beautiful.
So you'll see my trail out right there on PanW. Once it did this wick up to 187, which is a bit of an ominous number, but I'm ringing Reggie on that one. I didn't get it all in the dip buy. Now we're going to go hunting for another dip buy in PanDub. It's only going to be a long for me. You got to look for these plays. When it's that strong, oh, Intel just broke. And where's my out? Oh, I only got half out there. My stop did not trigger it all out, so I had to punch the other half. I am not long Intel. I did not take the long. That was my covering. I was just in too early, so it is still reflecting the position I took after they started the board. But I just got some NVIDIA out. And again, PanW is going to be 184 to 183 half. Somewhere in here is where I'm going to look for the first dip buy. I think you could be the road to 190. And then just going back to Microsoft, because it's not all strong. Microsoft up, down off that 254. Now, once, twice, 3 times, cannot seem to break it. It's still finding resistance up around that 200 period on the daily. So I'm going to look for shorts off that level, understanding it can be a heck of a reverse if it should take out this top. Brendo?
This is going back to the 1M acquisition for Amazon. So they're just announcing $144 per year rate for the first-time service here for their One Health online service for Amazon, guys. Big move to the upside.
Yeah, that actually closed today, that 1M deal. Microsoft is coming back into the downside. I should have been in this one already. Should have been quicker to get over to Softy. PanW doesn't even want to pull back at this point. And Baidu, remember I said just calm down, allow that one to sort of figure itself out because it's too crazy in terms of where it's been in the daily. Well, it's falling now. So Baidu does give you the opportunity. If it continues to flush, I do like that 140 level to be sure. And Pinduoduo, I want you short Pinduoduo, but I wanted to short a pop. No short, no pop to be shorted on PDD. I'll be patient. I'll give it a chance to get up here at some point, but nothing happening there. And Coinbase, it's trying to go, but I'm looking for 67 for the fade. A couple of dollars away from that price level, so I want to be patient. Do not want to short coin too early. That's when you can get into some trouble.
Yeah, we're trying to be patient as well now. But we got in and out here on AMD just a bunch of times, and now we're just like, let's just hold this thing. I do have an offer at 19, so here it goes. All right, now we're starting to get going a little bit to the upside. Let's take another 27 out here if we can on this name, and then let's go. Break through 25. Let's go, dog. There it is. Yeah, nice little move upside. Did we get that? Yes, we did. We got a 27 fill right there, and now it's at 27, so no wonder we got the fill. As this is trying to go back up to the upside here for AMD. A good hold on that one. What's not happening for me right now, of course, is Bed Bath & Beyond. It's just simply put, not moving. So I don't, I thought that it might have sparked something there. We did get out of our Intel as it breaks through 50. So that's a little bit of a loser, not, obviously it's a big one because it's maxed out. I didn't have a maxed out position, but it hit our trigger spot there to get us out. And at least I sort of forewarned myself about that one and was like, you know what? This most likely doesn't want to go where we thought it did today. So I'm sort of glad we sniffed that one out a little bit, or else I would have averaged in a lot to that trade. So that took a big one for me to sort of avoid the troubles there in Intel. But it's a nice move to the upside for Intel. And I was saying that, remember, like cost cutting, so on and so forth. What does that mean? I wanted 78.50 here. That's a mistake getting in too early on AMD for sure. We lost a little bit too much money there, just going back and forth when we really didn't need to do that. Apple is pulling back. I was going to say, now we have our long in Apple. It just filled us there at 148. So the market's pulling back down. We're below the 50 period. Now it's time to slow down and really see what's happening with our position. So let's do that. Slow down, regroup, and look at this Apple trade.
Yeah, and starting to look back at this dip in PanW, thinking maybe it does not actually want to see all the way back down into 183, 183 half, 184. It's just trying to bounce off view up. I'm trying to be very patient with this on the dip and see where we can get back in, but it doesn't seem to want to happen. NVIDIA, however, this one is now breaking the high of the day, so we've already cleared out. Took a couple of bucks on the first leg. Now we're looking to see that 210 level. I think higher lows are going to mean around 207 here, screaming into earnings. So the two dip buys have been absolute gold. Let's see if we can see that 210 now. Brendo?
More retail earnings today, guys. TJX was one of them. Downside right now, more volume came in there at 77. It's trying to hold right now. It tested it twice already, but not good for TJ Maxx. There's also this one moving. Affirm having a nice day so far. 4% straight to the upside so far.
13 break.
All right, let's go, guys. Spin it. Right now, this is what we're doing. Finally, Apple blasting, Bed Bath & Beyond blasting, AMD blasting. So it's blast city for everyone. You get a bang, Leo. Everybody gets one right now as we are really starting to go offside here, back up to the upside. Look at this is what we're talking about, man. Just in a little too early on AMD, but let's capture some of this profit back up to the upside. Give us that 64. There it is. Nice little win there. Look what's happening. Hello. Come on, give us some more shares here, Bed Bath. Nicely done up to 77. We talked about putting on some risk into this trade, man. We're here to trade and to make money. Like that's the whole point of what I'm trying to do here, right? And so you guys need to trade the stocks that you think are going to blast off. I don't know if Bed Bath & Beyond, how far it's going to go from here. We have just taken out 15% of our trade, but I think we can get a lot higher. And then there's Apple. We put this trade on. Uh-oh, we did it again. We are not unhinged, but Britney Spears, I don't know, man. I've been seeing some of those posts lately. I know Sharif's all over that. Yeah, it's been quite interesting. Here we go. Let's go back up to the upside. Come on, Bed Bath. I'm going to take a little bit more out on Bed Bath & Beyond. We got some 76s there. We'll see if we can get another 75 fill right now. Hopefully it can get excited and get back going to the upside. Yeah, I think we should take some of our profits, guys, as you guys are talking about that. We're 65 cents in the money on. There we go. We just got a 75 on Bed Bath. Let's take one more piece out here of AMD and then see where we go. But so far, so good on what is pretty decent day here as the bulls come running in, Neil.
Yeah, you would have seen me take profits on. I'm not long Intel. We have to refresh the position board at some point to reflect that because I'm not in it. But I did get out of NVIDIA. It curled at 210, bit of a dip. Was able to get out at 209.50. So dip into 6. Get some out at 8, in front of 8, get some out in front of 10. Not terribly creative, it just happens to be a good level. Now you're getting the dip in Pan W. So we already got in and out of this one, bouncing off that 181. I think we come in to either give ourselves a flag off 185, if you're into that sort of thing, or get that dip into 184. And I was just actually offering Intel, because this wick just happened. I said I'd be back into it. And again, like take your profit when you get the opportunity to so that it's not as big of a hit. But I did load into it the first time, stopped out above the afternoon resistance. This is the next level up. It's that 26.85 level. So right around here, it did just fail 90s. We'll get into this one for the short if it wants to pop about 10 pennies. I'm now short Microsoft. Now remember, if it gets above here, that 54 is the 200-period moving average, and this one could be an absolute breakout off of that zone. However, this is where the short was yesterday. I'm going to try and scalp it down to 53s, and if it's a reverse, it's a reverse. Still got some dip buys that we like to be able to capitalize on if we can get them in Pan W. It's looking like it is 185 on Palo Alto there. I'll probably say that interchangeably, Pan W, Palo Alto, and NVIDIA looking to buy some dips as well.
72. Okay. Oh yeah. Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath and bye-bye profits because we only got some out here. So we still have 75% of this, but we got something out at 72, 75, 75, 76. And then 76, so actually 74, 75, 76 to the upside. So let's see if it can still continue to hold. Apple was a good one. We actually got out of 60% of Apple, but this is also coming back in one more time here into a decent level of 148, which we thought would be a good long, and it is a decent long. But you could see here for Apple, Apple's negative today in this market, right? So that's something that's a little worrisome to me. We're going to put out if it breaks 148, we're going to get out. It's pretty simple to me here. So we're going to wait for that to happen. But yeah, 147 break lower, we're going to get out of Apple on that. Hey, if it continues to ride upside, we have it, and we'll be on that. So I'm just adjusting my stop here here to make sure that we get the shares. I'm going to average it in again around this 20 mark just to see. I mean, like, why can't Apple go up today? So we were short Apple yesterday. It was a big win for us yesterday on the Apple short. So that's why today, little cautious on this sort of activity that we're seeing here with Apple. So let's just wait to see. Hopefully it will fly back up to the upside, but we have averaged into that one now. Remember our Bed Bath & Beyond? Well, this one is in a little bit of problems here because we've broken our 170 level that we thought would sort of be the springboard to more. And it was, man. It got us to 176. We just should have, like I said, bye-bye profits. We should have taken it because one of their things is bye-bye baby. But we'll wait to see what happens here. I'm dropping it at 159 if it breaks through 169. There it is again, man. Spin it one more time for all you. There's another reload on Apple. So just as easy as we make it, you could lose it. So let's make sure that we get some more out here. 120 out 148, Neil. We'll take 20 cents right there and put this in our bag. And now let's go forward. Just need Bed Bath & Beyond to work out. Everything else is printing.
Yeah, we just printed Microsoft down to VWAP, but this is still trending like it wants to make a breakout on Softy. This is a reversal play here. If we get above 254.40 and we take out the top end, I think this is a big breakout potential. However, I'm going to short the level until it stops working. Just understand that at some point, if your level breaks, you flush it down the toilet. So it is working for now. I'm back into Intel off that higher level. So it gave that setup. There's your wick top. There's your consolidation, short off the top of the wick around the 75, looking to see if it can hold the high, get back into VWAP. So that's a setup that I like. Every trade is its own beast, and Palo Alto is a beast. So as soon as I tried getting bids down at 185, it decided it wanted no part of that level and is headed to 190. This is absolutely... This is a gong show at this point, but
wow.
You know, Palo Alto was almost always going to be the strongest stock in today's market. The question is, where can I get back into the trade? Brendo.
It's an HKD kind of a day, guys. Up on this note, AMTD Digital's first half 2023 financials achieved over 130% increase in net profit. So that was out just before the open there as we were discussing other things. 6% so far for HKD.
Yeah, NVIDIA fire here as well. AMD, guys, we are $1 plus now in the money on AMD as that just continues to rifle north side here. So big trading happening for AMD, man. I mean, that is a good one. Now taking out that dollar level. So yeah, quite pleased here on AMD and where we're going with it. So let's just continue to march a little bit higher here, hopefully anyways, on this name, and we'll just move forward with it. We just take a new position alert right now. Meta breaking the high, so let's see what Meta wants to do now. We just took that long, decent position, couple hundred shares. We'll see if it can go a little bit higher on this one. If we can get something out around 173, I think we'll do that. But for right now, that's what we're looking at here for Meta. I don't know, man. I don't want this to get too carried away because it is kind of an early day play, but it's 9:46. So Meta just there. I thought taking out that top could be something. The market's rallying, but then again, this is what I'm saying. Now you got to sort of slow down because you could see what this market's doing, and it doesn't want to go up with Meta. So, you know, hopefully the market, it looks like it's all chips, man. I mean, Intel's rocking, AMD's rocking. Let's hold on to this Meta just a little bit here and see if it does want to work. But it is failing. Amazon's rocking. I saw that as well.
Yeah, the other thing that's at a level is coin. So we waited for it. Said 67. This is going to be the price. It's doing that over-under thing where it's trying to break out at 67 from yesterday's highs, aftermarket as well. You know, the second it starts slowing down, it gets back underneath. This is the first short that I'm looking for. Remember, it's squeezing here at this point, so I need to see it slow off this level. Otherwise, it's just straight to like the 70s where I know I want to put another short on. I need to see it show some weakness before I jump in, but I might get an opportunity to reload on Microsoft at 54, so I'm keeping my eyeballs on that one. I am already back into Intel. Coin, is it going to put it on? I'm not going to sit there and stare at it forever. I have it on another level too. It's giving me some signs. Okay, now I'm going to try to get in here off 67. That was it. Just wanted to see it show a little bit more weakness before I jumped into my first short in coin. It might be more than one. We'll see. Brendo again?
Just seeing Lyft here, guys, having quite the day. 3.5%. No red candles yet. It's a 3-minute chart, so just took out 11 there for Lyft. Saw this tweet this morning, which was kind of interesting. Suggesting that New York taxis are cheaper than Uber and Lyft to go to the airport. We talked about a similar story here in Toronto as well, but here's Lyft having a nice day.
I guess it's true.
missed that story.
Okay, so Meta, again, falling down a little bit. We just took an average price down there near one. Actually, we just got 172.19s, and we just took some out in the 40s there. I mean, now I told you sort of like that we were trading some shares in this name. So now we've got some decent shares on because we took some more down there at the bottom as the market's still trying to hold out for a little bit of a high side play here. So that's what I'm going to wait for here on Meta. See if it can break. If it takes 172, we'll have to get out for that because, again, you know, the market's high now, but it's not. It's only up 0.6. We can get going a lot more. And if we do, then this Meta should take us to the promised land. But let's just wait to see how far it wants to go. We're only long at 54 here. We'll take another piece out mid-60s if we can, sort of where we got punched in there. And then we'll wait for something in the 70s and then hopefully higher. But, you know, it's got to get there. Come on, Meta, let's go. We were just at 66. Did we get picked up there? Yes, we did. There it is again. So we'll throw down a little bit. Let's see if these bulls can continue to kick higher. Big wins on Apple. We've talked about that. Nice reloads there off 148. The only thing that's really sitting here doing nothing for me right now is Bed Bath and Beyond. Waiting for that one to pop. We may not get that.
Well, I don't know if it's, we'll see if that one's done yet, but I know it actually came downside Bed Bath & Beyond at the same time I saw AMC go down. So I wonder if there's a little bit of those meme names following each other. I did grab that 67 short, 66.98 to be precise on Coin. It did make a move back down. You'll see like 66.40 was the best out. Got some at 50s and then looking for VWAP. But if it breaks the top, then you know 70 can be next. Always going to pay myself out that first leg. That way, if it comes to the upside and breaks the high, you still have a profitable trade. But I'm going to adhere to my stop. As a matter of fact, I have to adjust it to reflect the new amount of shares. So we're out now on Coin, and this is where you get back in the patience game. So I'm going to wait. If it does make another failure here, maybe we can short the 67 level. If it keeps going higher, I'm waiting for 70 to 72. I know that's the target area. You have to be patient in trading sometimes. And speaking of patience, remember we said we'd look for that dip in Palo Alto, PanW, the beast of the day. Well, this time, you're in kind of like a bull flag. So yeah, we got the first dip out the pre-market lows in front of 180. It got all the way to 86s. I trailed out at that point, so kind of thought it would go to 190 straight or maybe dump back down into the pre-market highs. This time we're going off VWAP here. So long off VWAP 86, and I'm going to hold this for the break of the high of the day. I think we can see 190 on Palo Alto. Intel on that reload. Got to get something out in the 50s. Probably won't get up on Intel because it didn't give me a full fill up here, and I wanted to test the 27 before I added. Did not take this curl because I was trading Coinbase. That would be the place where you get it all in, but I was trading Coinbase at that time. That's the opportunity cost. And while not trading many names, but hey, if the two make the same move at the same time, you're probably only going to get one unless you are an algo.
Yeah, I mean, I get, you know, I get them by just putting in stop orders, but yeah, you got to put them in first, and which is the problem. Of course, I wish I did short that AMD as well. Meta did fall down there, so we did wind up getting out of that last piece, but again, you know, out at 172, so we didn't. It just dropped pretty huge down to the downside there for Meta. So it is an L. It's again, we never like to take those, but it wasn't the greatest play anyways on that break of the high. But again, it's 945. I would do that over and over again, so I don't feel like it was mistraded by me at all. Just, you know, we took the shot there and Meta didn't go, so that's that. Google remains weak. I mean, let's just go back to, you know, doing the kind of normal stuff here. 0.2 down for Google into, obviously here, a negative print for them and a positive print for the market. So, you know, looking at that, that leaves me thinking that, hey, maybe there is going to be some kind of a pushback here for Google. So let's see if it does come back upside. I could see myself shorting around this 92 area there where the 200 period is. But I'm long today. Like, I think the day is long. So I don't know if I want to be short, and maybe Meta's the wrong one too. So we're going to find out. We do have some great trades on AMD. Maybe a pullback like we just missed there on AMD was probably a good little trade as well. So so far so good here. Let's see what's happening to the upside, and I believe that was a call for Senor Brendo.
Little one, guys. CVRX back to the upside today. It's a medical equipment maker, down huge yesterday. I'll show you in a sec, but they had a heart failure therapy that failed in a late trial. So if you zoom out a little bit, this thing got absolutely destroyed yesterday, but straight upside so far today. 23% for CVRX.
That's going up. Just had a high of the day break on PanW. Just got to 189. But that also means, guess what we reloaded? Yeah, we got Microsoft again. So back into the short off of that high. It can't always be a breakout, but until it breaks, it can't be a breakout. I'm going to try to get VWAP here. And instead of bidding where we got it before in the 40s, I'm thinking the 50s. This is kind of slightly gently trending to the upside, if you can see this on Microsoft. So each of these outs should be slightly gently trending to the upside along with it. Ring the register there. See if we can get a good one on the scalp trade that can maybe turn into a trend or just a break in the other direction. I'm agnostic to which direction it goes off that price level. I just want to play it all day long, or as long as it holds. Just got another fill down at VWAP at 2640 on Intel. This could easily, if it puts in a hold, remember where this is. This is where I was stopping out of the original short above the afternoon resistance level, at least a late afternoon resistance level for power hour. If it bounces here, it would not be a terrible surprise, at least technically. So bigger picture, payout to here. Look for it to break, and if it does, I think we can see that 26 even. But if it does not, I have to find another exit on Intel. Looks like we're off to the races now on Palo Alto, but I did miss, off to the races back into my 86, but I did miss out on my dip buy in NVIDIA. This now seems like it wants to test. At this time of day, getting close to 10 o'clock, I never want to be sitting on the bid. If you don't get the dip buy early, late on, allow it to get to the level and find a consolidation first. Already went 1-for-1 in NVIDIA. No need to rush back into that trade and get ourselves a bad price. The morning's going pretty solid. Don't want to be throwing it away at this point. And I see people talking about AMC a little bit earlier. Maybe it's doing what Bed Bath was, but it caught a bid. So this is now back in play for the longs. Back above VWAP, showing some signs of strength. It held well above 6 even. The breakout top would be a clean 650, believe it or not.
All right, let's just, Roblox coming down to 37. I liked on Roblox 36, so we can have a trade there. I did short Google, so we're short that name again, like you talked about that we wanted to get something in for a short. So we'll pick Google right there. So Google right now, whatever, it's 7 cents in the money. We just took out a 50 there. It's not like, 50 is anything special or anything. It's just we were waiting on 50, so hopefully it comes back in now and we can get some more bids. My next bid's in the 40s. We'll see if that works. We did get some more out of Apple just for flat. We don't have a very big position. Once it takes 148, we're going to get out of that one because, as you can probably tell, favoring right now the shorts. So let's wait to see if that comes in. Bed Bath & Beyond is not favoring anything right now, so no real shorting happening on Bed Bath & Beyond or long. It's right in the middle. Well, it's actually at the downside for the day, so it's right there. Hopefully that will come in for us, and we'll be able to make a little bit of better money on that, but that's right now not looking like it wants to do too much. Shout out to Lori. Thank you for joining us again. I know you've been here and a member for a very, very long time, and it's great to know somebody likes my talk, so that's good. Thanks for that one. And all right, so Google, I'm short until 92. So let's just see. The market is pulling back a little bit right now. So we'll see. Although now, of course, now that I go short on Google, the market's actually going down, and Google's like saying, nah, we're going to go up. So yeah, a little bit of controversy here for me on Google, but we're shorting this again. We'll short it in. I do have an offer at 70, and then I do have a bigger one up here around 90, 80, between 80s and 90s right there to get a little bit of a better price. So that's what we're doing. We still have AMD 30 cents in the money. The Apple trade, like I sort of said there, kind of got away from this. I'm not super excited about the Apple trade anymore, as it looks like it does want to come back in. We were short this name yesterday and made a lot of money short on it. So we're actually made a lot of money long on it today, but we're going to dump it here once it takes it out. So for right now, it is what it is. There's Apple.
Oh, it is what it is, and I made the top wick on coin. I did scalp some out, but it happens. You throw your stop out there because you don't want to hold it forever. And I thought if it broke here, it was going to get to that 70 level, and we'd look for a better price. But it's back into VWAP. That's now gone, and the only trade is going to be if it holds beneath and can start turning into a short off 65, or we just get a retest of the high. Got to be able to move on. I still haven't gotten any kind of reloads in NVIDIA. Remember I said be patient on the dip buy? Early on, it looked like that would have been good around that 08. Now we could test a little bit lower. I don't think we see 05 again, but if we do, I'll be there for it. Microsoft just keeps on catching a bid. You know, every time it gets right down in here to 53, it kind of catches a bid. And this market is still green on the day last I checked. So I'm going to do something I don't normally do, which is sort of respect it. Punch out first. Sort of respect the fact that it is now holding another higher low. Let's just do the rinse and repeat. This is going to be a scalp trade until it shows it's something else. Either it breaks down the bottom like it did in yesterday's trade, and then the short becomes a bottom break and then shorting off of 53, or it's a pure scalp between 54 and 53. So I'm not going to sit there and stare that gift horse in the mouth. I'm going to get right back on the offer up at the top, see if we can't get back into this one again. Pan W, there's nothing to do but let it ride, I think. If we get another opportunity, I want to see this actually hold a breakout. That's the next trade. Like, hold a breakout like it did at the open and just obviously continue going. At this point, it's wick tops off 188. Look at all these wicks. Those are not always bullish, but this is a bullish stock. So I want to be very patient before I even think about adding on another break. The market is telling me it's coming down, so adding in a Pan W, even though it's a strong stock, might not be the way to go. Intel, I'm pretty sure we might not get a chance up at that high again. Stranger things have happened, but this is already an L when we took it off of the open. I just want to see if it gets back down into 26. Matter of fact, I'll be bidding 26 to get out of the last of this.
All right, Apple just blew through, so that was fine for us, man. Apple's still a nice little win for us today as we were into scalp mode, and you guys talked about, well, I talked about it anyways, favoring back into the short now. So that's why we got decent piece out right there for flat, and then we held like 10% back into the end of that trade. So hopefully that will still continue to go. Well, whatever. I don't know. I don't really care where it goes now. Let's just see where it goes. That's Apple. We'll be back on that name. So it doesn't look like Google really wants to do anything right here, guys. So unfortunately, for now, we'll have to wait a little bit on that. Okay, here's a move down. So we actually just got a 40. I just said that we got a 43. So I put a 50. Then we just got a 43. So this one making moves to the downside right now is Google. So that's going to be a good trade for us. And so far, so good here. But Brendan, at the big screen, what's going on?
Hey guys, 10 o'clock already happening now, brought to you by TD Direct Investing. Personalize your investing experience with advanced features like heat mapping, customizable charts, watch lists across a range of investment products and accounts, and so much more. Open a TD Direct Investing account, get up to 12 months of commission-free trades. Offer ends March 1st. Conditions apply. Check out the QR code on screen. Link in the description as well for that. Still a green board, but we're just holding on to positive territory right now. TD, S&P, I should say, not TD, is up 0.13%. The Dow 0.14%. The Russell trying to lead, in fact, as far as strength is concerned, 0.8 there. For the 2000, NASDAQ Composite 100, 0.2 for both to the upside. If you're with us pre-market, we discussed Coinbase, Pan W, Intel, and more. Coin, reported a Q4 loss as trading volumes just fell off a cliff, as crypto did too. Intel with this note on their quarterly dividend, further cost cutting to come for Intel. Nice move initially out of the gate back to the upside, but we're right back down to where this thing ended yesterday. Had Tesla on the watch list this morning as well. There was a note on their Berlin battery factory being scaled down. So we rejected 200 there pretty hard. Now day lows for Tesla, guys.
Man, Tesla. So
days lows. Huh?
I'd be impressed with the Tesla move to the downside, if not for what just happened, not just what just happened in Baidu. Remember we said Baidu was in the middle of like nowhere that you didn't want to trade? Well, Baidu's not anymore. This is now red on the day. I just got long in front of 140. And this might be the shortest offensive of all time. So we'll see if it holds the 140. This was the level. If it came back to it, we'd go for the dip buy. Didn't expect that would be at 10 o'clock, quite frankly. I was kind of thinking maybe that'd be like tomorrow or something, or like next week. But we're here now, and if 140 holds, fantastic. If it doesn't, then you will see me in and out in just a couple of minutes, and that's how it goes sometimes. So Baidu is heading downside. I still can't believe it's there. I'll cancel my offers on PDD. It never popped to be able to get me into this one, and Intel must already be at 26.
Congratulations!
If you somehow manage to hold the Intel short without ever getting out of it all the way up to 27, congratulations. If you did, I think you're crazy because you have to take the outs when it does this to the upside. But it's all the way back at 26. The only thing I will say is I did not get enough of a shot up there at 27 to add to that position. I still can't believe what Baidu's doing. That's insane. If it holds 140, this could be like a $2 or $3 bounce, but wow, did they ever sell off that buyback? Share buyback, beat, and yada yada AI, and the market says, nah, we don't care. Let's just go red on the day.
Yeah, that Intel. Yeah, too bad that we didn't hold it, but we'll be back for that one at some point. That is going to be Intel. Yeah, it looks like our Bed Bath & Beyond still doing not much right now, but look what is doing something. Let's go. Let's spin the money. Let's go chicken dinner winner right now because we flipped up our game a little bit here on Google and went short, right? And so here's another one. You know, this is what I'm saying. You don't need to trade Intel. Like, I just put this trade on. It's 40 cents in the money, and it's a quick one for Google, right? Just trade what you're comfortable with, and I was comfortable with Intel, but it just went up to the upside, so we wind up taking that stop on that name. But right now, man, we're not getting stopped at all on Google. We still have half of this position, and it is making a move to the downside. Shout out to Martin Grove Volkswagen taking care of my Atlas today. And I was saying this to Stephanie before. It's like, today, there's supposed to be this huge storm, and my car's in there, and of course, I'm taking public transportation, which sucks. So hopefully, we can get home safely. But that's kind of the good thing. Yeah, that's kind of the good thing about public transportation when it's snowing outside. Yeah. I just let the subway deal with everything, not me. So pretty good. All right, let's just get. Oh, there. So there goes AMD to the downside. So this was just a test against that bottom there. AMD's still good name for us today, but we tested that bottom when it just flew back in. So we did take a 90, out some 77s, and then a push down lower right now. So let's wait to see what happens as AMD is now coming in. But there we go, man. Awesome trade right here for Google. Let's put something else on. There we go. We just put it on the bid and get filled. So we now get out of that trade here for Google as that's starting to push down. Making that cash now on this name, guys, but not making too much money on Bed Bath & Beyond as it's just sitting here right now. We got to find some more trades. Microsoft is probably a good long here, but at the same time, you know, the market's falling down. And do we really want to go long? Like, really? Look at this. Step. One green candle here today. We had a little bit of action there at 950 with a move up, but straight to the downside one more time here today. I think we should probably be turning this bull over into a bear right now because it doesn't feel like this market wants to do anything but go south side. So nice bounce off Microsoft. We could have taken that 50, which shoulda, coulda, woulda, did not. Good bounce there off, well, actually, it only bounced off 70, but still, nice little bounce there into 50. So let's watch out for Softy here. It looks like it could be strong. Positive market for Softy today, up 0.11.
Yeah, I'm still just going to key off the one level on Softy, but there is a bit of a change for me. You know, that 54 level, it's still pretty good. However, in yesterday's trade, I just remember very clearly, it was kind of like an over-under deal at that same 54 price. You saw it try to hold, and then would bounce in the range, and then once it broke 54 for good, you then had a channel to short in here. That's where I started the position, and then it absolutely flushed. It feels like it's a little different today. If it goes down, it'll be holding this channel beneath 53 and then breaking down into that low at 51, 51 and a half, 52, somewhere in that range. So I'm willing to jump into a short off of VWAP here, give it just past that 53 and a quarter for that bottom end play, understanding that's a relatively tight stop, and then we go back to the 54 level. Pan W is right back in to 186, but it's holding at least for now. But Coinbase, yeah, it happens. This happens. It's an absolute Christmas tree. The 67 level was gold, but you know what? Sometimes it runs the stops. It ran the stops. I was in it. Not going to be down, but obviously this would have been really nice to have held on to. Did just absolutely flush. And there's another name which is absolutely flushing, which just caught a bit of a bounce, and I'm going to try and short that pop. Intel now trying to come back in. So Intel bouncing, to me, this is going to be valid up and around that previous area where we stopped. It was like 26, 40, and 35 to 40. That's where we stopped out before. If it starts curling there, I'll look to re-enter the short position, but got to give it 10 to 15 more pennies to bounce a little bit further as the market is showing you a little bit of a sign of a bounce. Could be the opportunity to get back into some shorts.
Still looking at Softy there a little bit anyways. We'll see if that can come into play here for that. But we're looking at Softy, and we're going to see if that bounce happens at 50 or not. We just took another, I mean, Google is absolutely cracking here. So I'm just going to put another bid at 06. I don't know. We just took a 12 there. I mean, this short at 60 down to O's. I mean, this has been, honestly, this is quite the money-making trade here for me to the downside. We've had some good trades today, man. Apple's been a good one. I mean, talking about Bed Bath & Beyond just continues to make that move. So we'll have to wait to see if anything's going on there or not. Probably not for Bed Bath & Beyond. Tesla, though. Let's look at Tesla quickly. That Coinbase, crazy. That's why I don't trade that. I mean, that's why. Like, that's part of the thing with Intel as well. You know, on that news, probably should have just waited a little bit for that. So we'll wait to see. But yeah, there's Tesla straight to the downside as well, looking to make some moves one way or the other. Tesla right now looking like an upside move on that one about to happen. 198, looking for a level. Yeah, we're still way away from shorting anything here. 198 for Tesla is sort of what I'm looking for. So that could be something that comes into play. Good thing we got out of our Google. Google really retracing back up. We only have 20% left. What? Google just ripped up to the upside as if there was some news or something right there on Google. Nice move back up. And then Brendan just indicated to us as well that AMC, Apes Unite, right now, starting to go back up to the upside to 650 again. So congratulations anybody on that AMC trade. Looks like it's trying to go.
It did just do the up-down off that level, though. It did just do the up-down off that. I just unmuted it right now, so it should already take effect. 650, it's already broken and coming back in. I think this is a failed break where you look for VWAP in here. Otherwise, it's hold the consolidation above and break out. So I'm going to get on the bid on this dip right in here. I did just get Intel reloads as it started to curl under VWAP, so I'm back into the short in Intel. Bit of a different trade, but I think this is stair-stepping to the upside on AMC. There's no clean breakout and then runs. You're going to see this dip, consolidate, and then go. So holding something off VWAP is probably the way to go here. I'm going to go for the dip buy on Intel. Sorry, on AMC. Short on Intel I just got, but the dip buy on AMC. And Palo Alto just came out. So it was strong, it's good, it'll still be my best stock. But look, when it gives it up like that, it could come all the way back in and find yourself with a better price. I'm not just going to hold it all day because I think it's a strong stock. We already got bottom and a decent scalp trade consolidation, but I'm now out of the long in Palo Alto as this market should be falling. Brendo?
AI, guys, just popping back up on volume here. Rejection of 22 looks like it's maybe planning on heading a little bit further to the downside, one that hasn't broken yet. Remember, we had that AWS news on this yesterday, but hard rejection up at 23 early on this morning, but more selling coming in here for AI.
All right. Yeah, new position alert right now. Neil's talking about Lucid. I'm talking about Microsoft. So we're just going to go short here, 40s. I mean, it's instantly in the money, 20 cents. We want more. I'm bidding O's on this. Nice little trade here to start off with for Softy. It's only a dime piece in the money. You know, we like dime pieces here, but we're going to take it a little bit lower downside now. So come on, Softy. You could do it, man. Let's just slap a fail on that one. You know what else just failed? I don't know what that spike was for Google, but see ya, ciao, as we go down to the downside a little bit right now. And there it is, man. Take some pieces out for Google. It's only a 70-cent winner. We'll take a piece out on that one as well. And by the way, hello. Money, Professor liking that one. We'll take 40 cents on Microsoft right there. 40 cents in a minute. We'll take it. Nice short there on Softy. I told you we were looking for Softy short, and there it is right there. Again, you know, really proud to be able to give you guys trades before they happen, and that's sort of the thing for me is try to pan out what we're looking for, give it to you guys, and then trade it. So there it is, man. Microsoft with a nice break. 55 cents in the money for Microsoft, 65 cents in the money right now for Google. And Bed Bath and bye-bye to nothing isn't doing too much, man. Just chilling out here right now as the dollar continues to spike a little bit. So, you know, there's always reasons why I'm here making trades, guys. And there it is right there. So, yeah, there's reasons why I'm not long anything, and the dollar is one of them, and the market, and the ability to read what's happening. So I feel like tape reading and all that, obviously an important piece of everything. Let's wait to see what happens now with Microsoft. I want more short, but against 253, so it needs to climb a little bit further.
Yeah, that's my level. I like the same level on Microsoft. I think if we get a bounce, there's going to be a few plays to short. I'm going to add to Intel. I was just able to get some out there 10s. We got clear of it at 26.05, but on the VWAP play here, we'll start going back to scalping 10 cents every chance that we get to. This market is not taking any prisoners. However, Lucid is actually I was just looking at Lucid because this is the one that was near that 950 level. It's flushing, but it's got a lot of room to go. So a lot of room to get to this, which is $9.62. I like rounding to that even number, but that's a big one. We're already there in the pre-market. I want to short the first pop into 10 that I can get on Lucid and then try to work that all the way down into the 950. It did go SSR yesterday, so it is short sell restricted on Lucid. You have to get an uptick and wait for it to come up before you can get anything shorts. But I am going to be on the offer in front of 10s as we go to Brendan.
More job cuts apparently coming to Meta, guys, just coming through. A couple people actually circulating that. So, quote unquote, CEO predicted no more layoffs, but thousands are planned for Meta.
Okay. Today's menu, tandoori spiced chicken with vegetable samosa. Not bad, that just popped in. Let's look at Meta here. All right, so we're already well in the money on all these shorts, so let's just keep watching it. There's the bounce off 170. So Meta was going down to Death's Valley as well there before that job cut bounce. I think that's a little for gaze. I'm not, they've already announced all this stuff. Meta's already had a huge run off their report. So I'm not in love with that bounce. I would actually still wait to short the pops. But again, it's need to get up to 172. I don't want to play in right now any of these longs. We've got two great shorts on, and then that's it. So we're just going to have to wait to see if anything wants to print back down in. But I'm almost thinking like a 170 break there on Meta. That's when the news came out that wick. It looks like it's going to continue to head to the downside. So I don't really put too much faith in that report. I put faith in the report, but not in the fact that it's going to bump the stock. So right now, Meta looks like it wants to take down 170. It sucks. Instead of going long up there, I should have been short against the 200, but we weren't. So such is life.
That's what happens sometimes. Such is life. I mean, I wish I was still in the Microsoft short. I'm not. I don't want to get back into PanW because that stock, the way the market's going, let's see what happens when we test the lows. You don't have to make a decision at every single price point, but this is not necessarily the time to take a long until you see the futures level holding. The NASDAQ and the ES, the NASDAQ's at the low, the ES broke 4,000 and is at the low as well. If you hold down here, then the longs, it's got to be a pretty darn strong stock to hold. Now, AMC is in its own bucket because it's kind of a squeeze type play. Fundamentals don't necessarily matter in this one, so I still am going to go for the long on the next dip. It didn't get to VWAP. It ends up just 5 or 6 cents shy. I'll look for that 640 level, which looks like that's where it's holding temporarily. So I want to be long in front of that, which does give me cover to have some 50s as a long. I didn't want that first. If I had just taken it, it would have still been good. But I'm going to get into the 50s now. Give it back into that 640 area on AMC. Brendan again.
Not a lot of volume behind this, guys, but one we typically only talk about around earnings. Wingstop with a big beat here, up 12%, trying to hold on to 185 here. One of the few that are still pretty strong here, but a nice beat for Wing.
That stock trades at like 80-something times earnings.
That's chicken dinner for Wings.
That's an expensive stock.
I like wings.
Well, I love wings.
Maybe I'll tell the wife to throw down some wings today. But if the weather's too bad, then I'll have to bake them. Yesterday we had chicken thighs actually, and my wife made some amazing double baked potatoes. So twice baked.
Yeah, those are nice.
Those are sick. So she threw that down. Shout out to you out there, my lovely and gorgeous and extremely talented
we found out something
wife.
bad.
What?
My daughter doesn't like jambalaya. It was a very disappointing night for us. We made jambalaya, which was delicious.
She will eventually.
And she was just like, I'm not having it. I'm like, you like every individual thing in the jambalaya.
Does she like shrimp?
You just don't like it with it. Well, we didn't do seafood. We did it with sausage. We figured we'd not push the envelope. We figured we wouldn't push the envelope.
Is shrimp pushing the envelope?
Well, she's not really into.
She's not into that yet.
Yeah,
my kids love
she's
seafood.
6, so it's like, yeah. I hope she'll be into seafood. I mean, I love it. It's some West Indian blood, but it is what it is. We can get off topic.
Italian blood seafood too.
Everywhere. You know what? Seafood's everybody, isn't
Exactly.
it?
That's
Unless
what
you
I
have an
thought.
allergy, which I totally sympathize with. Like I would not want to be allergic to seafood. AMC, I'm in it. I want to find places to add to it. I think there's room to get to. Someone said yesterday $8, and when I was saying it wasn't going to $8, I meant it wasn't going to $8 yesterday. I don't know where it's going to end up, but I'll go over the daily here because that's 7.25. That's where I think reasonably this can get to today. At least somewhere close to that 7.25. It's been a 2-day rally. I don't have the best entry price. Quite frankly, up here at 650 was not what I was anticipating. I'll add in front of 640 if I can, and then see how far we can go. Scalp it on the way. That's going to be the general plan of action for myself. NVIDIA is one that I want to still go for to the long side. So we got the long off that pre-market bottom, got trailed out at 210. This is the thing. How many times do you see me get out on a trail and it goes up to 220? This is the other side of the coin. Trade your style. Some days you get the top and it's great. Other days you get out too early and it goes another $5. But you have to make the trade that you see in front of you. Now we're right back. It's shown me that this is still support by holding 06s, wick bottom there. Now I'm going to go for the long off 06 a second time in NVIDIA. The market bounces from here, at least I know it's a strong stock that's given me the area of support and told me where it's reasonable to go for the long trade. I don't think it goes all the way back up to the high of the day because, quite frankly, I'm not believing in the market that much.
Yeah, I don't believe in the market today either. I think we are going to be heading to the downside for probably. I mean, maybe the rest of the day. Let's hold out on sort of making any bold calls right now. But you know, for right now, Google. I mean, if you just want a one-hit wonder right now, this was breaking that low and then still now 85 cents in the money and said downside and continuing to push lower. And then Microsoft right now as well. Trying to bounce a little bit, looks a little bit different than Google. We only have one in and one out. Trying to hold for more of a downside move here on on Microsoft. I feel like we could still break. And if you look back here a little bit, if I zoom back out, you're right now at yesterday's bottoms of 80. So, you know, the market still has, wow, Google continues, man, to go to the downside right now. We will say that at least was a good idea. And right now, Microsoft, there it is, trying to break yesterday's bottom. So we're still in all this. And this is what I mean about like stepping up early. You know, we made some mistakes there on AMD, which is really, you know, going long, in and out there before, you know, really deciding which way we wanted to go. Like there's a short in there and then we got stopped out and then there was some longs, then we got stopped out before eventually going long, then retesting. Like this is the kind of trade that I like right there, a retest of the bottom. Sure, it breaks, but at least we have ins and outs there. So AMD, good trade there, but lost too much screwing around in there before the move happened. Then we did properly here, made a little bit of money. Okay, so Microsoft, I feel like is going to bounce, looks like it wants to bounce off this area from yesterday, 252. So this little area there, 252.20, I think it would suck because it's only going to be a 25-cent win if we do get out there. But this just ticked all the way down to 60 and stopped, which was 80 cents. So yeah, I don't know. The future's trying to go back to the upside here. We're not really, I made this call yesterday. You know, when we were all the way up here yesterday at 12,400, I said 12,000's incoming, and here it is right now. So, you know, maybe Microsoft does continue to make a little bit of a move down. Let's just hold on to our shorts and look to build some more. But for right now, I don't really have any other short ideas to make it out because everything's ripping. Maybe we have to look at Amazon again.
Yeah, I still trying to get lucid. I know I want to short that pop if I get one. But I see in the chat there, Shakib in the chat mentioning a firm is holding up. It's a little surprising. Not the first thing that I would expect to be holding up, but it is holding green today. And it made that breakout of yesterday's top. Man, those afternoon breaks, the levels that don't go, I had a stop order to break out the top all afternoon that never happened. Just throw that bad boy in when you sit down the next day sometimes, and that'll be good for you. But it is holding. That's not a bad sign. I'm a little... You know, my gut instinct is that usually you want to short it, but you're absolutely right that it could squeeze. It's holding the 50 period here, that's 1250, and it's making a decent size bounce. So I really don't mind this long, which is a weird thing for me to say here. In a weak market that I'm thinking about a firm long, 13 long looks pretty good back to 1280. That looks darn good. And I liked it yesterday off that same breakout and never took it, and it actually seems like it wants to give you a shot. So I'll take some here at 10s, knowing that I want fills down around 1290 to 13 even to give me that 20-cent worth of risk. But that does look like a relatively decent place to put in a long. Now, I have NVIDIA and AMC. AMC I don't think cares about the market. NVIDIA is trying to make a secondary bounce of its own here, but not exactly screaming away from that 06 level. As we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, pretty quiet day so far in small cap land. I'll show you a few here moving around. This Terran Orbital, LLAP, the notable gapper this morning to the upside, got all the way to 3 at the top end there, which was a huge level over here. on the daily chart. So heads up on LLAP working its way back to the downside. $2.4 billion contract awarded to the company this morning. Hoth up on this minor illegal, or they hired a firm. This was earlier in the week to monitor illegal short selling in the stock. So another move to the upside today, as we mentioned, through to 360 for Hoth coming back in as well. And this one, AMRS. There was a positive note on a long-term trial for them as well. So back to the upside. 160, though, if you go back to the daily chart, this is not a huge move. 160 is that level. There's still room to 180, and then $2 as well would be the next stop for AMRS. Guys.
Right. While you were gone there, it just got thrown to Brendo there. But we'll take a new trade right now, Amazon. I said we were looking for something to go here. So we're going to take Amazon going back up to the upside right now. And then if Microsoft breaks through 220, just because I'm long back now, it's 250, 225, we're going to get out of that one as well. So that's Microsoft. If it can go back to the upside and break it, that's fine. Otherwise, let's freaking go Amazon right now. Nice trade here to the upside. Come on, Amazon. Let's go, man. We are definitely banking out on this right now. Bed Bath & Beyond, by the way, see ya. That was not that big of a hit. I thought it was a lot more. I looked at the end of the day and saw my net wasn't so bad. We're still in a very, very small piece. It did break 60. So you guys know that we were long here at 65. We got some out. Our best out was 76. We thought it could go. We did take more shares at 71. And then we were holding like half or a little bit. Well, now we still have some. So into that. So let's watch out. But right now, man, honestly, it's the biggest position of the day, and it's Amazon. So Amazon is my largest position of the day right now.
Oh my
so let's
God.
see if this can get going to the upside right here for Let's go. Yes, yes. Okay. Now we're rocking. Now we're rocking. A nice move upside. Man, we just made a decent amount of coin there on this move. Let's see if we can hold it. Unfortunately, though, man, I got to do better on this. I know where my weaknesses are, and that is when the dollar signs come in, man, we bang those trades out and take the profit. And now I don't have that much left. We'll take another piece out here at 87, but good trade there on Amazon. Let's see if it can fly, especially if this market comes back in.
Yeah, this market reclaimed 4,000 to the upside. Definitely got to like it here. NVIDIA, same level. You don't have to buy it anywhere but here at that 206 level. If it gets up to 208, I'm not necessarily believing the market gets back to the top. We'll see if that ends up being right. That's where my exit's going to be, just out in front of VWAP for the next leg. If it goes, it goes. It's about $1 in the money already. That's going to mean Affirm is starting to go, but it also means I did not get the rest of my Affirm position. Now, again, I waited till I already saw this when I was informed by somebody it was back above that 13. So I'm a little bit late to this party. Going to have to still take some out as it gets to VWAP and then try to buy the dip. I like these levels. The longs around 13 off that 1280 out. If we get it, we get it. Looking for reloads every chance we get. If coin makes a pop here, I'm going to fade it. Look, I'm not going to be happy about getting stopped out of coin at the top, but you got to move on to the next, right? Like, don't let one mistake sort of ruin a good day at this point. So I'm looking for the short into VWAP. If coin wants to get up here to 63, 63 and a half, reestablish that as resistance, I'll just roll right back into the short. We might have missed it, but I did say I waited for 67. At least I didn't get myself stopped out multiple times, which I've done before. Well, not stopped out, I guess. Got out for losers multiple times on a move up in Coinbase and then not wait for the level. I waited for the level, just didn't quite hold on to it enough. The next short's going to be at VWAP for me on coin, if it even gets there. And at this point, shoot, that's a big if. And Lucid, I'm just going to continue to add to this one in front of $10. As you saw, it just wicked up there. I think this can get to $9.50 if it does continue to flush. They report after market, I should have mentioned. Brendo.
More expensive one in small cap land, guys. LUNR. This is a 12 million float, so just be careful if you are looking at trading this. Up 50% here. This is $58.60, 12 million float on that. I haven't found anything as far as notable news on LUNR. I want to mention this as well. Target, in the retail group, Target actually notably strong today, 1.3%. Trying to hold on to gains here. They're going to invest $100 million to ramp up their delivery service. Earnings next week, early next week for Target.
Yeah, and look, it was a strong day for, we saw what happened to some of the retailers already with strong days, pulling back with the markets today. Just Tom Vigor in the chat mentioning, Affirm good squeezer, but could eventually go to zero. You're not wrong about that, but we are day trading here. So, you know, when you see me long in Affirm and sort of short on Lucid, looking for a curl in here, these are day trades. I'm not making a comment necessarily on Lucid's earnings tonight. Quite frankly, if anything else, I think there's probably a little bit more risk for people that are shorting this right now if you're holding through to the earnings, just given how far it's already come to the downside. And it's short sell restricted after getting crushed yesterday. But I'm just looking for the short into this curl, potentially at $10. And then working into it early because it's short sell restricted. So you have to get in first. That's just the way it goes. Intel, another name. If it gets back into VWAP here, I want to try and work this trend now. It looks like VWAP 26.35 to 40 will be the next stop out for me. Nvidia's starting to turn a little bit here. And yeah, Tesla. So I haven't traded any Tesla, but I have to keep my eyes on this. If you're short Lucid, you probably care what the granddaddy's telling you. And that's telling me it's starting to reverse here off 195. And if that's the case, maybe I don't wait till exactly 10 to get more Lucid. I just turn over, put an offer out, see if I can get some 95s on Lucid, as Tesla is rejecting 195 level as it currently stands. Nvidia, good the first time. I thought we're pretty good on the out, on the trail at 210. You're not going to get perfect, but on the way up, I just kind of felt it was going to reverse. Not so much this time. It just got to 207.5 and is immediately back into this 206 area. So this was in a bit, you know what, I'm just going to cancel that bid here. I was kind of bidding already in anticipation of getting the fill. Oh, I'm going to get that out. Let's just get right back on the bid. Didn't get that out, so I'm not jumping back on the bid till I see some more strength here on NVIDIA. One of the few names I still like to that long side. And of course, when it's SSR, I don't actually get Lucid. I don't want to chase it too far, but I still think it's valid, so I'm going to keep trying to get Lucid. I'm short at 89, so I'm willing to short it to those levels. But now you see this 206 being tested. Once I see any kind of a bid here on NVIDIA, I'm going to jump in and then go back into the long, but I did miss that out. I'll be a little bit more shallow this time. So I was doing the over-under. We're at test 06. It got through the first time, got to 205.79. Yep, this time it cracks it. So I'm out. I was looking for the over-under at 06, it breaking 06, holding the previous low, and then I jump into the long. That's not what happens, so I just get out. We don't go a third time on NVIDIA, don't have to do so. Got out of it, and now I don't want that stop because it's an old one. Sometimes you accidentally get in on an old stop and you just want to get the heck out of Dodge, so I'm just going to do that on NVIDIA. I actually had a stop when I went manual. That means I went short. Don't want that short. I'm getting out of it. Intel, no reload. Affirm did just come back in, however. This is why I was trying to take some out at VWAP. That's just a reload for me on Affirm at 13. This long is into that 1280 level, and I don't mind holding out for it. If it starts squeezing, I think this could make the high of the day. On any bounce, a squeeze name has more potential to the upside, and lo and behold, AMC doesn't really care when the market is flushing. It's just holding the top end of this range. I did add to it at 50s, but it's not doing much, probably because the market's weak. If this can get going, I still think you can see 7. Obviously, the market is putting a dent in AMC's plans to squeeze a second time here, but I'm still holding that long. Looks pretty good into VWAP, and we're going to see if we can get some 7s.
All right, looks like we got stopped. Look at Microsoft. It broke. It went all the way to 55. So that out at 20 looked pretty good. And now your Tank City back the other way. So nice move to the downside. Man, it's a good thing, honestly, that this Amazon, I'm going to take another piece out here at 6.9er. But like that was, did we just get that? No, we didn't. See how it didn't even fill? There it goes. Now it fills. It rips through it. So, all right, we'll take another piece out there on Amazon. Let's just hold the rest for that 96 level. I just refilled the coffee. It did it. My offer was 96, 95, 98. So it looks like it was, again, missed by 2 pennies there on the high side of that trade. But hey, sometimes you miss the tops and sometimes you get the tops as well. So, we'll take that with a grain of salt for now. Missed that trade on Amazon. Hopefully it comes back upside. Google's still making moves to the downside, although that bottom was also, seen there. I do want to look at Meta. Meta's a name that I'm down on today, because of that. But, it just took 170 again. Yeah, this probably a short, man, honestly, right here. I mean, the NASDAQ looks like it wants to break. That's not new news for Meta about the hiring freezes or the job cuts or anything like that. We knew Meta was doing this. But, yeah, I don't know, man. The market is just, you know what? I feel like we got to get some more out here of Amazon. I really... The market's breaking lows now. I mean, to be sitting here in longs, seems a little bit not proper. So we will get, there we go. We just got, no, we didn't. We're at 70. I thought we were, at 75. Okay. I thought we'd be able to get a little piece out there, but we did not. So, all right. 75 is my out on Amazon. Wish we still held on to that. Intel, of course, breaks now back down below. So we did have that call earlier, but got stopped out at 50. It's funny because my initial stop was at 27 and I should have just respected that, but didn't. So, yeah, good. I know Neil took a small piece there on the top side of that trade, but yeah, Intel continuing to be weak here today, sort of as expected there, guys.
Yeah, it was an all-you-can-eat buffet if you wanted to short it on the way up, but on the way down. That's how it goes, though. I understand. It's always going to be more difficult to get in against the trend. I think it bounces off the low of the day because here's the thing. There was a buyer all the world at 25.80 in the morning in the pre-market, so I'm just going to anticipate that there's probably a buyer there again. If it gets to that, I tried to reload, and I'm going to short pops this back into VWAP and see how much we can get back from the early losses. I didn't actually get more.
Come on,
lucid.
Amazon.
We'll see if we get more now, but it's starting to make a little bit of a consolidation. Now it's going sideways. So the next pop, I'm going to try and get more shares of this to the south side. Affirm is at least holding fort. Palo Alto, so I thought Palo Alto might have actually gotten a little bit lower and retest some of the longs that we had earlier, but it's holding up at 183.5. I don't want to jump into this too early, but if you never break 180, so this is pre-market highs, if you never break 183.5, I'm just going to go long during lunchtime around this level. I'm going to give it one last chance. The market is tanking here. I still think you want to be patient and play only the best levels. So that does not mean here yet on Palo Alto. As we go get the crypto update from Brennan.
Hey guys, pretty quiet right now in crypto land ahead of the Fed minutes possibly coming up this afternoon. Again, we'll be on 5 minutes early, guys, this afternoon, 1:55, to bring you that at 2 p.m. Here's what's happening as far as the big board is concerned so far today. 3.5% right now to the downside on the 24-hour chart anyways, 23,700. 3.8 for Ethereum, 1,600 coming back into play. Pretty red here, right across the board after a nice few days to the upside. 2 days in a row back downside here for ETH, coming into 1,600 for ETH, BTC, trying to test these highs from where it last broke out once again. So key levels coming into play, not only in equities, but crypto today, guys. Back to you.
Coinbase. That's the one.
I mean,
It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I was never trading it anyways, so I just hear Coinbase, I just zone out. All right, so Amazon right here. I mean, crypto, it's nice to see crypto bouncing. I mean, crypto at 25,000 for Bitcoin is pretty sweet, so there's no doubt about that. We like Bitcoin for sure here. I do anyways. I talked about that going long through 20,000. That's what I did. We'll wait to see what happens right now. Here it is, 35 cents right now. Oh, Canada. Right now breaking through 96 and trying to go higher. There it is. Let's go Amazon right now. Nice move back up to the upside here for AMZN. Let's see if it can hold. I mean, this was, again, another one-in banger for you. These are the trades that I want to make. We've talked about that, man, over and over again. The Google's one-in, smashed to the, we only have 10% left, smashed to the downside. Microsoft, boom, that was a great trade to the downside, one in, right? Apple this morning, I mean, we had multiple ins at key level of 148, but again, nice ins and very, very controlled outs. This is the kind of stuff. And then Intel, like, it had such a good opportunity for me to get back into the short right there at 26.80, but again, on other names and just missed that. So the only trades that we've screwed up on so far today was the Intel short and then the Bed Bath & Beyond long, which didn't really hit. So we're not down. I mean, I'm still holding a small piece, just waiting to see about 150 right now on that. What's the level at 150? Almost nothing. All right, let's just sit down here. You know, we can make it all back. It just needs to go. So we'll buy a little bit down here, maybe at these O's if we can get it. 54, and then we'll see about it breaking through 50s, and then that'll be our out. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more. But wow, Amazon right now is really cooking back up to the upside. So let's just barbecue up some profits here, and we'll see where it goes. But there it is, huge move for me on Amazon.
Yeah, and the market's still heading to the downside, so we're patient on PanW. That looks like it's going to be a good idea because it's about to take out 183. I shouldn't say it, but it might take out 183. If it does, I am still looking for that pre-market low. As long as this is above that 180 level, on the daily chart, this was the entire thesis. Like above that 80 level, we're looking for first support and buying in front of it. If you get back down into 180, that's obviously along. 81 was pretty good before. AMC's starting to dip back down into VWAP, so this is going to be that test. It's been riding the trend. I've got 650 long. I want to give it into the 635. It's about, you can see it's about 15 cents plus slippage worth of risk as I have a 52 long, and then my offers are actually kind of out there, actually past 1-to-1, which is a little bit too far now that I look at it. Like I should have offers in the 70 range, in the 67 to 70 range in here, closer to 1-to-1. But if it can hold VWAP, then this trend is going to still be valid. And I keep trying to get more shares of Lucid, but it is SSR. So these next offers here, you know what, it's popping right now. The thing about a stock that's short sell restricted, and we talked about this with Bed Bath & Beyond, you have to kind of just take the pop that you get instead of the one that you want if you're looking to get into it. So it is bouncing off of these lows. If I'm looking to roll into more shorts, thinking we can see the low of the day, 950s even further, then I have to be able to add to it where I'm able to, as opposed to the perfect price. You don't always get the perfect price when a stock is SSR, and I need to respect that level. And by the way, NVIDIA, so it was a good level early. Now it's flushing. Could you see 200 again on NVIDIA going into earnings? That seems like a little bit of a gift for us. If we do see 200, I'll probably be long going into earnings. I can't see it breaking that level today. It would have to go like almost 3% to the downside. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I got the only two longs I like here because they're squeeze type names, and my stops are set. 1280 on a firm. AMC is stopped just beneath 635, and then working into some shorts still. I'm going to add Intel wherever I can if it wants to pop, but it popping is a big if. As a matter of fact, let's get some orders out there right now because I do know I want this one anywhere in front of VWAP it's going to be. And thank you very much, Burke, for the super chat there. 6, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate them all. Just hit the like and subscribe. That's all we ask for. But what do I think about Tesla, long or short? Well, I think the market is overall a short. But the thing about Tesla, think about any, like, what do I think long or short? What do you think about the level that it's trading at right now? I would actually tell you, as a scalper, you probably have a decent case for a scalp long off 192. A short at this level, I wouldn't put it on because the market is at that low. And if it bounces from here, the risk is pretty big to short 92s if you're just shorting it right here, right now. If anything, that's a scalp long as a day trader. However, if we bounce to the upside and start holding 195 could be a nice short level. So it's about where the stock is trading, not necessarily is it a short for the rest of the day from this particular price. Price matters to me. Trades matter. Setups matter. So sort of randomly, is it going to go up or down? That only gets you so far because you actually have to trade, which means entries and exits, not just up or down.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, trade your levels and make sure that certain things are hitting because otherwise you're going to get offside on a lot of different names. But okay, so right now, Google's bumping up a little bit. We just shorted some more. Our average price is 30. We just shorted some at 20 there against that 50 period. But look at this, a nice little bump up here against VWAP. So yeah, I don't know if it's done or what it wants to do now, but it looks like it is continuing to go back up. So I want to short a little bit more here of this name, of course, and that what I'm talking about here is Google. Let's short a little bit of Google into this 91. Well, actually, hold on a second. My next offer is not until 91.50, so a nice little upside move right there on the 3-minute. And then there's really nothing but 92. I mean, that's where I want to be wrong. So I feel like a short into 92 is going to be a good call on this name. So let's wait. Again, we're short now at 27. Let's take some more 50s just in case it looks like it wants to bump up now. That's somewhat near VWAP. And then we'll work on what we're going to do after that, which is up to 91. So here we go. Starting to move back up to the upside for Google. Let's not be wrong until 92 on this name. So a little bit of a trade now. We'll average it in a little bit. I'm going to cancel it. We'll go to 60 or so to take some more shares. But that's what we're doing right now. And over at the big screen, it's 10:42 with Brendan. Big desk.
Hey guys, positive still for the S&P 500. I'll show you how things are breaking down right now as far as the individual sectors are concerned. Few standout names here, mainly to the downside. This Keys was an earnings play. 15% down. This is a tech group. Inside of that in the hardware group, keys on earnings miss. There was a number of analyst moves to the downside, getting hurt today, down 15%. Still seeing some positivity, though, in individual names as far as software is concerned, mostly some of the semiconductors trying to get back into positive territory at this point as well. Down here, this is healthcare stocks in the equipment makers, actually pharmaceutical names, I should say. CRL, that was kind of a interesting story, to say the least. A DOJ investigation into lab monkeys for CRL had them down 11%. DVA to the upside on an earnings beat. NDSN was upside on an earnings beat as well. CSGP, this is industrial stocks, downside 5%. They missed on earnings. So again, typical for earnings season, a lot of standout names either direction as far as gains or losses. Amazon, notably strong, 1.4%. Energy stocks, there are a few after reports to the upside, but overall with crude oil, some of the producers here, XOM, Halliburton included, downside along with energy prices. I want to point these out. Some of the streaming stocks pretty strong today. Paramount and Warner Brothers, 3% and 2.5% to the upside, looking good. Material stocks, utilities, and consumer staples all mostly higher, trying to offset the rest of this weakness, guys. So just 0.25% to the downside. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a sec, hit the like, guys, and subscribe.
Yes, sir.
We got 99 problems and Amazon ain't one. So that's a nice little move up to the upside right now. We'll take 75 cents on that one. I know we got a couple bangers on board here, so hopefully you guys are able to watch Neil and I trade here, and hopefully you're enjoying the show. And if you are enjoying the show, here we go. It's time to do it one more time. Please hit the like and the subscribe. I don't have any of those gangster things up. If we can play one, we can. 2.1K right now. Hit the like button. Again, I have no idea. Where does it show how many people are watching this now?
Full screen it. Watch. If you full screen.
Oh, then it opens up down here.
See that? No, scroll. Wait a minute, what the hell?
I don't know. Anyways, all right, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and go ahead, Neil, hit one of those bad boys.
If you like the show, like the video, and subscribe.
See, I see it.
Oh, I have some.
7,700 watching. I have it right there.
Okay, I'll
7,700 watching.
I'll figure out why that's not showing.
That's
there.
weird that it's not.
It's because it's showing how many are waiting for our afternoon show instead for some strange reason. So that's okay.
That's fine.
All right, I did want to just tell you that unfortunately the scalp demon will not be in the building today, and it will be Obi Trice who will be running the show one more time. So shout out to D12. Maybe Eminem will make an appearance today as well. But for sure, one person that's making an appearance is Obi. So he'll be here today. Thank you for stepping up for the scalp demon himself. So shout out to you, Obi, and to everybody who's about to watch these guys throw down early.
Exactly, and look, it's all about the next man up sometimes, and we know it's big shoes to fill for Luca, but he's going to do a fantastic job. Affirm did bounce here off that 1280, so remember 1280, we're going to have that out. You know what, if it wants to give us a shot at that price, maybe it's lunchtime scalp trade off that level. I don't want to cover till it's above VWAP, but if it wants to hold down here, 80s into 13.15, then maybe I want to play a scalp trade as well. Because it's a squeeze name, I always think it's got more room to run. And look, off of this level, there's all the reason to believe you're seeing 1350 again, or if not higher. If it happens, it happens. It's now back in the green. AMC's bounced pretty nicely, but until it breaks out again at that top, I'm not all that interested in getting out. I want to see the 60s on AMC. Bigger picture, off this level, I think you should see breaking the high and then 670 if we're really continuing this trend. So I want to see the continuation. I'm not long deer 620. This is not yesterday. We had it in the sixes. We want to see the next level to the upside, which just have to make a bit of a move. I did want to check back in on Tesla. I know it was just sort of saying, 195. So we're here. Well, okay, we're not technically here just yet, but it was a bounce off 92s. That was a complete coincidence. All I was simply saying is from risk to reward standpoint, shorting at that low of the day, your out is what, $3 against you? It has to really flush. So it's up here, now testing that 95. The previous high was 194.70. So I want to look to short in front of that level. I already have Lucid. I'm actually trying to get more Lucid, if I can, tighter to that $10 level. But Tesla 195 looks pretty darn good as well.
All right,
Shorts.
guys.
that is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Short, exactly.
I didn't say that.
That's okay. Yeah, I think we are looking for some shorts here. I just re-shorted right now. Not re-shorted, but we're into Google short. That was the trade that we talked about earlier. Let's just see where we go with it right now. So we're into the Google short. We're short at 46. It's not a great price. We talked about starting it a little bit too early there, and I guess we did exactly that. Started the short a little bit too early on that play, so we're gonna have to watch out now to see what's going on with Google. Our Amazon, I cannot believe how excited this stock got there off that bottom. So again, we're putting stuff up here, which is kind of dangerous sometimes because it gets lost. But the idea is that I'm learning new setups, new things like that. You could see down here that Amazon, made a move, barcode, blast. So that was a big position for me, but we didn't hold enough. And I mentioned about not holding enough there into that play. So I feel a little silly that we called this blast off, but then don't have all the shares that we should for this move. So yeah, that part kind of sucks right there for Amazon. But hey, man, that's what trading's all about. You make your bet and then you lie in it, and hopefully it's a comfortable one. All right, so that's that. The other trade I wanted to quickly talk about, if I have any idea what it was. No, it's still, Bed Bath & Beyond. That's what it was. So our average price now is 56. We did get a 54 there. I was also bidding 52s. So a 52 comes in. That's another level that I'm sitting on right now for Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm looking for a retracement back to the upside. If we can get a 60 would be nice. Ultimately, that would be nice. We'll take our 4 cents like we sort of were taking early on Bed Bath & Beyond. But this was a name that we're long here in the pre-market. Took another long at 71. Hit it to the upside. Made some nice money on it early and then lost it all when it broke back down through 60. So in an attempt to be... Not an attempt, I'm honest every day. That was a losing trade right there for me on Bed Bath & Beyond, as obviously it just turned against us there. So let's see if we can make a little bit back with an upside move now.
Yeah, speaking of, Tesla 195 could end up being a loser. So you know what? It would have been a loser to short at 192, but it might also be a loser to short off of 195 here. But I'm in it now. I just threw my stop to make sure it doesn't break any higher. Now, a lot of times I wouldn't go with an even dollar stop, but because it turned at 194 3/4 before, to me, like that previous high was shy of 195. If it takes it this time, I will go with the hard stop at that level. Some of the market is trying to slow down here and turn over. What's not happening, however, so first things first, like Intel, I'll get to this one first, which is not doing what I want. Like, it's not rolling over as the market's trying to roll over. But what's actually going up now is a firm is making another leg up, and so is AMC. But I haven't taken any of these things out. So AMC's now breaking the high of the day. What I don't want to happen is to get over the high, I miss the dip at VWAP and get nothing out above the top. So I'm on here at like 67, which is kind of a random price. And there's a big seller at 65. So I'm just going to take something out here. And then the next dip, look to play the next dip a little bit more aggressively. So if it does pull back in, I am going to look a little closer to VWAP to rejoin this, because quite frankly, VWAP's a better price than what I have. That's not hard to figure out. But I did pay myself out a couple of cents early there, looking for a potential way to get back in on those dips. So just an update on AMC. It's still trending up. It's still fine. I just feel like I want to be a little bit more nimble with this one. But obviously Tesla, which we just got into, is going to be a little bit more interesting going into the final 10 minutes before we send you guys to the midday. If it pulls back here, I haven't bid out yet, but I have to respect 193 half or so. The original range when it made the bottom, you had this nice little channel 93, and now it's trying to hold a bit of a flag here. If I zoom out, maybe it's easier to tell. It's trying to hold like a little mini flag up here. So if it bounces off the 93, I want to scalp $1 and then see if I can't get into 92. This is a play into 92, not saying Tesla's going to break the low of the day. I'm just playing the range because it is close to 11 o'clock, which means you're closer to lunchtime trading than anything else. And with Fed minutes coming in, expecting it to break out of these ranges, I always bet against that for the next couple of hours here. But let's go over to Brendan and Money Talks. How's that old DXY doing?
Creeping back to the upside currently for the dollar index right now ahead of 2 p.m. this afternoon. We'll get the latest minutes from the last Fed meeting. Tough to see up there, but that headline suggesting everyone should hold on a minute pointing to what is to come this afternoon. We'll get an indication, hopefully, as to what the plan is as far as the fight on inflation is concerned from the Fed. 104.25 back to green for the DXY. Everything else back and forth, really. It's a bit of a choppy day ahead of that. The euro slightly lower, Canadian dollar slightly lower. The pound as well, down 0.4, 120, right on the nose. Yen showing some strength, some positive data overnight over in Japan. 0.5% here for the Australian dollar as well. Back to the downside, same story for crypto. This is intraday, so 1.8, 1.5. 23.7, 1,615 right now for Ethereum, guys. Back over to you.
All right. New position alert a little bit. Yeah, crypto bouncing. We talked about that a little bit. So here we go. We just shorted Microsoft against 253. Risk is 20 cents. We're already 20 cents in the money. I actually have we already took a piece out. I have another piece at 40, but now that I see this, let's put another piece at 60 there and cancel our 40 bid. Maybe we'll get a fill down there, and then we can sort of see where we go from here. So right now, that's what we're doing. There it is. We just got another fill on that one. So that's a money-making trade here for us. The short on Softy against 253 VWAP right there. So that's going to be a good short, hopefully. And then honestly, man, like we've given back what we've made on Google here. Google's a huge move back up to the upside. Google turns green right now. So, I mean, what a monster move right back up to the upside. All is fine, man. I mean, we're not really making or losing any money on Google today after this trade. But there we go. Now we're short it. And let's just see how high up it wants to go. I want to take one more. I mean, I was waiting at 90, so I hope that there it goes. So we'll take an 88 there. We missed our 90 reload, but there it is. Just came, went down to 84 there. Oh, that sucks. We missed our 90 there on that, so that's kind of bad, but that's okay. Hopefully it comes back up and fills us a little bit. I'm at 87 now to get a few more shares, and then we're just going to get out if it breaks 92. So let's see what Google wants to do here. Getting uncomfortable now against this trade. So the market takes the, there it goes. The market takes the 50 period, and just now we went down to 12,040. Now you're back up to 12,1. So here's a nice move. Here's a real nice move in the market. Trying to go back up to the upside, so it looks like we will get stopped out a little bit here on Google. Huge move back up, man. We shorted what was a weak name, not that weak after all.
Yeah, the market's catching a bid, man. And it's certainly accelerating.
You're
now through like 4,000, getting to 4,005. I was able to get, and the funny thing happened, because it was just as you were saying Google was going up, I was able to get the scalp in the range on Tesla, and I was out, and then I immediately was getting more shares back in, because that's how fast this is actually accelerating to the upside. So I am short this, I am short Intel, I am short Lucid. Two of those feel better than the others. I'll let you guess which those two are. Guess it's right now it's not Tesla, because this is screaming into that 195. I'm going to give it up at 195 though. But AMC here, it's like I want something long that was the market, that's going to follow the market. But I think it was the right call to trim AMC. I'll zoom back out so this makes more sense. To trim AMC and then look for the next dip. So I want to join this party. It is a trend upside. So as long as it's looking like a trend, I want to be joining that trend every chance I get until it eventually breaks. If it gets beneath that 35, I think it has a chance to break the trend to the downside. It hasn't happened yet, so I'm not going to get away from it just now. But Pan W was a miss. Not early, but it was a miss here. I thought I was being patient and, what's the other word I'm looking for? Disciplined, by saying wait for it to get back down to the low where you had it earlier. The market was screaming downside. I said I won't go long 183.5. It does an over-under right here, breaks 183, consolidates right there, and then gives you that trade up at that 183.50. I'm not in it. And I just got Microsoft in front of 253. So, yep, some of these shorts from earlier are coming right back into play.
Yup. We got saved by Google there, by the way, as it just went into the mid 70s, and we took out a third of a little bit less than a third of what we had right here at 78, 79s, 80s. Again, didn't want to take too much risk in this name. It was a big. I did want to take risk, but was not expecting this kind of a march up. I thought that we would at some point retrace back down. So when we got that retracement down, we took advantage of it and was able to get some out. I'm still going to put a little bit more on here, but now the futures are starting to go back upside. Really. Yeah, maybe this is busted. Microsoft again. You know, we took the short. It just got taken out through O's. So I don't want to be short too many names here, especially in a ripping market. So, you know, it's not really ripping, but I mean, kind of is. We're back to positive right now on this move back upside. So there it is, man. I got out of Microsoft. We've already made some decent coin on that name, so you know, let's save it. But yeah, Google right now is the short that we have. Plus, we're $1 right now in the money on Amazon, as that's still a nice high side move. But yeah, we're gonna wait to see what's happening. That's too bad about Microsoft, but we're gonna wait for Google, man. Hopefully that pulls back down, and that's the name that we got to watch out for today, because yeah, we're loaded up on this. So there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Bring it back down to the downside now, Google, off that 92. We're positive on the name, but it was scary there for a second.
Yeah, the name that didn't go up there is the one I'm going to add to right now, and that's Intel. But I got wicked out. Tesla broke 195. That was an easy out. My stop was literally at 95. I wasn't even getting cute with it. But I just got wicked out on Microsoft there. We like that 53. Didn't get it here. So let's wait for it to actually show weakness. If it fails VWAP here, I think that can be a re-entry short. But on that last move to the upside, I mean, did Intel really do anything? No, not really. So I'm going to try getting back into this one as it's holding trend to the downside. Relative weakness means continue to short it. Relative strength means be patient with it if you got to. So it's doing a bit of an over-under on Microsoft. I kind of got it on the way up, not the way down, which I prefer. So once I see it start to show some more weakness, I'm going to jump into the short again. But I need to see that follow through first. Got to have follow through and then work with it after that. I just want to go back over to another name here we're trading in earlier was NVIDIA. I didn't really think this low that it made at 04 was a key level, so wasn't really looking for a 204, didn't really line up with anything, but it is catching a bit, and I do like that 05. So if it wants to reestablish at least that 05, then I might be jumping into this. Any higher lows at that price, next dip I would go for this. And speaking of NVIDIA, let's talk about some other names that have some earnings tonight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, biggest day of the week, guys. In fact, 4 earnings coming up tonight after the close tomorrow morning as well. Whole bunch of ideas on here.
Yeah, this is, it's a bit busy, but obviously NVIDIA is a big one. We talked about Lucid actually in that one. Unity is another potential big-time mover. Etsy's been getting crapped on by some people. That one could be under pressure, but let's talk about tomorrow morning with Alibaba. Chinese names can go absolutely bonkers on earnings. I'm not going to say which way it's going to go. I just promise you that the fundamentals don't always matter with that stock. The bots, when they get hold of it, that one can be a huge, huge runner.
Nicola with some good news today about self-driving vehicles, so that's going to be a good one. Wayfair, let's see if it's got what we need tomorrow. And then, of course, Lucid, the big one after the close today. Definitely going to be watching out for some Lucid right now. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was a fantastic show. Thanks to Prad, thanks to Fahad, thanks to Brendo, thanks to Sharif for the morning. But Sharif and Obi are ready to rock and roll. So let's throw it over to the midday show. Ciao, guys.
Beautiful people, this is the Midday Show. I'm Sharif, that's Obi. He's going to get his mic ready in a sec, but we have plenty to look at. What a couple of bounces we got here on the ES. Let's get through them. Let's look at these trades real quick here. First of all, first and foremost, I'm in a Baidu long. I'm looking for a curl off this bottom, possibly into a yesterday close, which is in front of that 41, around 40.85. I'm looking for a retracement. I've got 136.16 long. You'll know that this one was on our board for a catalyst here. So keeping an eye on Baidu as they come out, they beat expectations on some fronts. You know, they drop the right words. They drop the AI word, the yada yada word. They drop the efficiency word. Yeah, and so that's what I'm in at the moment. Now, let's have a look at Amazon. I was in this one as well. This was a bit of a paper-handed trade, though, if I'm being fair. Okay, yeah. This was a bit of a paper-handed trade. I got in way too late on this one. I noticed immediately that this was relatively strong. I waited for the first bull flag to form. This is where I should have got in anyway. Here's what I get. I'm positive on it. It's not the greatest trade, but not bad nonetheless. Coin is the one that I kind of butchered. Positive on that one as well. But got in at the wrong times, guys. I've been having like a lack of a feel for this market. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's the first bull flag. I actually do what I wanted to do on Amazon on coin, but I get out way too early. No appetite for risk in this market. I don't understand it. I don't feel it right. So, you know, I'm getting out earlier than I'd like. So here's the build on the pullback on the bull flag formation, and there it goes, but I pull it out too early. This is kind of, I'm lucky to be alive on this one. This was me adding into an absolute loser and getting lucky that it bounced. So positive on coin, but the trades have been sort of lackluster. The meta trade, though, was clutch. This one was an obvious bounce off that 170 level. I yelled it out. I took that 170, got a bit of a bad fill, if I'm being honest. 170 10s, take that all the way into the 170 60 area. So nice little bounce. So that was super quick, very low risk. That 170 also happened to be around that, I want to say, it was the retest of, I believe, of 39.95 on the ES. So it was nice when those two actually have, they kind of like set up together. Now, quickly, before I send it over to Obi, Amazon is breaking out again. This has been relatively very strong here. So now we're going to have to actually look to see if we can, you know, scrape some of the scraps left maybe on this long. It's up 2.25%, Obi. What do you see going forward?
Nothing much. This morning was crazy on Amazon. Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Yeah, Amazon's the only one I traded today. The risk management, I kind of threw that out the window for a bit, but out the open, the action was crazy. Like squeeze tape, like literally squeezing. The buying pressure was unnatural right out the open, right? Dude, Amazon opens around like 95 and then we test 97. I wrote down, thank you to Sean for helping build good habits, right?
Nation.
So I learned this from Sean. Have a sticky note with all your ideas in the morning so you know what levels you have when you're trading. So I had a couple of levels on my sticky note in like 96 and 96.50 area on Amazon, and that's kind of where I came in. I came in around 96. And then again around 96.50, we see that it exhausted into the 97 area. Yeah, I might have started a little too early on this. It was rapidly accelerating, and I was like, oh, these are great prices to sell, and I just kept on selling. But I do have to kind of clean up this, and I got lucky on the flush. All right, I think we're going to Brando for
At the big desk.
at the big decks.
Just quickly, guys, on Meta, we talked about that Washington Post story earlier regarding more job cuts, thousands of more job cuts to come. The communications director of Meta, so Andy Stone is the communications director of Meta, just coming out saying that, again, Washington Post story completely wrong and false. No indication of that whatsoever.
Huh, interesting. Wow. So that bounce ends up being like a no-go. We'll see what Meta does. You know, it's kind of flirting near the yesterday's close. I want to say the yesterday's close was around 172.15. Where's the Meta chart? 172.15. We've just reclaimed VWAP. VWAP on my chart is at 171.10. We're hanging out at 171.60s for now. So we'll see what this one does. Does it get continuation? I still say Amazon is definitely the stronger name. I'm seeing some relative strength in Google as well. That's an upside down Christmas tree if I've ever seen one on Google here. Let's bring in the trade ideas chart. Shout out to Michael Noss. Google in the top right hand corner. Look at that. Absolutely clean recovery. But look at this in the bottom left over here. We're looking at high of days in the face. Again, are we on Amazon? We're looking at test 97. My boy over here, Obi, took that short. He liked that level short. He'll tell you all about that.
Which
Didn't
one?
you take 97 short on Amazon?
On Amazon, yeah. So that's what I was talking about, right? So I had my levels marked, 95.70 and then 96.40s. We came into those areas. I sold some, and then when it flushed back down, I got a little lucky. Went a little further back down than I expected. But once that momentum slowed down, I started covering into that. And now look, we're back at the top, which is crazy. Like this is such a strong stock, while everything else is kind of like faded out. Apple hasn't even reached its high of day when Amazon is trying to push for that high of day. So definitely relative strength. And like if we here, let me pull up the larger time frame on Amazon. I was talking to Neil about this I think it was last week, where Amazon really had this exhaustion move off of its earnings, right?
Yeah,
So you
wow.
have this exhaustion move off of earnings, and then you literally have a follow through of that exhaustion where where you come back into this consolidation zone and you start like, churning around and seeing what we'll do before we make a direction.
Right.
Like I said, like I think 100 is going to stay key,
We had a
right?
couple
This
of good days
consolidation.
so far, though. Look at yesterday, we had a bullish day.
Yeah.
Today we had a bullish day. If we can make a new high, go back to this chart. Yeah, if we can make a new high above yesterday's high, that'll be very interesting.
Oh
short-term
yeah.
trend.
So right there, like if because definitely you can assume that like there's going to be some part of the float that's sitting short from yesterday's action,
Yep.
right? So if we start breaking yesterday's tops, yeah, we're definitely looking for some buying pressure to come in and really push maybe even towards the top of this range around 98, 99 area. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm really waiting for this to really finish what it's doing and really give us a direction for me to execute a trade on this on Amazon. That's the one thing I'm waiting for today. Yeah.
All right, back into, I want to say, are we at yesterday's close? Yes, we are. So that 4,005 is yesterday's close on the ES. That's why I've got it marked off here. It's the top of the 3 lines, and we've been flirting with that level. Look at that initial rejection on the retracement right off yesterday's close. We flirted with it in the pre-market. It was basically the mean between basically these 3 peaks and troughs over here. It's the middle line. And then we're flirting with it again. So we're basically flirting with flatness at the moment. Here is the trade on Baidu. Now, this one is curling up, but we're finding a bit of resistance here at the 50 period on the 1-minute chart. Maybe more of resistance at 137. I'm long 136.16, so like 60 pennies in the money on this one. But, I don't want to paper hand this trade. I'm waiting for I'll tell you here in a second if I can gather my words, a 141 retracement. 141 is not a random number. It's yesterday's close. I could be even more aggressive and say I'm waiting for 142, which is VWAP, and say I want a VWAP retracement, but I think it serves me best if I actually cut my winner earlier here at a safer resistance level. That's kind of the way I see it. I see this one as good, almost $1 in the money on this one. Want to keep letting it run. Now we're knocking out 137. We're knocking on the door again on Baidu. Again, this one was an earnings play. It was a decent report. They said the right things. A lot of these earnings calls lately have been kind of PR orchestrated, where they're looking to appease investors. There we go. Now $1 in the money. We've now broken through the 50 period. We're pumping to the high side. Let's see if we can get 137 continuation. But guys, this is probably going to be a slower grinder. A retracement usually is on lower volume as such. It's technically, it's going to be a slower one. We're well on the money on this one. I'm going to let it run. Someone's saying UNG. Someone on CNBC was saying, we may have seen the lows here on nat gas. It looks like, yes, it looks like UNG is having a day. Let me just bring out my other charts here, guys. Let's go. Oops. No.
Nat gas has been bleeding for a while now.
Right?
Yeah, nat gas has been bleeding for a while now. Like I was checking out the chart too, like looking for it to start to slow down that selling pressure. But yeah, definitely something. I started this short on Amazon off of this 97 area. Like I've sold here before, so like why not? I'm okay with selling in the same area again unless and until it can prove itself. Otherwise, break out through the 97, I'll stop out. But yeah, I think I'm looking for a little bit of relief off this 97, sellers to come back in. There was heavy selling pressure before. So looking for the similar idea here again to see if there's any follow through. Maybe take it into this 96.50, see what it does with the $0.50, and then continue on from there.
Yeah, I just wanted to get back to this one real quick.
Yeah, no worries, back to Sharif.
UNG, yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. This is the nat gas. Let's look at the daily chart real quick so we can actually have a better idea. Look at this, guys. We absolutely were making all-time lows. I still don't trust this move until we have a breakout, say, through a higher high. The higher high would have to come at that $9, maybe even, if I'm being even more safe, that $10 area. We're going to have to see a retracement on this one. It's been faked out so many times on these retracements and continued to play lower and lower. Keep in mind, these commodity stocks, or these commodities aren't stocks, excuse me, they tend to trend for a lot longer. So once you catch the trend, you can ride it, right? And that's what we're looking for here. We're making all-time lows. I mean, I'm not plugged into the nat gas industry. I don't know the politics behind it or what's been happening lately. If anything, macro is going to actually have a bullish catalyst for this to actually justify the move. I don't know. I'm simply looking at the technicals here, but you know, we made a new low, so today's retracement is really nothing special. It's just part of the movement of the stock. So nothing new to report on, I would say, UNG, other than it's just having a good intraday. And if you can catch that intraday trade, great. Sounds all the power to you. All right, back to Baidu real quick. Still hanging out at that 137 area, holding, looking for continuation here. You know, we're getting multiple green candles, so a couple of red candles on the pullback to be expected. But let's look for former resistance here in the form of the 50 period on the 1 minute. Let's see that act as support. That's what we want to see. Some, you know, that's reflective of the buying at those areas and the selling. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get a newer high. I'd say that we're looking for continuation. Before 138, we're looking for that 137.50. That will be the newer high there. What else is going on? Yeah, this LUNR stock is just absolutely wild, dude. Let's bring in this chart here. Duplicate here. There we go. Let's take this one out. We want to zoom this one in real big. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you recall this is a multi-day runner. This goes back to the 16th. Let's go to the daily on this one. Look at this day. Oh, what happened here? Zoom out. Zoom out. Hello. Why isn't this thing zooming out? All right. Anyway, this is the day that I'm talking about right here. February 16th, we had a big day. Then we had kind of 2 inside days, and then we had that continuation today. The high, I want to say, is at 75.25, but it's just been an absolute beast. Hard to trade, though, guys. Very hard to trade, at least from my perspective, because the spreads are so wild. Really hard to manage risk on one of these stocks. But if you're good enough to get some of these retracements maybe into VWAP or the 50 period, looks like it gave you a couple of opportunities here on VWAP to get in on the lower end and then ride the trend higher. We're talking like tens of dollars at a time. This isn't like we're scalping a few pennies, but the spread reflects that as well. And your heart, you know, the damage you do to your heart, unless you're ice cold, probably, you know, supersedes the profits.
Yeah, chat's talking about coin. Did we talk about coin today?
I took a couple of trades on coin.
Coin was coin. I haven't really been watching it, but let's pull it up here. Bing bang. Wow, look at that. Yeah, they had earnings yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. I was watching the earnings play, like crazy rip before the number comes out, and then just flush. And then you made this range, and then now look, coming out the open today, like we've tested, we're trying to test that full range that we made off the earnings play, but that's pretty crazy. Like, look at this thing.
It's nuts.
Just straight flush out the open. After the run up, right? Now we're trying to test lows and break down. So this thing looks like it's coming down. What's Bitcoin doing?
Someone says Heather. Shout out to Heather. She's in LUNR at 38.17. Where is LUNR right now? Oh, wow. Okay. So LUNR is at 67.04. Good on you for holding that. You're holding on to those profits, man. I would have given up the profits long ago. Shout out to you for holding. I would have paper handed that. Can we hit the diamond hands for Heather? There we go. Sean will hit that for you. Diamond hands, baby. All right. What else are we looking at here on, yeah, some people looking at coin, had to look at that already. It's kind of just, let's pull it up here. Yeah, it's kind of at lows. There we go. Continue to make lows. I don't have a level other than to say maybe the rejection off 62. Looks like we tested 62 several times. Each time has been a rejection to the downside, but it looks like we're finding support possibly at that 59. We did initially anyway. So continuation here to the downside could signal a continuation in the trend. 4 3/3%, almost 4.5% now to the downside. You know, this was a mixed winner, right? Like,
how do you like that pre-market consolidation hold? Like you see that pre-market consolidation.
Come back to my screen, Bradley.
Yeah, look at that. Is that pre-market?
Yeah, this is all
Right. So
pre-market.
like
Yeah, the volume
once
comes in
it breaks down there, and then now if you scroll right, it's using that same area as resistance and testing the lows. So like I feel like that would have been a great area to risk off of the pre-market low break.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you didn't get it initially, like you would have to be pretty.
Yeah. Give you multiple chances.
Absolutely, multiple opportunities. But let's see. Do we hold this level? Looks like we're holding 59 for now. Do we continue here, or is this a short the pop kind of thing where we make a lower high and then we continue lower below 59? Yeah. We'll have to watch, right? We'll have to keep an eye on it. Let's not jump the gun. Let's see what's up. Yeah. What's the chat up to? Bling, bling. Shout out to Casper JD2. All right. In saying that Amazon is so strong today, the average consumer is drowning in debt and has no cashola. Yeah, I know, Sean, you're not actually wrong about that. We're hearing a lot about consumers dipping into their savings, using credit cards, etc. You know the drill. Interesting. Let's play Boyle. No, don't know anything about that. What else we got here? Shout out, super chat, 10 euros from Nenand. Nice. Let me know. I don't want to butcher your name. Botchovich. Tell me if I've said that right. No questions, just supporting the show. Appreciate you. We support you, and in that regard.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Thank you very much for that super chat, and obviously the more we grow, the better we benefit you guys, because everything really gets reinvested in the show, guys, and we have big things coming up. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 euro super chat. All right, let's see where we're at here with this Baidu trade. So it looks like Baidu comes right back into my entry point, back into 136. So, making me sweat. I was up a buck in the money. Now we're getting a retracement. My out, though, very clearly, 134.64. That's a low of day. If it makes a low of day, then this is the wrong trade. And I'll risk basically $1.25 to make about 4. So let's see. I think that's a good risk to reward ratio, especially since we're still holding this 136 area we have been for a bit. 136 area-ish, right? I mean, it breaks a little bit below. All right. B-Baller saying pineapple on pizza is the best. Yeah. It depends really who you're asking. This kind of question runs deeper around here, OB. I mean, people really
it's a personal
have
preference
opinions.
thing, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Personal preference. Like food is a very interesting subject, but it's very peculiar to everybody.
Do you take pineapple on pizza?
I mean, I'm cool with it. I don't really have anything against it. I'm not really for it or against it. I'm neutral. Let's say. I'm
probably
neutral.
not talk to Neil anymore.
I don't know. But yeah, no. Like I don't mind. I'm an easygoing guy when it comes to food. I'm not really too picky.
Okay.
Like if I'm hungry, I'll eat. That's.
You eat for function, baby.
Yeah, sustenance.
I got you. Okay. All right. What else are we up to? What's your out on Amazon, bro? Yeah, so
exactly. So I took that short. It started slowing down, like I said, around the $0.50. I could have held on to it, but I did take it around the 60s. As you can see, like we did flush below the $0.50. We're testing the 30s, and now look, this break here. So like, yeah, maybe this is the double top of the day, and like sellers are strong off the 97, and we know 97 has been a key area in the past too. So. I'm just going to continue to see if there's opportunities that I can keep risking off of this area and taking moves off, taking chunks off of Amazon here. But yeah, no, this 97 looks pretty convincing. But if we can build up into it, then yeah, that would change my mind on the 97 break, because then it'll become a flat top break. What do you think, Shay?
Hey, okay, I wasn't looking because I was trying to set up here for
the break of the break of this right here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it looks like a failed double top, depending on really where you get your retracement. Be interesting there to see. By flat top break though, OB, I usually want a bit more accumulation at the tops, not just a couple of tests. You know what I mean?
Like more tests.
Yeah, I'd like.
Yeah,
more
that
tests.
makes sense.
Yeah,
it just makes a higher probability, because you're like, okay,
exactly.
We're really pushing into this area, and yeah, that makes sense.
I think we got Brendo though at the big desk. He's got volume leaders.
Hey guys, a quick look on what is doing the most volume so far this morning and what is still moving around at this point of the morning, 11:20 Eastern time right now. Bit of a split look right now as far as the overall market is concerned. Ahead of the Fed coming up this afternoon, again, minutes at 2 p.m. 10,324 U.S. listings on this board, 5,100 positive, 4,000 negative, 1,100 basically unchanged. So you're seeing that kind of equilibrium today so far for the overall market. 136 to the downside right now, new lows versus 48 only new highs. A ton of volume still to talk about though. This WINT, little penny stock, up significantly, 108 million shares traded so far. We talked about this one, that LLAP doing all kinds of volume today as well. 80 million shares traded right now. Sorrento's on here, Tesla, TQs, SQs, as they typically are, 61 million, 52 million for the long and the short version. Mullen, Zila, Boyle, and AMC. It's very rare, but making an appearance on this board today as well. 32 million shares traded, top of the gainers list right now. ECX having a nice day, up 133%, just 2 million shares on that one though. Guys, if you haven't.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, just wanted to look at Boyle here. Someone asked me to look at Boyle. So this is the Nat Gas ProShares Ultra Bloomberg Nat Gas. So it's been kind of the same thing that we really have been talking about with UNG. This is the daily chart. Let's duplicate this here, pull this one out, and make it bigger. Yes, I mean, I think we broke all-time lows on Boyle earlier than we did on UNG. So there's really, guys, I mean, I think it matters little at this point which nat gas ETF or whatever we're looking at this play. I think, you may have one outperform the other, either to the downside or in an eventual bounce to the upside. But I think in general, most of them will move in tandem. Maybe not by the exact amounts, but you get what I'm saying here. So my analysis of UNG applies equally to Boyle. We're at all-time lows. We haven't shown any propensity to create an uptrend. In fact, at moments where we've been looking for consolidation and to stop making a new low, we've been disappointed over and over because we have made new lows. And in the times where we have had retracements, they've been bull traps. And have continued lower. An example right here, right here, right here. I mean, the list goes on and on. The moving averages are not showing anything with respect to a new trend starting. You're not getting closer to the moving averages. I haven't looked at the oversold oscillator. I'm assuming it's probably quite oversold at this point. So it might benefit you to have like some sort of RSI or some sort of other oscillator that you may use. And there's so many. To try to kind of guess when we're breaking out through oversold territory and back, into the middle of the oscillation area between 20 and 80. Usually those are the areas that are looked at. So same thing, what I see for UNG, I see for Boyle. So someone just asked for that, and they said that I ignore it. I really don't. I mean, it's kind of the same thing applies. Quickly back to Baidu. Bouncing above that 136 again. 136 holds quite nicely, which is good news. Now we want to see the break and continuation through that 137.5. That will be kind of the tell if we're going to get continuation here, and then we're going to trend possibly into that 141-ish area, which is yesterday's close. That's my thesis on this one. I think we'll get a mean reversion back into yesterday's close, if not even more, into VWAP. And I'm going to hold this one on. Back $1 in the money on this one. Skyfairy saying Sharif, Boyle is very oversold. Long-term play. I'm building a position for the winter. It should rip in 2024. You're probably not wrong. I mean, I'm kind of surprised, that it really hasn't at the moment, with Russia threatening everybody, to cut them off, and then, demanding it be paid in rubles and gold. And we've heard all sorts of stories. Obviously, I know there's more oil than with maybe not guys. I haven't been following guys. That's the truth of the matter. I'm just looking at the charts. It's kind of hard to follow equities and commodities, Obi.
Yeah, I think some people in the chat are asking about LLAP.
Have a look.
Yeah, this crazy runner today. I don't know what the news on this is, but it was on my scanner for one of the top runners in the morning. I think it has around 100 million float, but yeah, let's check what the news on this is real quick. 2.4 billion satellite contract from Revidia Space Networks. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about the catalyst, but like volume, and like I like to look at more than fundamentals. I like to look at the mechanics of a stock. Like what's the float? Like what's the free float? Like what's the market cap? And like how much volume is really moving it in? Like how much volume moves it a given price, right? That's what I want to get a feel of, so then I can anticipate, like, okay, if this much volume is getting aggressive, how much move can we really anticipate based off of how it's moving? But yeah, look, we can see that it's made a base around this above 250 and testing these pre-market levels. But yeah, I don't know where this one is going to go. Sure, it has first day runner, has potential to push, but again, I think it's a 100 million float, so it will require about $300 million worth of influx for this to even push up another 100%. I think so.
All right, cool. The position board is wrong, by the way. It says no positions because I haven't taken out any of my Baidu, but I am in Baidu. I'm in Baidu 136.16, guys. So just want to make that clear. Once I do take a piece out, that will reflect, but I'm not taking out a piece for that at the moment. So yes, Dan Emmons, by the way, just correcting me a little bit here with respect to what I was saying earlier about Boyle and UNG kind of being interchangeable. He's got a different opinion. He says Boyle will have cost of carry problems. You can be right on that gas direction and still lose with a long-term position. Commodity ETFs suffer futures roll contango and backwardation. Oh, those are some new words there. Okay, I'll have to Google what those actually mean in context, but thank you for that. Always nice to have, obviously, another perspective there to add to the conversation. Thank you, Dan. All right, let's have a look at the scanner to see what's going on here. Do we see anything popping off? Let's bring in the trade idea scanner. This has been the good one, that ECX trade, but it's kind of doing the dance around VWAP. Here's the 1 minute chart on the top left over here. We had that big move up on ECX, the 910 top, and then now we're kind of in below VWAP, but not by much. This could stair step down. This might be an interesting short opportunity here on ECX if it has that breakdown, that flat bottom break and consolidate, flat bottom break, consolidate pattern. It's not far enough from VWAP, and the move down was a little suspect too. It wasn't as, aggressive as you kind of want to see with these ones. But hey, keeping an eye on that to the high side and the low side. Not going to judge LUNR. We already talked about that. It is continuing to flirt with highs. If there's any criticism of this, is that we've now printed 3 newer lower highs in a row, and that goes back to about 10:45. So the 45 minutes now of lower highs. We got to print above 75.35, 75, about 75-ish. To kind of make a newer high on LUNR. So you want to see a trend continuation. Obviously, that's not going to be my game. My game on this one would be to look for a pullback and then look for a continuation. But this one I'm not going to touch. LLAP, you heard Obi talking about it. It's now pumping to the high side, baby. Taking VWAP there, kind of making a topping tail candle. That's not what you want to see, but then this could turn into a bull flag. Now you got a couple opportunities here, the way I see it, the way LLAP is developing. One, you could wait for a bull flag to develop, so the minimum you're looking for possibly is a $3, maybe a $2.95 retracement, and then a continuation, or you could look for a VWAP retracement, or you could short. I mean, some people, Luca would tell you short here. I'm not making an assumption, but I think he would say short here and look for a reversion back down maybe in a VWAP. I'd say look for a VWAP hold at this point. Looks like it wants to print a newer high. 315 is the high. We're like knocking on the door here. 314 is the high on this 1 minute candle. So LLAP looks like it's picking up and going here.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a squeeze there, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Have a look
pre-market
at that.
levels, it's starting to break off of some pre-market levels. How often do you
There
use
you
this
go,
Trade
there's a new
Ideas
high.
scanner? I remember when I was at home, I was using Trade Ideas scanner, one of the best for like
Absolutely.
small caps, market caps, like
Oh.
anything making a new high, it would just tell you. So like if you if you wanted to play breakouts or like a squeeze or even a breakdown, because the scanner will tell you, oh, making a new low, making a new high, and you can really get specific with like what market cap, what flow. Trade Ideas, amazing scanner.
I love it. Yeah, no, it's definitely, it's helped out my game. And have a look at guys. Like I've been using this proprietary scanner that Michael Noss made me. It's basically a VWAP rescan. It's looking for stocks that are rallying to VWAP, and this might be an interesting, or depending on what your intentions are, you could take the VWAP break or the VWAP rejection, and it shows you stocks that are pulling back to VWAP.
Wow.
And so it makes a list for you all day, and it's constantly updating, right? And it shows you, like gives you suggested entry areas, obviously, all the while showing you the outflows and inflows in the market. This is right here. This is advancers versus decliners, and so my stock nerds out there will know that this is interesting because it shows you market trend. If you have more advancers than decliners, likely it's more of a bullish trend, and the inverse is accurate. So this one will show you where the market is trending, so you can kind of choose, well, am I more bullish or am I more bearish? And then you can take the VWAP retracement however way, long or short. So shout out to Michael Noss for making that scanner and letting me have that, guys. By the way, you guys, if you guys want to get your hands on that, hit trade, exclamation point, trade ideas, one word in the chat, and that should populate.
Yeah,
we are talking about Lunar, Abdi. It's just too dangerous to trade. But yes, LUNR, Abdi saying, how come nobody's talking about LUNR? Yeah, oh yeah, it's over here. Come to my screen on the right, Bradley. Where did I have it over here? LUNR, come on, don't make me seem silly. I know I had it up. Oh, it's probably coin. Oh, there we go. There it is. LUNR, there you go, man. We made newer highs. 79.14 is where we're testing. So back down into 74. We're holding the 50 period consistently. I mean, if you drew an uptrend line here, it's held it for the most part. It's the spreads. The spreads are like 60, 70 pennies at times, sometimes over $1. Right now they're 89 pennies. There you go, now 70. So this one for a prop trader is really hard to manage risk. I know it's up 100%. Maybe you could scale into it. Once start with a light position, get in the money, add in. That's the ideal story, but this one rarely unfolds in an ideal way. So I find these difficult and dangerous to trend. But it looks like we got Brenda who's ready at the big desk with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, just wrapping up the day as far as the European session is concerned. Waiting for a few final prints to come through here, but overall, pointing to the downside ever so slightly for European markets ahead of the comments from, well, won't be any comments, but Fed minutes, as we've been discussing. All of these to the downside, the Stock 600, the DAX, FTSE, CAC, and index. Euro Stocks index overall 0.3 to the downside. So still a few to come through here, but that's a look at how things are wrapping up the day. Just the Swiss market ends in positive territory, 0.2 to the upside. Italy, the worst off, down a full percent as we head to 11:30. Again, 2 o'clock, guys, we're back on 1:55. We'll bring you the minutes. Again, it's just one release. We'll get it all at once. The market will digest. It'll move all at once, and then we can get on with the afternoon. So join us at 1:55 in the afternoon, guys.
Yeah, guys, AMC is moving, guys, 675 high. What do you see on that one, Obi?
Let me pull that up right here. Let's look at a larger time frame, 15 minutes. Okay, yeah, breaking out into new highs. Now looking left, we can see that there's some consolidation that happened here around $7 and extension into like 730, 740. So, right, it's looking like that's the next stop on the way. If this momentum continues and we manage to break out of this first, right? So always looking left at previous prices that we've printed and like volume related to those prices to give me perspective on where and when I could potentially risk off of given prices. But yeah, at the end of the day, you can have a plan, but if you don't execute the plan, like it doesn't really, it's not as effective. And that's as a trainee, that's something I'm working on. Is like, okay, you have a plan, and then you execute the plan, and how well you execute the plan, you can then start like actually setting out systems to improve with. If you don't have a plan, then like you don't really have an idea of what you can improve, right? So yeah, if you have a plan around AMC, like I'd definitely be looking at these levels, looking left where there were high volume candles, $7, $7.50 price. But yeah, it is breaking out. And look, if you guys are long from the past few days underneath 5, and this thing is pushing up to 7, that's crazy.
And you know what? Come to my chart because this is the daily on AMC. And we've been getting a nice little run. Guys, we report on this one February 28th, the last day of the month. I've seen it with a bunch of these stocks in the past. They have a nice little run up, whether it's insider buying or people speculating on whether the earnings are going to be. I said this to Brendo the other day and he laughed and he's like, it's AMC, really, what could earnings be? Which is true. I mean, but see, the bulls seem to be surprised by the smallest things. And I don't mean to demean anybody. It's just that, I think that the bear case for this one is stronger than the bull case at the moment. But I could be wrong, and maybe I eat my words. Anyway, basically, if we're looking for a technical breakout on this one, we're going to have to look above that either 730 area, or I want to say that the 7 area. Probably that 7 area is probably the best to describe it. If we can close above 7, we've wicked above it here. Haven't closed above it, that'll make a new high, and that will be very bullish, I'd say. A couple of great days starting from, what day was that? The 15th. So since the 15th, today's the 22nd, we've been pumping. We had a couple of non-consequential days, but the days that have been consequential have been quite big. So nice little run up on AMC into earnings. Let's see what they report. We're getting increased amounts of volume here showing up on the daily chart as well. That obviously shows renewed or increased interest again into earnings. That's the play here. Let's see how it pans out. All right, what do we got here on this Baidu trade? Is lulling me to sleep, but I still think it's the right thing to do. It's kind of range bound though now between 136 and 137. It's broken through 137, but it always seems to find resistance around the $0.50 area. It's going to have to continue. It still looks good, but it's just kind of taking its sweet time. I think I have a reasonable enough entry to be able to ride this. I want to see a few dollars at least in the money on this one. Come on, man. I'm not going to take a buck on this. It's got to be more than that. Call me greedy. Call me what you want. Quickly here on Amazon, this is a nice, interesting bounce here that we just had on VWAP on Amazon. That 96.25, give or take area. Amazon on my chart there was at the 96.16. So nice little hold, bounce back up through the $0.50. That's interesting here on Amazon to make a newer high. We're obviously going to have to break through that 97. That 97 has been a double top. This could be a faked or like a failed double top, so to speak, if we hold VWAP here and continue higher through that 97. Again, the stronger name, what you're seeing a lower, higher low, a double top, a compression pattern usually explodes in the direction of the downward trend line. So that would be to the upside in this case. We'll see if the market holds up. The market, what it's doing though, it's flirting with yesterday's close. We talked about that earlier, that 40.05 area. We've been above it a few points, below it a few points, but we've been in this range since around, I want to say, 10 o'clock. It's now 11:40, so the better part of an hour, 40 minutes, we've been kind of flirting in that area. Thankfully, we're above 4,000, so yeah, even though we did break through 4,000 earlier, I mean, it's holding for the moment. Will Evans saying, I say we go back out on Amazon. Okay. I mean, are you looking for another dip trade on VWAP here, or are you thinking the market flushes at this point? Because I wouldn't say that you were inaccurate on either. Looks like we're maybe even making a bit of a double top here a little bit now that I have a look at the ES on the 3-minute chart. An interesting tell, though, if this is going to actually be a double top, is the break of this V. So if we break below that 4,000 again and continue, you got to say we may test the lows at 39.90. Keep an eye out for that. I mean, you might be able to take that somewhere either on these equities, or if you have access to the futures, you can trade that. But interesting little setup happening here on the futures, guys.
Yeah, I think that like we're gonna stay chopping around and listen until we can really make a decisive move off this 4,000 area, right? People were talking about Tesla, so I pulled it up. Tesla 200 short out the open this morning. Crazy. Like, one guy was saying he covered his Tesla swing short at 192. He caught the bottom. That's crazy. We know Tesla's been moving around recently. What was the high that it recently made? 218s, and now we're back below 200 on a decisive flush, right? So let's see what it does with this 200 in the upcoming days, and this could prove to be an area we can play off of multiple times even, right? But yeah, look, to the bottom side, like we've picked up off of these prices before, and we're doing that again today, and let's see if there's any continuation, right? But if you look left, like we are kind of in this chop zone here on Tesla.
On Tesla, yeah. Renata Haddad saying the SPY 50-minute chart looks bearish. Well, yeah, I don't really trade the. I don't really use the. Oh goodness. I don't really use the SPY. You kind of use the ES. So let's pull that back up here. There we go. Let's go to the 15-minute chart. What do we see here? Yeah, obviously stair-stepping down. Look at that big move down, consolidate sideways, and then do we get that another big move down? I think that'll have to be, catalyst related. We'll have to find out, something new for that big move down to continue. We're getting that 2 o'clock, guys. Fed minutes from the last meeting.
Oh, yeah,
Again,
that's today,
I really
right?
don't. I don't know. For some reason, I feel like this is a nothing burger, even though the market may take it as something. Guys, so many data points have come out since then that have influenced the economic landscape and the market landscape since they last formed those minutes and the opinions upon which those minutes were formed. So, like, really, what is it telling us at the moment? I mean, so that's kind of the way I look at it, but, you know, these are always market moving events, and volatility is what we look for as day traders. Obey.
Yeah. Volatility is always great, man. Like, something I like to watch to give me a gauge of volatility is a VIX volatility product.
Interesting.
But yeah, VIX is a great product to just observe. I think it measures put and call contracts on SPY, S&P 500, and you can gauge the interest on that based off of that. How I like to use it is, like, I like to look at when it's at its extremes, and I think we can expect extreme volatility during those times. And then obviously when it has some momentum, markets are definitely moving. So, like, as a day trader, I think keeping an eye on the VIX can be very helpful. Not always, right? Because there is chop where it can get confusing. But, like, during certain key times, key areas, and, like, consolidation breaks of volatility itself, I think is a good look. And another thing, I think people a lot of time get reversion to the mean. So reversion to the mean is more likely to happen on volatility than it is to happen on price. So, like, I'm almost always looking for volatility to revert to the mean rather than price. I think that's something that's pretty key when it comes to day trading.
Yeah, and one thing I always look for the on the VIX is how oversold, or I mean, sorry, not how out of the range or in the range is it? So here's my VIX, and kind of had this bottom trend line, and the trend line kind of was broken decisively when we've had this market move down, and that's to be expected. But what I look for is kind of the mean line through the most recent price action, and because we've been so elevated at, like, you know, I don't want to say the highs are 37. Oh, basically 40 was the high, but for the most part, it's been kind of that mid-30s area as the high, and then with the lows, for the most part, it's been that 20. So somewhere in between there lies the average, and I want to say that kind of between that 25 to 28 area, and we've been well below that for a while. Now we kind of got into 23, so starting to come back more into the mean of this price action here. And Michael Noss was telling me about this. You don't want the VIX too extended in any one direction. It tends to revert, and that's why you see this consistent patterns of high and lows, high and lows, high and lows. It tends to revert over time, even though over the past little while, the highs have been getting higher. And that's normal, right? Because we did have a really big downturn in 2022. So I love the VIX, but, you know, keep an eye. You know, I got excited. I'm like, oh, look, flat bottom break on VIX, big move down, and then a consolidation sideways. It's like, no.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see on the VIX. You want to see the VIX, you know, be in the mean when you take your position, and then basically, and then go.
Yeah, if you keep a close eye on it, you can actually catch it, like, ramping up. I was talking to some of the other traders on the floor, like, I think it was last week or a week and a half ago. I was like, hey, VIX is starting to look a little interesting while it was still near those bottoms, and then now this week we're back. We're testing 23s, 25s even. So yeah, definitely a great indicator for watching markets, I think so. This Amazon here, like, we've pulled back, but, like, we're making this
LLAP
consolidation.
making a move. Do you want to have a look at that?
What's that, LLAP?
Yeah, remember we were looking at that one earlier. That one just made recent
look at that.
high.
Check that out.
Well, look, it made a newer high in the pre-market. 375 is the high in the pre-market, but the after the bell high. Bring that in, have a look at his screen there, Bradley. 375 is the high on that one from earlier, but looks like we're making a newer high. Or continuation, dude. Continuation on that, eh?
Yeah, exactly. So, like, here, like, if buying pressure comes in off of this, like, that could be a potential long. But, like, I think the better long would have been down here, this consolidation break. What I'm learning, I guess, I don't know, correct me if you have a different experience on this, but, like, when something is tightening in a range, or, like, just in a range, I think that I'm finding that there's higher probability in a successful trade when you're longing the bottom of the range and shorting the top of the range and using that break as your risk, right?
Yeah,
if you see the breakout or breakdown happen, like you're risking that. But then it's almost counterintuitive because people try to chase the breakouts and chase the breakdowns, right? Where it's like if you're actually getting in on the edges of that range, like for example
Do you
here,
sometimes
like
feel it's market dependent? Like if the market is more bullish, then longing the bottom seems to be a bit more successful. But in 2022, longing or shorting some of these tops, I bet you probably would have been more successful because we had such a bad year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like certain setups work differently.
Yeah, just like nuance with the markets itself, right? Like if we are selling off, then sell the top of those ranges, and then if we're pulling up, buy the bottoms. That's what you're saying?
Yeah,
like higher probability.
And then like what sucks is when we're in a trending, in a consolidating market, because then everybody gets chopped up. You're always trying to take like longs or shorts thinking that you have the next beat on the trend, and then the market's like, nah, you don't have a beat on anything, son, and then chops you up. And that's when people using moving average systems, mechanical systems, really take big L's because moving averages just do not work in consolidating markets, guys. So
no. That's I think you got to pull out your oscillators for that one, right? So you definitely have to pull out the oscillators for a choppy market. But again, it's very discretionary in my opinion.
All right, added to this Baidu on the 135 dip. Got a nice print there on Baidu on the 135 dip. So we're now 135.72. That's where we're long on this one. Now we're back into the over 136. So we want to see that 137 break. Again, I feel like I'm grasping at straws here, but I do like the VWAP or low yesterday close retracement at that 141 area. I do like it on this one. It was a positive catalyst, and I think it was sold into market weakness, and we do get a retracement anyway. Making a move back up now through 136. So let this one run, getting a nice cost-based adjustment there. Cena 9714 says ECX. Yes, that one is pumping. Earlier it was a halter, it was a multiple halter. Let's bring in the trusty trade idea scanner. There we go, it comes down just as expected. ECX, there we go, let's load that one up. Duplicate into free floating window. All right, so this one, it was a bit of a bamboozling trade, right? Opened up there on lower volume. Earlier on, halted at that 423 level. He had a big boy move all the way up to 519. That tap was crazy. A couple of wicks, but you get that continuation. Halts again at 570. You get another huge gapping open at 650. And basically the high of day is 913 here. But we're below VWAP now. Even though we just reclaimed the 50 period here on the 1 minute chart, it's not kind of what you want to see with this one. You don't want to see continuing to stair step down. If you're a bull, if you want to take the short, great. If you're able to locate shorts, I see that it's not easy to borrow. I don't know what our costs are. I have to check into that. Maybe an $8 short or a VWAP projection, 764 if you're looking short. But if you're looking long, it's got to reclaim VWAP, stay above VWAP, make new highs above this 805 area, and then test the highs here at 910. So that's what I'm looking on this one. It's a nice one. I'm going to keep it on my side chart, ECX. The reason I didn't have it earlier is because it was on lower volume. So let's go ahead and change that one, ECX. There we go. We'll keep an eye on this one. Also, AMC, continue to stay near high of day. 679 now is the high.
Oh, wow.
673 is where we're trading at right now. Guys, where am I at here on the Baidu trade? I just want to check that real quick. Oh, geez. These windows. Back into 135.80, still holding below 136 now. Looks like 136 acting as resistance. This was a tougher trade. I probably shouldn't look at it as much. It's probably not that kind of trade. I don't need to manage it. Let it break through 136, and if it continues into the more voluminous part of the day, then we'll print on this one, Obi.
Nice, yeah. That Baidu trade, dude, that's crazy. Were you there for the action on the way down?
No, man. Remember I told you I had the chart set up wrong. I didn't see the price action.
That's crazy.
Absolutely brutal.
But it's slowed down significantly, and now it's just holding that 135, right? I think that's a solid risk. That's a solid risk.
We'll see.
I'm checking this AMC out because people keep blowing up the chat with AMC.
Yeah,
it's still holding strong. Like there's no relief off these highs. So I think do we have more room to push back into that $7 and really break out? I don't know, but that's what I'll be looking for. And if this kind of fails to follow through, then I think the short is in play for sure. Because this action is pretty strong all day. We've held pre-market consolidation and pushed higher. And if we can't, and we kind of lose that strength, then yeah, I think we can use these tops to risk some shorts. But yeah, look, Amazon literally flushed off of that area. Like here, I initiated the short off the initial 97 break, and I was like, yeah, I'll take it to the $0.50 and reassess. And I took it to near the $0.50. Played the little bounce just off of quick tape. But yeah, look, there's follow through off of that 97. 97 gave you almost 96. That's short, crazy. But we still are making that higher low on top of 96. So I'm still waiting to see if we can build into this 97 and really push, or this 97 just stays a selling area and like price doesn't want to be here. So I think that'll play a key perspective on Amazon this week.
I can't believe this LUNR trade. Goodness, 84. Now the top. Guys, we started talking about this one. All right, let's just have a look. This one started the 9:30 at the bell. It was in the mid 30s. I want to say 38, so maybe the high 30s. And now we're knocking on the door of 84. A few rejections. There goes 84. 84.30 is what I'm seeing on the bid. So that one's broken, but super spready. $2.75 is the spread on this one right now. I'm not
crazy,
touching
man.
this one. It's not for me. Hertz Scrambler, $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. He says TSEM. Let's have a look at that. TSEM. Is that NQ? Yes, it is. I don't even know what this says. TS.
Oh wow, that thing looks super
That's
liquid.
Power Semiconductors. Okay, I don't have that on my list. Maybe I should add that on. All right, so let's have a look at the daily on this one, because it's really not tradable from an intraday perspective, as I see here. So let's go. Let's take off Boyle TSEM. All right, where are we on the daily? Duplicate into free floating window. I'll get better at this, guys. All right, so bit of a it's not as bad as some of these other plays. Okay, being fair here, the range is a lot tighter. Reminds me a lot of Intel, how it used to be, where it would kind of float in between that $40 and $50 range and really wouldn't break out from those levels. It's kind of been like that one. This goes back to, where do we go back to here? This is February, so this is a year. This is a year ago right here is when they did the split. Looks like there was a split, I think, here. Or was this on earnings? I have no idea. I have to go back and look at that. Look at that big gap. If that's either a split or, I'm not familiar with these charts quite yet, or an earnings play. Anyway, we've been at this mid-40s area since February 2022. Now we're back into 41. We kind of topped out back in January. Look, I mean, the semiconductors, they've been a tricky bunch. I like NVIDIA. I like it for the AI play. I like everything about that company. I think Jensen is one hell of a guy, and he's been running that company great. I think that the GPU maybe benefits a bit more from the CPU going here on in. So we'll see. I don't know too much about this company and what they do, to be honest with you, from a fundamentals perspective. But the chart, you're making lower lows. The 40 area, that's an obvious low here. You had a lot of consolidation back in July when you made that low. Bounced off, though, but you're still within a range. We're testing lows again, though. That's the thing. Now we're back down into 41, knocking on the door of 40. If we make a lower low, that's not what you want to see. You see this obvious area of support over here back in, I want to say, what is that, January of 2022, so over a year ago. And that's the area we tested last July. So that support ends up holding. It'll have to come up clutch again. But, you know, this could be an interesting bounce trade here, right? If you're playing the range, you pick up that 40, 41 long, and you ride it into the high 40s because it's been trending for about a year. So if that's what you're looking at, great. But in terms of a breakout trade, I don't see much on the daily chart here. But the support areas have been respected, and that's kind of what you want to see if you're range trading, right? So hope that helps. Where am I here? I'm getting creamed on this Baidu long. I should probably have a look at that, and you can have a look, Obi.
Yeah, those semiconductors. I heard they're building some semiconductor factories in the States now, bringing that stuff in house. And I think everybody learned a lot from the pandemic, where like a lot of things that we were getting shipped in, we got kind of like stuck on because we couldn't get it shipped. Like for example, semiconductors and chips was huge, and it still is huge. And I think bringing that in on home turf is a big move. And I think for chips, it'll definitely make North America self-sustaining, right? Which is a huge thing right now, given the political landscape right now. Being as self-sufficient as possible, I think, is the way to go. You know, produce and manufacture your own thing, so you don't have to depend on others. You know, business and trade is always great, but like when it comes to things that are significant, like chips that are literally used in everything, yeah, you got to have some of that in-house for sure.
Yeah. So what have you been looking at? Have you been trading anything over there? Your hands off a little bit today? You're not feeling this market, huh?
Not really. It's just it's not even that. I have my levels on Amazon. I kind of missed some of it. I don't want to chase too much. I'm realizing it's just like I'm trying to take that, like, you know, one good trade or like something sets up really high probability. Like I'll take that scalp into momentum. But like, yeah, I'm trying to cut out that noise in my trading where it's just like I don't want to get chopped up. I don't want to pull up a ticker and just take it just because like I have to have a plan. I have to have a level, or at the minimum, like I have to be familiar with the tape just to get a feel of a quick scalp, right? Like this, off of this 50 fail, like I could have taken this short here. I was thinking about it. I missed some good flushes. So right now I'm waiting for it to set up again. To give me anything high probability. This 96 area I like, but then again, like we've come off of 97, so I don't want to really chase the short here. Sure, I could take the scalp, but that's not really what I'm looking for. But yeah, no, markets are still sideways. Like I said, like look, this ES 4000, like unless and until we give a significant direction off the ES, like we're probably going to chop around on a lot of names. Now, Amazon has been acting a little different relative to the other names. Like its beta is kind of off, I think so, but relative to the other large caps. So that would be pretty interesting to keep an eye on.
So what do you mean by that? Like explain kind of what you mean by its beta being off relative to the other large caps.
So like yesterday, we sold off like ES, NQ, SPY, everything down almost 2%.
Right.
But Amazon kind of had its flush out the open and then just consolidated sideways for the rest of the day. Right. So it's like there's relative strength, there's relative weakness going around in the markets, and like the stocks that are showing a relative difference, like I definitely want to keep an eye on them. For potential opportunities. That's
cool. So is that something you do, like where you watch a stock intently all the time, so you kind of get a feel for how its price action is, and then you take action based on your feel for it? Okay, that's awesome.
I like to say like these markets are fugazi, right? Like we say that all the time. Like you got to embody the fugazi before plunging into it. So
I gotta interrupt you because Lunar is just absolutely pumping to the high side. Wow, this stock is just wildness embodied. It just rejected off 95 right now. I think, what's the top? It's so crazy. It ruined my brokerage platform, and I'm not finding out what the top is on this one. I'll tell you in 1 second. 96.39 is the nope. That's no longer. There goes 98. We just saw 98s at the door there. I don't know what. Yeah, it's gotta obviously go to about 100. No. Over here. Probably, I think 100 in that 100 area. It'd be awesome if these charts showed us the halt levels, or we had some sort of indication as to where the halt levels were, so we would know. Because you got to do the math, and I don't have the talent to do that. So 98 is the level now. This one is just absolutely flying to the high side, up 153%. In case anybody's wondering what Lunar is, let's bring in the trusty trade idea scanner. And in the company specific stock over here, you just type in LUNR, and then we have a look at the profile. So what is the profile on this? Okay, it doesn't happen. Okay, so it's been happening a lot more on my platform too. All these like wild stocks are showing up, and my computer's like, I don't really know what these guys are. I mean, my platform is like, I don't really know what these are. Let's find out over here. LUNR stock. What is this one? Inflection Point Acquisition Corp. Is a publicly traded American company. What do they do? Intuitive Machines is completing its Lunar program, which will provide lunar surface access, lunar orbit delivery, and communications at lunar distance. Okay, so a lot of space
A lot of
stuff
Lunar.
here. Yeah, a lot of Lunar. That word, like, well, look at the
Talk about
the name,
spamming keywords.
We just pumped up to 102, guys. Rejected off 102. Wow, this one is just absolutely pumped. Yeah, it's going Lunar, Bradley says in my ear. Impossible to trade for me, though. I mean, nothing is impossible, but it's just way too dangerous, and I'm assuming
Yeah, you
the
got to have like a
liquidity-
$10 risk or at least to trade that
Easily,
comfortably, right? So
right?
like it's like you.
No, it's,
yeah,
it's just not my cup of tea. Bradley says
Got a
you have to
lunar
have
risk.
lunatic risk, and we say that tongue in cheek in case anybody involved in our chat there is long the stock. We're joking. It's not tradable for me, obviously.
Yeah, I mean
so,
it's definitely it's playable, but like not within a respectable risk limit. Like if you have a plan, if you find an inefficiency on the tape and hit it, that's a different story. But yeah, that kind of spread, that's crazy.
Yeah, cool. All right, let's see, what is the chat up to here? Look at Tesla. Okay, so Tesla's making a bit of a nice bounce here, so we'll have a look at that. It's kind of double bottomed a bit. TSLA, there we go. Let's go. So a bit of a double bottom rejection here, and then the break through this V. That's a nice continuation. Obviously stressed you out before you got there with multiple false breakouts. But now reclaiming VWAP, looking 198 in the face. It's not the high day. The high day is 287. That's as high as we got today. That was right after the open, but it was one big flush. Afterwards, we're looking for a retracement here. We've already reverted past the mean. Yesterday's close, which is always an interesting area of support and resistance, is around that 197.30-ish area. So we've broken above that. Let's see if we can hold above that. That's the level I'd be playing off here. In fact, I'll mark it on my side chart here so that I realize it after. And that's the level that we rejected off earlier here. We bounced off, I mean. That 197.50-ish, 197.37 area. So coming into that area, be wary of that as a possible level of resistance. Keep an eye on these markets. But the market's been absolutely sideways since the morning time, Obi. It's been just, between that 4,000 and that 4,008. And that's repeated over and over and over. And it hasn't given you much opportunity unless you're trading these ranges.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only way this could potentially give you some nice profits is like if you're trading that range that like dip below 4K, the pop above 4K, right? And you're really just playing against the people who are getting chopped around this 4K area, right? Now let's see what the Tesla. These guys are still talking about Tesla. I think you just talked about Tesla, right?
Yeah,
2 hours until FOMC. Yeah, that might. You guys think that's gonna create some moves in the market or not? Wow, Tesla's almost back to 200. Look at that. Yeah, like this is crazy. Like we flushed off of 200 all the way almost down to 190 and then back into 198, 200 test. So like maybe like look at this hard flush right here, like a potential short off of these areas right here, and you have some lows from yesterday's price also that you can potentially risk, and you have the 200. So there's a lot of confluence there for a potential 200 short, risking $1 or $2 off of the turn of this momentum here on Tesla. That would be my take on it. Now let's see what Amazon. Amazon is still teetering around this 96, right? I'm still convinced that there will be a significant move off of this 97, whether it comes today, whether it comes this week, I have no idea. And this might be the test, right? So we'll have to see in the coming days. Let's see, Lucid VWAP break. Wow, Lucid, yeah, Tesla, Lucid's now that's a name I haven't looked at in a while. Check that out, because I think there was the Canadian pension fund was also buying it up, and a couple days ago I think the Saudi oil pension fund was buying up Lucid also. Yeah, last time I was looking at this, it was down in the $6 range. Now it's back above 10. Now you have to remember this is a SPAC, right? So if you guys remember SPACs have this like $10 floor type of deal, and now this is no longer a SPAC, so that $10 floor is not really there anymore. Yeah. But again, like whenever we revisit this $10 area, I think we can expect chop, because there are a lot of players that are risking bait off of this area, right? Long and short. I think that's a big area to look out for. And if and when that buying pressure does come in, like look at the moves Lucid can give you, right? So Potential long-term position, maybe. I don't know. I like the technology. I like the company. Those Lucid Airs look nice. You see more and more of those on the road
really
lately.
nice.
They're looking primo.
I saw them at.
What is it, like a $200,000 car? That's crazy.
It's like between 100,000
Yeah.
and 200,000.
Yeah.
It was like to 300,000. So it's like a $200,000.
It's like luxury electric, right?
Yeah.
It's nice. It's real nice.
All right. Phil McCracken wants me to have a look at LAZR. Let's have Lunar Technologies. Let's have a look here. So this is the daily. So let's just get an idea of what the macro is. So very consolidating. Can I call that consolidative? Someone told me don't say consolidating, say consolidative. But consolidating sounds better. So we've kind of a little bit between that 10 level and that 5 and that 4 level. It's been range bound. We've had a couple of breaks and retracements. So the daily chart's been kind of all over the place. That bottom at 4 held though, making a top at 8, and we're kind of in between here at 6. Let's have a look at the 3-minute chart to see what we're looking at for a daily. Yeah, so you had that Christmas shaped recovery off the open. Retracement off the open, consolidating, and now we just broke day's highs. So we're at day's highs. That $6 is obviously the area that we want to stay above. It looks like we closed above it and we're hanging out above it. So if you're looking for a retracement trade, get in at that 6 and then look for a retracement up, or just punch into any 1-minute retracement. I don't know what the catalyst is on this. Let me have a look real quick. LAZR. Okay, see if anything coming up here. Nothing for me is showing up for it today. So what is it up on the day? It's up 5.16%. So yeah, decent move. Not my cup of tea though. It's just kind of not the main stock that everybody's watching. I'm looking for more parabolic movers. Okay, back into Baidu here. This one I may have to cut for an L. Like if it doesn't break above and hold above 135, what we did here is we just tested the lows and I added at the low. So if we don't get the bounce here, I'm out. And if it makes a newer low, I'm gone. Now we're breaking through 135. This one I got to be careful with. We'll see if it continues. If it doesn't, an L is an L. Nothing I can't do about that. King of the Ring saying, I think, what is that? Turkish krona or Swiss franc? I forget. Can you check what CHF is? I always do it and I always end up forgetting. Crypto, ANKR, going up. Microsoft and Tencent Corp in Web3. Yep, okay. So that's interesting there. Web3 is also an interesting catalyst. Let's have a look at ANKR. Not a stock that I'm familiar with. Let's pull
Swiss
that
francs.
Up. Swiss francs. Okay, that's what I
CHF,
thought.
yeah.
ANKR. What did you say? ANKR. Okay, so I don't have that as a ticker here. I'm not sure what that is. You want to tag me? Anchor going up, ANKR. Yeah, I don't have an ANKR on my, so maybe you mistyped that. Let me know what that is, and we'll have a look at that. But in the meantime, let's see what else is going on.
Yeah, I think it's a crypto coin.
It's a crypto.
It's a
I
crypto
can't
coin.
check crypto coins on here. What is that? Do you have it there on TradingView? Do you want to go to his screen?
Yeah, sure. Let me pull it up. Let me pull up the tender pair. Sorry, the tether pair.
I don't know much.
Oh, nice. Look at that, dude.
We just broke out here on the market, which is nice.
Okay, yeah.
Breaking that.
What is he
40,
saying?
10
Microsoft and Tencent co-op in Web3 with Anchor. Small crypto, yeah. Okay.
Do you know anything about this crypto coin?
No, nothing really.
Anything about the project? Is it Ethereum-like? Is it more Bitcoin, blockchain-y? Like
nothing really. No.
Neither do I. Will Evans says PDD ripping. Watch out for
Has
Baidu.
some price action, though.
I know, dude. I'm watching. I haven't been doing well on Baidu. It's been stair-stepping down. I took the bounce here off the lows, adding to it. Let me have a look at these ADRs. PDD. All right, come on, dude. Move. Show me PDD. Yeah, PDD kind of getting off the bounce here. We're not seeing the same kind of bounce on Baidu, sadly. Even though the headline that I'm seeing on PDD is Baidu related. Baidu getting its own bounce. We're not seeing that reciprocated on PDD, but on Baidu, but we're not getting any lower lows here on Baidu. My long on that one is 135.33. We're at 135, so 33 pennies out of the money, but I gotta see this one continue to go up. If it makes a newer low below 134.32, I'll be out. So I'm gonna give this one 50 pennies of more risk. If it makes a newer low, that's it. It's over for me on that one. These Chinese ADRs kind of psyched me out today. I thought, okay, these ones were over traded in the pre-market hours on lower volume, and as such, they don't have as much validity as as being like legitimate highs, but I thought that the move down was oversold, especially since the market was not making that move. Tried to buy these bottoms so far, not paying the bills. Looking for, again, a 141 retracement, 140.85, which is yesterday's close on Baidu, but that's proving more elusive than previously the case here. Let's have a look at some of these other stocks. Yeah, the market, making a newer recent high, but still very much in a consolidative type of stance. So AMC also making a move here. It looks like it just retraced right back down to the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. Let's just have a look at that real quick here. AMC making an interesting move. This is an interesting area to pick up AMC possibly. Let's go to the 3-minute chart here. There is the retracement to the 50 period. It's a kind of like a topping tail candle, which is, a candle of reversal, and then you have one to make a newer high here. Do we get a retracement to 680 and even above to break 4? I mean, this is an interesting long here. Your risk would probably be the low of this candle around 657, 656 or so. That's about 10 pennies worth of risk. But yeah, hey, we'll see. Is the 50 period an area that's been respected? Somewhat. It looks like VWAP's been respected a bit more. On this one, you always try to kind of figure out what moving average or what indicator this specific stock is respecting to kind of try to glean levels off there. There's really there's some interesting price action around this level where it bounced 658 was a top over here, retraces to around that same area. I don't know, this could all be sporadic. Not really sure what to think about this one, Obi.
Yeah, Desmond has asked a couple times to check out CVRX, so I pulled it up. Cool. Here. It's I think it gapped down yesterday off of some news. I have no idea what it is, but up 36% today. So here's the thing. Usually when something is just like downtrending like this, heavy volatility to the downside, and then starts to slow down, and then you come out the next day and you start breaking those tops, yeah, you can potentially look for a long because you have a good risk around here. But yeah, sure, up 36% today, but yesterday it dropped even harder. So like this relative to this, I think it's just market mechanics taking place. And look, now we've kind of started rejecting off of this underneath this $10 area, and if we build up into it, yeah, sure, potential breakout probability increases. But so far, right now, off of what's printed, we kind of are pushing away from this 10, like we've pushed away here and starting to again. So if this continues, yeah, potential push higher, but so far right now, like this price has sold off twice within the past within the day. After this long move. So potential continuation of this bigger picture. And if that's negated, I think it'll be negated once these tops break, if they do break. On CVRX. All right. Now, Sharif was saying markets are breaking tops, but like we were talking about Amazon not really following the rest of the market. Like look at this. We're making not fresh lows on the day, but fresh lows on the trend, right? So that 96 area did sell off, the 97. I did get a little bit of FOMO, still am getting a bit of FOMO. I did have this 97 short, and I covered for like 20 cents, and it gave you almost a full $1. So you win some, you lose some, you leave some on the table, which is fine. No harm done. I'm just gonna wait for it to slow down and give me a potential another chance if we do start making a range here. Like I said, like I want to start buying bottoms of ranges, selling tops of ranges. So I have just a better probability risk. Let's see, what else are we looking at here? LUNR, LLAP still going. Let's check out what LLAP is up to. Bang. See, we've pulled off. We weren't able to make this, the break of this, right? I was saying like if we could break this price, we can potentially get a squeeze off of this pre-market action, but we've pulled back off of it, started to consolidate above the 3, so that's a potential area of, to look at. If we do base or continue back down, like I don't see much space if we break this $3 area until down into the 280s, even the 260s here. But yeah, potential short. Like I know this is a heavily traded name today, and a lot of people are on this name for sure. ES is still hovering and churning around that 4,000. So like just a sideways day, might be an inside day today on the rest of the markets. Like even Amazon, like inside day. I'm looking at Apple Apple inside day. We made a morning range, and we've started just chopping around in the middle. It is the middle of the day. It's around lunchtime, so not expecting too much. Renata Haddad asking about Baba. Let's see, Baba. Wow, check this out. Similar fade as a Baidu, I think, right? All part of a similar basket here. We've based around this 350 area, 9350 area. The trend does look down. Like, look at the past couple of days. Like, we gapped down, faded, and then a bit of a gap up, but not able to penetrate through these prices, and then another flush. So, like, I think direction is kind of clear on this overall. And yeah, sure, if you want to look for the slowdown of momentum on a longer time frame, I don't think it's here yet from what I'm seeing, but yeah, that's what I have on Baba.
Yeah, I got shaken out of this Baidu trade, but I had to draw the line somewhere, guys. I mean, there add, and then it made a newer low. I had already given it to beyond this low of 134.66. Look at this. I literally have the bottom wick of my stop. It literally is the bottom. I mean, that's really frustrating. And then it pops back up $1 and change. Where is that? 134.15. Now we're topping out at 135.34. So absolutely get shaken out on that trade. Now I would have been really in the money on this one. Very frustrating. Coming back to the 50 period here, this is kind of an inflection point to see whether we're going to continue or reject. Do we have a continuation trend in the midst here? Because this could pose an opportunity to kind of get that that long that we wanted to the 140.85-ish area. Wow, continuation, very strong, but I'm going to look for continuation above this 137.50 area. That was the area we initially couldn't get in. I added on this one several times. I can't believe I got shaken out of this one. This one would have been really good. But hey, such is the case. You live and you learn. All right, the future is pumping back again near the higher of the consolidation range. In fact, we just made a newer high in that range, 40.11.5. So we're continuing to make higher lows and higher highs. So look at this trend line, very clear here. So it looks like we do have an interesting trend developing here on the futures, and you kind of see that reflected a little bit on some of the charts on the big cappers. Let's bring in the big cap, the big six charts to the side here. You have like some flat top breaks developing here. Look at these. These are all higher lows and flat tops near, you know, key points, whether price action points or VWAP or whatever have you, the 200 period, but they're all setting up the same way, save and except for Amazon, which was stronger earlier on, now showing relative weakness. And when Obi told me, he's like, look at this flat bottom break, I'm like, no, that looks more like a double top. But it looks like it was a double top fake out because it did bounce off VWAP, but you don't get continuation. You get that continued sell-off. So that double top does end up materializing. Obviously, it concludes when we break the bottom of the V over here around 95.30. So we'll see. We'll see if this one, it was relatively strong. You know, he was telling you it was up yesterday too. It was up 2% today, while some of these other ones are either flat or down. Microsoft is the only other big six name that's actually up, which is really flat, up 0.13%. Tesla, Google, and Apple all near like break-even area, except Tesla's down 1%. Google and Apple actually near break-even. So interesting formation here starting to develop on some of these big capper names. Now it's just a matter of which one we're going to take advantage of if our thesis is we get continuation. First and foremost, where do we get continuation to? Well, 40.2075 is today's high. Oh, now we're pumping on the futures, baby. And by pumping, I mean all of 2 points. 40.1375. You know what? When the range on your chart is so limited, like 39.90 to my bottom and 40.20 to the top, these like 1 or 2 point moves look so exaggerated when the range on your chart is limited to that. Anyway, breaking out through the range, at least at the moment. So some of these longs printing looks like Tesla just made a new recent high. Looking to test that 198.50. Obi, I know you were looking at Tesla earlier. What do you see on that one? 1 second. Maybe Tesla will go back to 200. Ron Miller says. Hey, man, you never know. I mean, Bullard was on this morning. He was, you know, kind of balanced in his approach. He's known as a hawk, obviously wanting to advocate for higher interest rates. But he, you know, he basically said the terminal rate that he wants is a little bit above 5%, and that they can stave off a hard landing, you know, meaning that they can stave off recession while getting inflation under control. So we'll see. He tried to talk up the market. The market reacted in the pre-market on that talk. He was on CNBC around 7 a.m.
Yeah, I like the 200 area on the Tesla. Like I was saying, I'm looking for that, like this area to come in again around 200, and we sold off heavy, and I want to see if those sellers come back in, if we can reach this price again, because like we have turned off of this in 192 low, 198. Like that's a pretty big retracement of this morning flush. Now these sellers started to come in off of here. Let's see if they come back again. That would be my assessment on Tesla. Yeah. That's
cool.
it. It's pretty basic. Just 200, you know. Keeping it simple is, I'm finding, is one of the best ways to keep your trading plan.
Absolutely.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
The part that I love about that is like the little giggle that he has at the end. There's lots of bangs, and then he giggles, right? Which is so Sean, right? All right, guys. There we go. Now we're getting a trend. At least we can talk about a trend here on the futures. I don't see it really translating into a lot of these trades. I'm kind of burned on Baidu. I don't know if I'm going to risk getting into one of these here. Let's see what we got on board. Okay, so which one's the strongest of the bunch? If we think we're going to continue here, then maybe I can get something on a retracement. Kind of a tough day to find a trade. Maybe Tesla VWAP retracement back into 197. Maybe we can have some resting orders around 197 on Tesla. I think that would be interesting. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. That doesn't mean I get it because we're at 198 at the moment. So let me go ahead here and put an order in for let's say 197.11. You know, in case it doesn't come all the way back down. But we do have a nice consolidation area into 197 here. I can get into this Tesla long. It's just not at the right price. At least I don't want it at that price. Maybe also that 197.5. I can kind of average in. I can get initially in at the half and then look to average in at the whole dollar. We'll see. We'll see. This trend is, it's a suspect trend though, because you're just breaking out beyond a range, but you still have a lot of higher points in the chart, 40.18 then 40.20, really before you really get going here. We're talking about peanuts in terms of what kind of moves we've been having the last few days, Obi.
Yeah, I'm checking out this AMC. Like we were talking about that $7 area from before coming into play. Like I don't have the short here, but we did talk about this, the price action slowing down, and it's at VWAP now, right? So now you can see that VWAP is probably showing up around the bottom of this consolidation. Sorry, not the consolidation, but this uptrend, right? We're testing the bottom of that trend on the day. Let me go to a smaller time frame, see it a little bit cleaner. Like, yeah, we've pulled back heavy and flush, but like I would still consider this the bottom of this uptrend. Now, if we can really flush and break this, then yeah, we can revisit like, horizontal support resistance, 620 area is definitely within the cards, I think, if this trend breaks on AMC, right? Now, I think this thing usually runs with the other meme names, right? Like GME, Bed Bath. Let's see what they're doing. Let's see what they're up to. GME, nothing really, just consolidation chop. Let's check out Bed Bath.
Yeah, that one was making interesting moves earlier.
Look at that.
Retracement,
wow.
though.
Damn.
That is ugly.
That's a nice short. Wow, that's a nice swing short. All right.
Yeah, all right, guys. LUNR continuing to pump to the high side now. 106. Yeah, 106 is now the high. We're back into that 104. It's still a $1.75 spread. It's not tradable for me, but it's so nice to look at and like, oh, I should have punched in here at 56. I'd be like $56 in the money. What a great day that would have been. But Will Evans saying, in all seriousness here when we talk about the big cappers, he's saying he feels Meta is a stronger of the bunch at the moment. Because it is making higher highs while the other ones are barcoding, he posits. So he's not wrong. Look at that. We're getting higher highs here on Meta and now breaking through VWAP. But do we have that oomph to kind of get going? I see Google and Stresla kind of with the same setup a little bit as Meta. The one thing I like about Meta over Google and actually not over Google, over Tesla is you had that multiple VWAP bounce and test and bounce. Look at how many times we ranged in between the 200 and VWAP. The 200 is a blue line, VWAP is a black line. We kind of range in between there, and then we kind of get the breakout. Meta pumping now to the high side, 172.22. It's breaking yesterday's close of 172.08, so now we are technically in the green on Meta for now as the futures continue to find their footing.
Oh yeah, look at that
40.16 is we're moving, baby. There we go. Sun Hands MRAK, Sun Hands Marak. $2 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Thoughts on PLTR? Do you want to have a look at Palantir?
Sure, yeah.
Give
I already have it pulled up
PLTR?
here.
Sure.
Pull this up, bang, bang. Okay.
There you go.
Let's do. Let's start off with I like to start off with a larger time frame and then move down. Palantir, come off of this. Was Palantir a SPAC at one point?
I don't remember. It's been
It's been quite a while before the pump. I like to call it a pump and dump, but on a larger time frame.
Well, everything was pumping and dumping.
Yeah.
Time, yeah.
So let's see, Palantir. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like it has bottomed around this $6 area. This consolidation rebroke into this consolidation area, and now look at this. Off of earnings, you have the bottom of the earnings action off of this consolidation area. That looks pretty strong. We break above, and then kind of pull back in. So like, if this is looking to continue, like I would be looking for it to respect this, or we can have something like we had around here, where you have like this short-term uptrend in a large range, and then you flush. So you might even get that. We don't know, but like larger time frame, bigger picture, like we are coming off of these highs from 21, right? Last year was pretty crazy for this name, and there are a lot of bags in this name.
LUNR finding a bit of a top at 114. Now a couple of red candles brewing here. Earlier we saw kind of this bull flag shape take form, and you have this consolidation range where you get chopped out. Let's be honest about it. 80, that's basically 90 to the bottom side and 99 to the high side. I mean, that's $10 worth of range. You said it earlier. You got to give this around.
Oh yeah,
$10.
you have to. Looking at that spread, like $1, $2 spread.
So if you get in 10
I want to
shares,
give that at least $10 of risk.
If you get in 10 shares, right? $10 risk, that's $100 worth of risk right there.
So like, in order to play it effectively, like sure you can play it,
of risk,
but you need that kind of risk, and like if you can risk that much, sure. Like some crazy trades are taken on these names, right?
Absolutely.
Like you have exhaustion. If you can really wait for the exhaustion, the squeeze to follow through, and then that stopping of momentum, and you've been watching it all day, like you can potentially catch the backside, but like. Trying to short front side on names like this, like what's the float on that thing, right?
Oh goodness, I'll tell you in a second. I don't know if this.
Depending on its float and based off of how it's moving, like you have to structure your risk parameters that way, and yeah.
Let me have a look here.
There's definitely higher probability opportunities out there, higher than that, I think so, and like much more manageable, better for risk, better for your sanity. The market is full of opportunity, so like don't necessarily chase the biggest thing that's moving, right?
Yeah, I agree
with
that.
You don't want to go hunting for elephants when there's rabbits and other things just around.
Yeah, so now what's the play here? Now I've got a 197.11 here long on Tesla. We're getting a bit of a reprieve. I haven't taken the long yet. Sorry guys, it's a dip trade waiting to get triggered. We're getting a bit of a reprieve now from the pump to the high side. 40.16 is the high on the ES. Now back into 40.13 and a quarter. I'm looking for this area of support to hold up and to get a dip trade here on SPCE. It's above VWAP by a while. VWAP's around 196. We're in the 197.70 area, so $2.50 above VWAP. So not quite the VWAP retracement. There's always a risk, that we do get a VWAP retracement here, but I do think it is market dependent. I know the people that are taking Meta long, you're not wrong on this one. I just don't see a lot of velocity in Meta, where I see a lot more possible velocity and a lot more risk, to be fair, on this SPCE trade. Ooh, don't know. Well, I'll keep the dip trade in place here, and we'll see. Baidu. Oh, this one was a bane of my existence. I would have printed very nicely on this one, but not to be the case. Now hanging out at 135.50. Someone in the chat's like, hey, I'm out 135.50. Thanks for the trade on Baidu. I'm like, great. I'm happy you did well on it. I definitely didn't. That's been a bad one for me today. I'm in the red today because of Baidu, even though one
I'm 4 for 3, guys. I'm 3 for 4, 4 for 3. I'm 3 for 4, yet I'm red because the trade on Baidu absolutely murked me. You know, we'll have to weasel our way out of this L. So we'll see. Amazon showing a little bit more strength here now as some of these other names kind of retrace. It's trying to pull back into VWAP. I want to see if Amazon can kind of find its footing that it had earlier and kind of show itself as a standout. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We have a bit of a bottom brewing here, though, on Amazon. Where is this Amazon trade here? Okay, so we'll switch this.
It's kind of a higher low, right?
Yeah, you want to take that?
Yeah, I mean, like we're talking about this, like consolidation inside day, like we rejected off to 97, we kind of broke below 96, couldn't make it to the $0.50 underneath 96, and we've kind of started to push back. At the same time, like you can see ES starting to test the top of its range. If we expect this to be a range-bound day on ES, I would look for it to slow down around the 40.20s, 40.15s, and if I do see the action slowing down, like, yeah, potential shorts, then I'd look over to the tape on the caps for potential shorts on that. But yeah, if we break out of this range on ES, the probability of that 97 break goes up a little bit, I would say so.
That 97 break, right?
Yeah.
All right. We'll see how this one ends up panning out. Tesla continuing to kind of hang out above that 197.50 area into 198.40 is like the highest high it's had there. I'm going to take a long into Amazon here. I'm looking for a possible reclaim of the VWAP area. I want to say that 96.25. If it doesn't go, I'm going to give it to really like below 96. So it's going to cost me like 11 pennies to find out. If it really breaks below that 196 area and doesn't continue its higher high area. Like the idea is what I'm trying to do is like this. So let me show you here. How do I zoom out of this? The control, there we go, that's what I want to do. So this trend line here, basically what I'm looking for is the following. There we go. This right here. If this peak can hold, if these two, you know, trend lines, if this basically these two troughs can hold on this trend line and continue north, maybe above that 96.50 area, that'll be the play. Otherwise, if the market doesn't want to pump right now and Amazon is relatively weak on in regards to the other ones, then I'll get out of it. It'll cost me about 11 pennies to find out. So keep my eye on that. Also keeping my eye on this TSLA dip trade at 197.11. If that materializes, that will be good. Let's see what else some of these small cappers are up to. Earlier on that we were looking at, let's have a look at the scanner. LUNR is just an absolute monster. We're actually through 120 now, 122
Did we
to the
find
high
out
side.
what the float on that was?
No, okay, none of the programs have it. None of the programs have it. Yeah, you can check flowchecker.com, but you know, I'm not sure if it's going to actually be accurate because none of the ones that we have at the moment. 122 on the bid, 124 on the ask. That tells you all you need to know. $2 spread, absolutely dangerous. Crazy. I'm not trading this stock. Same thing here on the futures, kind of hanging out at that 40.14. Broke out above that 40.10 range that we were stuck in all day. So a bit of a bullish breakout to the high side here. Let's see if we can get some continuation on these big cap names that we're in at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull up for Lunar.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to find.
1 second. I like, did you check shortsqueeze.com?
I usually use FlowChecker, and then I have two platforms here, my IBKR and my Trade Ideas. Neither of them have it. And I remember when I checked last, neither of them had it either. So not sure if we're able to find that. Chat, if you guys know, if you're able to find something, at me in the chat, let me know what the float is on it. And if there's a short float, I'd love to know that as well. But all I know is the high now on it is, where are we here? We're at 126. Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. We're finally halted to the high side on LUNR. 126.49. The tap I'm seeing right now is 128.74. So already $2.30 there. We go now 129 now. It's just pumping $3 higher than where the close is. We're in the wrong stock, Sobi. We should have just punched into LUNR. Why are we trying to trade for dimes and nickels here on Amazon? There we go. I'm going to get out of this trade. It breaks below 96. I can get back in if it shows its strength, but I got to draw the line at a point here. 11-cent loser on Amazon. But yeah, we'll wait for some of these trades to develop. Wow.
Yeah, that
what
float,
a day.
The float on this thing is all over the place. Like if you
Different,
come to my screen over here, yeah, Yahoo Finance says 102. You got Finviz saying 4, TD Ameritrade 4. So I think WSJ saying 32. I think it's definitely closer to this 4 million free float rather than 102 with the way it's moving. Yeah, that's definitely a 4 mil or sub 10, I would say. But yeah, and that's like the free float.
Yeah.
Now, if that float is cornered, you're gonna get some crazy moves, right? And I think that might be a little bit of what we're seeing on Lunar today.
Yeah, all right. LLAP also making a move, guys, curling a little bit as well. Let's bring in the side chart and have a look at that. LLAP. Is it called LLAP? Yes, it is. Okay, so that's a daily. What a big gap that is. There we go. 3-minute time frame, duplicate the free floating window. And so now we're looking to test those, those after market highs. It's 339 is the aftermarket high. We got that 375 pre-market high. So we got a nice little curl here. Obviously, some eyes on these small cappers as a result of LUNR. Some of these sympathy plays are going to start to develop. We should be able to probably see that coming soon. I see OCEA is halted now at $4.60. Not sure what this does. My platform is kind of messing up, so it's not giving me the right information. But OCEA on low volume, though, 493,000 shares, halted at 460. We'll have to look for some of these ones to kind of get in on this this crap stock mania halt side. So
Yeah.
we had a couple of halters this morning, and definitely we've got some more here, Obi.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at this this Lunar to see if it's had any, like, is this a new IPO, I think? Recent IPO, or no? It does have some action from January, February of this year, around $10. Oh, it was a SPAC? This looks like a SPAC. Check this out. Look at this, around $10, and then all of a sudden we get this crazy move. So it smells like a SPAC to me, but I'm not sure. Pretty crazy. Now the thing with these halters, I think, is like once it settles down, once you have all the halts out of it, and you just got like long bags left, and the move is kind of done, I think we can come back to this and see if the spread has tightened up, to see if there's any opportunity that we can take on the potential backside, right? And that's if a lot of the float isn't stuck short, right? Because like you don't want to be in a float where a majority of the float is stuck short, and you're also shorting. That's pretty. That's a recipe for disaster. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm in this Tesla long, trying to ride this trend to the high side. I'm sick of waiting for this one. About 25. What was there? Like almost like 45 pennies in the money. 25 pennies in the money now. Waiting for continuation here, right back down to break even. Tesla obviously breaking through that 199 is going to be a test, but probably the 200 level, that's really where the test is going to be. 4017 just made a higher high here on the futures, so I'm going to be adding to this long if we get that continuation. I started off with a smaller position to kind of mitigate a little bit of risk on this one, but I want to see a continuation. Looks like we're stair-stepping up, albeit very slowly, so, manage risk if you're not trading Lunar. Just because you're not trading Lunar doesn't mean you can't manage risk. So it looks like Tesla wanting to dance with that 199 level for a bit, breaking through it, but immediately flushing below it. If we can get that 199 and a quarter continuation, we'll start building a longer position for that eventual 200 test, and then maybe start scalping up. But we're going to need the market to kind of cooperate here. I don't think Tesla will go secularly into that 200 if we get a retracement on the market. It may be the relatively stronger name, but I don't think the move is going to be secular. So still dancing around that 199 area and looking to add more. Ice Baby saying Sharif missed LUNR. It's not the matter of missing it. We've been talking about it the entire time. The point is really, like on a trading floor, you have to be able to basically mitigate risk. You have to be able to control risk. Otherwise, you get shut down, right? So, having $100 as my risk on 10 shares just doesn't translate into a good use of risk on the trading floor. So even though, I may have punched in my own account, what I do on the trading floor is kind of an entirely different thing. Back to Tesla here. We're still doing the dance with no pants with that 199. Finally, we break above it. Let's see if we can get continuation here. Again, I'm going to add to this one if we get continuation through 199 and a quarter, but we got to get market confluence here. The market's got to continue to print newer highs. Otherwise, Tesla will find excuses to kind of retrace below 199, which is kind of what it's doing at the moment. I should probably have a dip trade set up here at 198.50. There we go. Now we're getting continuation through the quarter dollar. That's what we want to see at these levels. Very nice, printing very nicely on this one as the futures continue to pump up. Again, you know, not as much velocity as you do see on Tesla. Now 50 pennies in the money on this one. Want to let it run, but you know, as quickly as I say that, as quickly as it retraces, right? That's to be expected with these choppy markets. Let's not overstay our welcome, but you know, we're definitely looking for 2, but if the price action does not allow 2, or it says, 2 is not coming, by 2 I mean 200, then we'll cut the profits early, Obi.
Oh yeah, someone just messaged in the chat that Fed 2
o'clock.
What is it? The FOMC? Yeah. The meeting notes come out at 2 o'clock. So like, yeah, market could just stay in a range until that news comes out, and then that would be the catalyst to break that range, right?
Yep.
So again, I think we're all being a little patient here, just taking quick scalps and waiting for that catalyst to see if it does make any market moves, and then that will be, and like if we're patient for that, I think we're gonna get some good opportunities there off the number. And if it doesn't move anything, it doesn't move anything, and that could potentially be a play too, because I think there's a lot of people expecting, and all of a sudden everyone was expecting the market to move off a number, and it doesn't. So like, I don't know, got to play the meta sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good call there. All right, added to my position on Tesla through the quarter break. Looking to take profits here in front of 50. I'm sitting at 47s. It's obviously going to make me sweat. It pumped up to about 45, then retraced, obviously, but looks strong. The market pumping 40.18 now. We get an obvious retracement right back down into the quarter dollar. It's dancing, but at least it danced above 199. We wanted that kind of buffer from where we got in, but I'm adding to this position, you know, which always scares me. I find adding to my winners to be less successful than averaging into the losers and getting a better ACB. And I know all the trading books, all the successful gurus say add to your winners, you know, and cut your losers quickly. I get all that, you know, the psychology of it, a lot easier said than done. I find it hard to add to a winner. Does anybody else in the chat have that same issue as well? Because you know, something that I constantly struggle with here. We're dancing in front of 199.50. We're finding a bit of a top here in the 40s. If we can get some more momentum buying again, sitting at 47s, waiting to get filled in the money nicely on this one. With the average in now, my cost basis is 95, but I'm holding double the position, 198.95. Again, you know, it's decent, but we want to see some continuation here. Here come the 40s again. There goes. There I get filled. Here comes 50. 50 gets rejected. 50 blasts through. Tesla getting some momentum.
Ooh,
and
nice.
I'm out there. Nice trade.
Test.
Spin the money on this one. Big boy trade. Very happy with this one. Took it through the breakout area. Carried it almost into 2. Are we going to knock on the door at 2 here? Knock on the door at 2. By 2, I mean 200. Where's this recent high, Obi? I'll tell you guys real quick. We got up to 79s there. 199.79. Where did I get out? I got out.
That's
okay,
a solid
73s.
area.
Okay, so decent. I got 73s. Okay, there we go. Adam saying, as long as you are using good risk management and able to control your emotions, you will do great. You know what, Adam? Thank you. I know you're an awesome, awesome participant in the chat every day and a great member and one who always interacts. Definitely thank you for that, Adam. I'm just talking about, I want to see if anybody else seems to have that issue, because I know you're supposed to add into your winners. It's just a lot easier said than done. Nobody added me there. I think a lot of people are talking about it, but nobody really added me. So if you don't add me, I don't see your messages. So I can't read everything and trade at the same time. So something that I have trouble with. Here we go. Tesla now looking at 2 in the face. Where did we get up to there? We got up to 86s. So just another new recent high there. Good move on Tesla. Nice move on the markets. Muted move though on Meta, but Apple is moving as aggressively as our friend Stressla here. Do we see 150 today, Obi, on Apple?
I mean, if we can break that high, like look at how hard this wick sold off on Apple, right? Out the open here. Was this 9:30? No, that's 8:30. Right here, like boom. selling, and then now we've kind of retraced and come back, and we're pushing for that high of day. Yeah, if we can break that high of day, that 150 is definitely in play, right? And now ES is testing the top of the range. We were talking about this earlier. We're looking for these candles to slow down to see if that correlates with selling pressure over overwhelming buying pressure on some of the large caps. Like I'm looking at Amazon here for that move. But yeah, no, Sharif was talking about adding to a winner. One of my biggest problems right now is adding to a loser, right? So it's like I have to find the fine line of like when I should be adding to a position versus not, and like something I really do struggle with, and I think a lot of traders also, is like adding to your winners. Like you're so greedy in taking money off the table, where it's like it's almost counterintuitive to be like, oh, I'm in the money, let me throw some more at this, because like the continuation looks higher probability. Now,
Pump it.
I think keeping a cool head and keeping that bigger picture in mind has kind of helped me hold on to positions a little bit longer. Now I have to add on, like adding to the winners. Like if I am in a winning position that I am holding around other key areas, like for example, if I was long here at 95.80 or even 96s, like where do I look to add? Maybe on the $0.50 here, the rebreak of this consolidation, rebreak of this area here. Those are potential good add areas if you're already in the money. Like how I like to think about it is like if I wasn't in the trade at all, would I start a position here, right? So if I'm thinking like that, that could facilitate that confidence in adding to the winner. But as you can see here this morning, like I added to this loser and I got lucky on the move and it ended up being a winner, but that doesn't always happen, right? This is not necessarily good risk management, right? The ideal trade would have been stop out, flip long, take this into the slow of the momentum here, and then take the short off the 97 into the 96 area, right? But like nobody's perfect. We're trying to achieve the best we can be as traders. You know, just trying to be better than what I was yesterday. But yeah, definitely something that we're all working on is adding to the winners, and trying not to add to the losers. Because you're right. Like a lot of these textbooks and a lot of some of the great traders of the past, they have blown up because they added to losers. They were just so confident that their trade idea was solid, and they just kept on adding to a loser, and they blow up.
I want to say something though.
What's up?
With respect to adding to a loser, and here's where I found, and I haven't done any empirical assessment and analyzed the numbers from a statistical perspective, guys. So I'm speaking more anecdotally here, but here's what I've noticed. Now, where is the chart that I'm going to use to kind of make my point here? Give me a second. I need to find the right chart, because basically what I'm looking to say is, oh, this is perfect. Obviously, I would never trade Lunar, right? But the chart for Lunar looks fantastic to make my point. Here's the point. This stock, very strong, holding above all the trend lines, holding and continuing to make higher highs, making higher lows. Obviously, it's not a straight line. There are periods of retracement. So when the stock is bullish, and ideally has a catalyst, and then it starts forming a pattern that you recognize like a bull flag. The bull flag, by definition, has an area of retracement where the pennant or the flag starts making a downward angle, and you usually get between a 33 to a 66% retracement, obviously with the average being 50. So you can build into that position, and I think that would be an area where I would be okay adding to a loser, knowing exactly where my bottom was. Okay, this is a strong stock. By the way, Lunar just halted to the downside, guys, 117.10. What's the tap on this boy? 102. So we're already at, okay, now tap is 113. So that's going to change frequently. So when you got I can't even talk. Pattern like the bull flag, and you know that by definition it has to retrace in order for the flag to form. You're adding to these areas, and you have an exact area where you be out, which is basically the breakout point for the bull flag. In this case, for this right here, it would be this $85 area on LUNR. And
wow, look at that flush, man.
What?
On Lunar.
Oh,
what
yeah,
you're looking at. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's halted, right?
Yeah, I just looked over and I was like, oh, it halted down. Yeah. So saying the shorts are in play now. The first halt down.
That with 10-foot pole. But anyway, That's the whole point. So in areas where the pattern you're looking for calls for a retracement, adding to it, I kind of feel that is really the only area I feel comfortable adding. But there has to be certain prerequisites. The stock has to be up on the day. It has to be above moving average. It has to be above VWAP. It has to be above whatever moving or indicator that you're using. All the right ingredients has got to have it. Otherwise, if you're just adding to something that's weak on the day and you're trying to find a bottom, you're trying to find random bottoms because you marked off a possible resistance level and doesn't hold. Well, the market doesn't care what you marked off, right? So that's what I'm trying to say there, guys. So sometimes I use it in that sense. Dan, I've been saying when VIX is under 21, never add to a winning trade. It tends to revert back to the average cost base. Is not good. Never. And adding me on that. Yeah, we were talking about that, Dan, earlier on. We were talking about mean reversions on the VIX and how you kind of want to see it in that median area from the high and the low. We were having a look at that earlier. Yeah, definitely couldn't agree more. You obviously have it down more in a science where you actually have numbers above 21, below 21, etc. I kind of tend to have more of a free-floating area, kind of a line of best fit that goes through the VIX. That's kind of really that's what we were talking about earlier. Right. The line of best fit is kind of where I jive on that. Let's have a look at what this TSLA trade is doing now. I don't even want to look at Baidu. Yeah, so it looks like we did touch 200. 200 was definitely the level on TSLA. So I could have been hanging out at that 200 instead of getting out in the mid 70s. But nice little move. Now where do we revert back to? Let's start looking at the price action. First and foremost, I see the 50 period here, but this is on the 1 minute chart, so it's not as persuasive. Kind of hard to find a level here. I'm saying maybe that 198 level. We may have a bit of support around that 198. We do have the higher end of this consolidation area at 198, and the mean area of this consolidation area is 198. So maybe an interesting trade here on 198 if we were able to get it. And the market, obviously, you're theorizing that the market's going to continue up, maybe to test that 40, 20, and 3/4 high. Otherwise, why would you take a dip trade, right? So that's what I'm looking at there. What's the chat up to? Have we done this lately? We haven't had a look at the likes, Obi. We've been kind of just sitting on our hands here, man. Let me just get in. Let me just do some organizing here, and then I'll come back to you real quick, Ob.
Yeah, no worries. I saw this turn on the ES, and now I'm short a little bit of Amazon, just a feeler, just to see if there's any continuation. Okay. I took a piece of it earlier, right? Like right here, once we started to slow down off of the top of this range. Whoa, there it goes. Broke 96 as soon as I said that.
Is that good or bad?
That's a good thing. I'm in the short, right? I'm in the short. So like I was watching for this to slow down here. ES is ranging. We're expecting that range on the day, and then we're all waiting for that potential catalyst at 2 o'clock. So just waiting for these market moves to happen, see if they confluence with the tape on the large caps, and just taking pieces off like that. Nothing too crazy. I might have missed the cover there because it is just a feeler. I'm just doing this to assess if there is going to be follow through or not. Do you ever do that? You throw it in a small size just to get a feel for the tape, for the position.
Yeah, you say how much is it going to cost me to find out?
Yeah, exactly, right? It's a cost of doing business.
Yeah, exactly. All right, having a look here to see what the chat is up to. I got to make this a little bit smaller though. Darwin, my dog was crazy. My dog just went crazy when Sharif said pump it. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. Is that a trigger word for them? I know that my dogs go crazy when I say, who's that? Right? Because we have like this window in the condo, and it looks down on the front of the front of the condo where everyone walks their dogs, and so they're always constantly monitoring and patrolling that window to see what people are doing down the bottom. So when I stand in front of that window and I yell, "Who's that?" they all come in and they'd oh, it's time to fight. It's time to what is it called? Pack up. Yeah, because dogs are in packs. All right. Having a look at some of these trades, I've got nothing at the moment, man. I'm keeping an eye on some of these scanners, but nothing's really pleasing me. Let's have a look at the VWAP retracement scanner. We were talking about that earlier. Shout out to Michael Noss. All right, let's see what's popping off in VWAP rally mode. Wix, that one is an earnings play. I don't know what's going on with the charts here. They're not loading at the moment. Okay, hello charts. Yeah, their charts are kind of doing their own thing at the moment there, so sorry about that. Come on, do better trade ideas. But this is interesting, though. This is what we were looking at earlier. Remember the advancing versus declining issues? And look at this. You have a big move on some of these advancing issues, and that's in exact same time where we're having this pump on the market, making newer recent highs up to 40.19. I'm not sure why these charts aren't working. So I'll get back to this one as, you know, it is kind of experiencing technical difficulties at the moment. Let's look at some of these small cappers here on the upper chart. LUNR now halted to the high, or not halted, but now pumping to the high side off that halt level of, where did it halt at? It halted at 117. It moved down to 110. And now it's pumping back into that 125 area, Obi.
Yeah,
Just
things are getting spicy. Things are getting a little spicy.
They've been spicy a while,
little bit,
friend. Yeah.
Like I said, like wait for all this chop. You want to be patient, right? Wait for all this chop. Wait for people to pay the price for you to collect the data that the ticker might do, right? Wait for others to play, and then when you see that it's within a manageable risk, I don't know if it's going to get there or not, right? We don't know, but if the spread does close in and like the price action starts to quell down, definitely there could be opportunity there that you can have a better risk off of.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Shout out to Katrine for that. Hola. I like how she intros that video. All right, Meta is, you know, it's nothing sexy. It's not, you know, very attention grabbing, but it is holding above view up and making higher highs and higher lows. Very slow mover, not the one that you want to be if you're a real momentum trader. You know what? We talked about Apple earlier. Actually, you know, that probably bears looking at. Apple is technically up 0.25% on the day. It was really weak earlier on. I mean, the guys were looking at it this morning. It really had a double bottom there at, what are these lovely wicks that we've got over here? Okay, I'll have to fix that. So let's get away from Apple. Bring in the side chart over here. All right, we'll make this bigger, duplicate and floating window. There we go. So Apple, what's going on with the trade ideas? So trade ideas having issues here loading the charts. Not sure what's going on. Yeah, take over for a sec while I try to fix this.
Yeah, no worries. I'm still trying to pay for information around this 96 area, right? Cover the short. Maybe I should cover this long because it doesn't look that strong. But again, this 96 orbit, actually, you know what? Might be chasing the long a little bit here, but I don't know. That's why smaller size to pay the price, right? It's not too crazy. It's within my risk, and only risking like a few pennies just to see if this 96 is going to give me a convincing break or not. Like we see that ES is pulling back, NQ is pulling back off of the top of the range, now looking for the follow through, right? If this 96 breaks, I want to see a convincing break, right? But like it's looking like it's kind of struggling to break, and that's what I'm basing this long off of. If we do hold, and even if we can get like a lower high into the 20s or the teens, right? That's what I'm looking for. Because like right now, like we said, market chop. I don't want to look for extended moves. I'm not trying to catch $1. I'm not trying to catch 50 cents, right? I understand what the market is doing today. I understand that like we're not making those kind of moves, especially around this time of the day. So I'm not expecting too much. 96 area on Amazon.
All right, guys, let's do a like check. Where are we at? We're at 2,800, 2,800. Not bad at all, especially since it's kind of been an inside day. I'll give you guys credit on that. Thank you for the 2,800 likes. But can we get it up to 3,000, guys? Smash that like button if you already haven't. We've got 5,000 people who voted in the poll. In case you're wondering what the results of that are, Bitcoin is favored by 72% of the people to be the better performer for the rest of the year, while Coinbase a measly 28%. So the fans not showing Bitcoin love. Smash that like button, guys. Someone saying LLAP about to launch. I tend to agree. Let's bring in the side chart over here. It's pumping to the high side, duplicated to freeform. Okay, so the charts, for some reason I have to probably restart the trade ideas charts, but we'll bring in the trusty other charts over here. LLAP making that move. There we go, pumping to the high side. We saw, you know, an earlier a pre-market high of around 375, but definitely the after the bell high is 339. We're now staring that in the face, up 3 into 332. So we're looking to take out this top. It's held $3 quite well since breaking out. So if you took that 3 break, you know, you were not shook out. It didn't really make its way below 302 at any point. So this one looking good. Looking good is LLAP. I wonder if this is an interesting long to be had here. Let's go ahead and take off. Which one are we going to take off here? We're going to take off Baidu. Oh my God, I can't believe Baidu is continuing to print to the high side. Such a frustrating trade for me to get shaken out of that, but that's a different story for a different day. I'm going to keep Lunar on. Let's put in LLAP. I think this is a NASDAQ stock. No, it's not. LLAP. Is it New York? Yes, it is. Okay, so LLAP is New York. There we go. Now we've just made a new high. No, did we make a new high? No, not quite yet. Still 340 is the high. 337 is where we're at now. You got to assume, you know, we're probably going to encounter some resistance. It's up 96%. What is the story on LLAP? I probably can't see too much because the platform is not working very well at the moment. LLAP, Terminal Orbital Corporation. All right, so they got earnings March 21st. That's a ways away. The float is about 100 million, 99.45 million. The short float, yeah, not really much to speak of here. 4.17%. Yeah, okay. So not nothing too crazy in terms of a possible parabolic mover, at least not from the looks of it at the moment. There we get a retracement off that 340. So, or sorry, that 337. So not quite ready to break that 340. Are we yet on LLAPOB?
Yeah, that thing's crazy. Lunar is still moving around, eh? So that 96 did break. I stopped out because it did look weak, and then I tried to hit the short, didn't really cross, and all of a sudden it dropped down like 10 cents down to 95.90, right? So like, don't want to chase too much. My price was like a little bit above 96, and I want to get back in above there, but this is still close enough. The thing is here, like if I start feeling kind of antsy if I miss my price. Do you ever feel that way? It's like if I had a price and like start feeling antsy, and then you start getting kind of like confuzzled as to like, should I chase? Should I not? Should I wait for the price? It's
Confuzzled?
Like, confuzzled, confused. Nice. I don't think it's a word, but
He just made it up, guys. He's coined
confused and puzzled together, right? It's confused and puzzled. You get confuzzled.
Befuddled.
Right?
Yeah. These guys are upset. The big kahunas are upset because it was not actually a word. I guess we gotta.
We should just start making up all these words. You know, just a bunch of like, look at that stock go, kerblang! You know, like
every bad emoji that they've got, they're smashing there on the stream deck. So here we go. They're displeased at the moment. We won't hit that again. Confuzzled is not a word. Merriam-Webster dictionary or whoever you are. There we go. The chat likes it though. I'll say it woke up the chat.
Look at that. I got 6 flame emojis.
Very true. Very true. All right, guys. Where are we here on LLAP? We're still hanging out at that 330 area. It looks good. Can we get a continuation through 340 here? We got a bit of a double top brewing. We just got a test of 340 and a fail off that 340 top. 339 was the previous high. So if you were sitting above the previous high, we didn't get filled, you're already like 4 pennies out of the money. We want to see continuation here though, but is it going to cost us anything to find out? Sure it will, but where could we kind of keep our out there? We might give this one 10 pennies, maybe to 3 1/4. I'm going to punch. Let's go. You only live once. There we go. We take the long. We get 34 fill. Not the best fill. Looking for that 40 continuation. If it breaks $0.25, I'm out. It'll cost me 10 pennies to find out, and so that we'll have to factor that into the risk. How much am I looking to make? At minimum 2 to 1 here, so you're going to have to let this one run into at least 50 or so. So let's see if we can get confuddled up at this, you know what, on LLAP. There we go. Now pumping to the high side. Where's 40 at? Let's sit at 45 here for a nice little out. We'll put half a position out at 45. 39, definitely finding a lot of sellers. Big size showing up here on, relatively speaking, of course, on the book. But, you know, the book doesn't always tell the story on the small cap crappers. You know, the size can come in. The 400, it just got eaten up. There we go. Wow. And then rejects, of course. Absolutely. There we go. You just had to anticipate that.
God.
Absolutely. There we go. We're going to add it to that. Let's take that one. Oh, I don't get the ad. Oh, come on. There we go. Hopefully we'll get the fill here. If we can go up, there we go. Now I have to give it to basically 315. If it goes anywhere below that, I have to cut this one. There we go, I have to cut it. So that ends up being a loser. You know, should have been quicker on the trigger. I literally had my out at 345. And, you know, it didn't cross 345, so we don't get the fill. That's been the story with some of these big cap, small cap crappers. You know, they do the flush. And you got to be ready for it either way. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. So no big deal. Let's see if we can get continuation or a hold here. This is an interesting level at which to hold. So, you know, I think that this ad probably was, this out of this ad was a little premature. Ends up holding the level. I probably get a retracement into the $0.25 here, which is probably the mean reversion of this big flush. Yeah, there we go. So this probably was not a good out. Should have probably given it to the lower end of this range, maybe 310, right? I think that was a random level to give it below 315. 315 wasn't really a level there. Anyway, so we'll watch this one. If there's a trade to be had on it, we'll have it. The market, though, pumping to the high side again, you know, retracing off this 40.19 high all the way down into 40.11, now back into 40.16. Looks like it wants to retrace back into 40.20 3/4. That will be the test of the high today, LB.
Yeah, taking a look at AMC, we were talking about AMC earlier, right? Like that $7 area just under it basically played out how we were talking about it. That momentum slowed down, and then we have this strong strength on the day, like continuation. Let me pull up this chart so we see some of yesterday's price action. So like we've had continuation off of yesterday's crazy move that we reclaimed, and then now we've made a move out the open, and now we've reclaimed all of it and breaking into new lows, right? So like when multiple trends fail off of like a key level, horizontal support resistance, like you can expect, I think you can expect a higher probability to have an extended move. So you had that resistance around that $7 area here, and then now you've broken the intraday trend, which was around the 670. So like if you took the short off of this consolidation area here near the bottom of that trend, or once it did break the bottom of that trend in these 60s, yeah, you're laughing here because you tested 60, you're almost 60 cents in the money, and what a great out to take right above yesterday's tops, right? So it's like that's kind of how I structure my thinking of like, okay, how many people are risking off of this trend, how many people are risking off of this support resistance, and then how many people get rocked based off of what the price is actually doing. So yeah, crazy pullback, a retracement of everything on AMC that we did today.
So I'm looking to get shorts right now. I'm looking to secure shorts on LLAP. I like this high top rejection here. Now what we want to see for a good short, and there's plenty of room for this one to break down, but I'm not gonna make any pronouncements on it yet. I want it to break below VWAP, below 3, kind of break it, consolidate sideways, and then maybe I'll ride this one down. But definitely looking to exact revenge. No, I'm kidding, of course, on LLAP, but also keeping an eye on a possible dip trade at the same time. No bias here, long or short, whatever presents itself. We had a nice little setup. We're late to the party, though, on this one. And I've tried to scalp 10 pennies, but hey, such is the case. Look for a possible bounce off 3 or a continued breakdown below 3 and below VWAP for a possible short. It's brewing into a nice little double top here. So if I'm able to secure shorts in time, I don't see Brenkel's at his desk. I'll have to message him. LLAP, how much is it for Hundo? Yeah, thank you for that. LLAP, will keep an eye on that one. What else is going on in the world of stocks right now? Meta continuing to pump to the high side, guys. 172.50. Now the price on Meta. Let's load that bad boy up. Where is Meta? Okay, so we took Baidu out for it. No, META. There we go. Yeah, 172.55. 172.74 is the high of day. So we're very close to the high of day. We're pumping nicely on Meta. The futures are cooperating. 40.17 now. We're looking at 40.19. That's the recent high that we kind of rejected off. 40.20.75 is the high. LLAPNY. Yeah, thank you. All right, so I have secured shorts now as a result of Mr. Katina securing that for me. Thank you very much for that, Sean.
Awesome.
All right, so now we're going to have an eye on this one for a breakdown. But again, no bias, guys. Just because we got the shorts doesn't mean we got to use them. Let's look for a continued break below 3. It's got to print newer lows. Right now, it's retracing into that $0.75. Is this just an interesting area? I wonder if this is an interesting area to get short. And then to give it to above 3/4 here, and then cut that one. So let's go ahead and do a little test position on this one. Let's see, do we get that breakdown, Obi? This will be interesting. I'm gonna punch short here, and then if it breaks 325, I'll get in again if I need to. There we go. So we'll get out of that. Little baby loss there. No big deal. Trying to time this one for the right move. Looking for basically a retracement down south. So you have that kind of what's it called? The reversion back into the mean of the move, the big wick up and the big wick down, and then you have a kind of a continuation down. So we may take a couple of paper cuts on this one, but we'll see. We'll see, Luke.
Yeah, I'm just again off this 96. Again, I'm back on Amazon because it does look like the ES is strong into the top of the trend, and we were slowing down, and now we've kind of reclaimed that strength back in. We are getting closer and closer to that 2 o'clock catalyst. So potentially looking for turns on names like this. At the same time, I see that Apple has breaking out, trying to push towards 150, right? So I'm looking for continuation on Amazon. If I see it, potentially add more to the position. If not, then that'll be all she wrote off of this 96 area. Now, I know not the best entry, not the best ads. I am testing for information mainly here around the 96.
Cool. Yeah, what else are you looking at?
Nothing really. I'm just focused on this, and like again, I was watching AMC, but closely watching this ES, right? ES 4020 area. Apple looking to high test. Yeah, exactly. So like I'm looking for that higher test on Apple to come through. Let me just get out of this right here because I don't like it. Thank you. All right, so yeah, Apple trying to push towards these high of day pre-market highs, and if we can break this, 150 is definitely in play, right? 150 psychological area. I think we're waiting for the catalyst. Like, what do you think? Like, the 2 o'clock.
Yeah, 2 o'clock.
Markets
Again,
have been pretty inside. Right? I don't know if it's going to be big either, but it does look like we're waiting for something, right? All this inside chop, it's consolidation. It's very undecisive in terms of price discovery.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so trying to bamboozle my way into the LLAP short here, kind of really waiting for this one to make the move. We'll see. We'll see what this one does. We've got him as a result. By the way, cost a couple of bucks to get 1,000 shares short. Shout out to Day Trade the World. I can't even get that on my platform. It's not even available. All right. So Day Trade the World, always making that available. Best day trading platform out there. You know it. Mr. Katina hitting that siren, baby. Love it. Always gets the crowd going, gets the chat going, guys. Someone asked me to look at was it TEST? Someone. TELL. Sure. Let's have a look at the trusty TELL here. This one is Tellurian Incorporated. It is on the Amex network. Okay, so we'll bring that one in. This one looks like a buyout if I've ever seen one, Ob. Kind of 140 to the bottom, 159 to the top. Not really much of a day trade for me, but hey, I know that some people could day trade this. It's not really what I look at as a momentum trader. Let's look at Not gas. Okay, so we'll have a look at that. So this is a not gas play, and the chart really reflects that, guys. Look at that. We are by far, we're at 2-year lows right now, right? We haven't been this low since basically, January 2021. We've been lower back in, when was this? September 2020, but we were at that in the penny stock range, but you know, it's for all intents and purposes, we're very low off the high, the recent high of 663. This one is the same thing. I know Dan Emmons has a different opinion about choosing the winners here, but I'm just not going to get into nat gas plays until I see a decisive retracement in the futures contract, the ETFs, you name it. If I don't see it, I'm not taking it. I'm not going to front run this one. I kind of want it to develop on its own. So sorry, Mohammed. I looked at that one. Oil breaking down, says Adam. Let's have a look at these oil stocks that I have here for my oil. There we go. We got Devon up here. not doing much. I'll have a look at U.S. oil, but some of these oil stocks, Fang, Devon, CNQ, they're all near days highs, right? So, well, not this one. Devon, definitely making a move here is Devon. Yeah, not bad. 53.96, 54.35 days high, so it's not too bad. I'll have a look at the U.S. oil. What I use for that, I mean, I have the futures contracts on my platform, but it's a lot easier for me to go to TradingView and to just kind of type in U.S. oil there if I can find my browser. Oh, where is my browser? There we go. So we can go TradingView, and then we can type in, what I type is in U.S. oil to get WTI, West Texas Intermediate. So this is the daily. Let's go to the 1 minute. So yeah, it looks like a flat bottom break starting to develop here, or a possible double bottom and a bounce. That'll get confirmed by the 74.50 breakout. But yeah, interesting move here, Adam. I haven't been watching oil for a while. There's been so much other stuff to watch. There we go, LLAP breaking down now. Let's see if we can get that continuation into 310. We're short nicely at 321s. We'll need to get continuation. Otherwise, you know, a break above the high here and I'm out. We're gonna keep testing this one to see when can we time it properly. Camel Crush, NFE, New Fortress Energy is an interesting company. They liquefy nat gas and own terminals to transport to EU. Yeah, I know. Interesting little play there. I know that the German Chancellor met with Canadian VP Trudeau to try to secure nat gas from Canada. That was a while ago. It was a few months ago. So a lot of interesting names to be had around there that we can play off, Obi.
Looking at this AMC area, right? So it started to slow down off of this trend here, right? Like I missed the short. We talked about the short, but like look at this consolidation from before on the 6 area. Let me pull up the chart here, right? So like literally yesterday, you have this crazy top and flush off of this $6 area, and now we're testing the same area from the top side. So like we could be potentially watching like a live formation of a support resistance area, key area being formed here. If this holds on today, this price, like this area is definitely going to be key. It'll prove itself as being key. But yeah, I think I want to be looking for the long on here, and I want to see the tape start to shift up here. I want these bids to stack up to be more than these sellers, and that really, as you can see, like I've had this on my screen since I started, and I've been watching the tape, right? I know I'm missing the move, but I'm watching the tape to stay familiar with how the tape is running. And now if I'm looking for the turn, I'm looking for the nuances and the behavior of the tape to change from how it looked like here, right? So it's like if it changes and turns and people start grabbing the ask instead of hitting the bid, yeah, like potential long off of this area that I can risk off of, I think that's definitely in play. We'll see if it comes through. We did kind of like have a bit of a wick bottom here into the $6 area, and we are holding the 610s, right? So looking for this to hold. If it can continue, it may or may not continue, but that's what I'm looking at for on AMC. Now, Amazon here, right? 96 area. I've paid for information here twice. What it's told me is I don't know. I don't know what Amazon's trying to do with this 96, but at the same time, I'm watching ES, right? ES is at the top of its range on the day. We're getting closer and closer to 2 o'clock. So whether this top of the range continues or respects, I think will be dictating where we'll go on things like Apple, Amazon, because like I know people are waiting for that 150 on Amazon, on Apple. That may come through, but for now we are rejecting these pre-market tops, right? Let's see, calls on massive discount. Nice. What time is it, Baba? Let's check out Baba. Now I know Sharif was trading. I think it was Baidu, right? This Chinese basket of stocks. I think they've all moved very similarly, and we've had this consolidation here. Like Baidu, I think is looking very similar. Yeah, so like we've had the morning flush, and now we're just consolidating sideways, which looks like a lot of other charts in the market to me. But yeah, Baba is looking like it's in a downtrend. AMC finding support, exactly, right? So we're looking for that support on AMC. Look, we're seeing a bit of that price action come in of a buy. Maybe I'll take this long here. But at the same time, I don't want to chase too much. I want to see this trend, this short-term trend. I want to see that if this short-term trend breaks, right? Like we were talking about before, I don't want to be chasing the breakout of a trend. Right? I'd rather be buying the bottom of that trend, looking for that breakout to happen once the tape has slowed out in the bottom now. I think in order to play like that, it's very key to be there at the previous bottoms. So to be there at the previous bottoms to really get a read of the tape. So like, is this bottom forming different than that bottom versus this bottom? Like, how is the tape behaving on those relative bottoms? So if you can figure that out, you can really see that, like, oh, this bottom is slowing down differently than the past two, and it's doing it on top of a key area. Yeah, I think I can take that risk, right? There's a lot of confluence on that trade. So using concepts like that to facilitate the perspective of probability on my trading is like how I like to view the market. But yeah, AMC looking like it has some great opportunities in store for us.
All right, building into the short on LLAP, got in initially near 24s, added on the break of 15s, added at 14s, looking to take profit initially for a really tiny piece at 10s, building into a big position here. My out is through 32. So that is the plan on that one. Let that one develop. Bit of a riskier trade though, because we are above VWAP, but that rejection candle and that double top kind of, I'm trying to front run it. Really, that's what I'm trying to do. That does come with risk, and you know I've spoken against that in the past. But Lunar here, LUNR, really retracing off that 135. I want to say, what was that top, dude? It was like 136 and change, it looks like, on Lunar. Now back down into 98, still with a ridiculous $3 spread. Super difficult to trade, super risky to trade, but super attractive and a lot of fun to talk about. Not with the firm's money though, can't do that. Back to LLAP, we'll have to wait for this one to materialize. I don't want to keep micromanaging it, but the futures, we just touched 40-20, 75, 40, sorry, we just touched 40-20. We didn't quite make it up to 40-20, 75, but 40-20 rejecting for now. So here is the future chart, the 3-minute chart on the ES March contract. That level, that 40-20 level is definitely in play, but you know, it's been a nice little trend. Been a lot of higher lows on this move up, a lot of higher lows. So let's see if we can get that continuation. Tesla looked like a nice bounce off VWAP here. Wow, that was a nice little bounce off VWAP on Stresla. Look at this. Not VWAP, sorry. Off yesterday's close. Yesterday's close was at 197, I want to say 30. You had period of consolidation and around it and a nice move back. So if you took this retracement, nice little pop back up into 199 and a quarter. So keeping an eye on that, keeping our eye also on LLAP, looking for that continued breakdown. There we go. Now that we get that move down, we need to see some acceleration in the tape and in the book. Yeah, there we go, 313. We're looking for 310s. We'll have to cross, probably have to see 309s on the tape in order to get filled. We need to get that cross, but so far holding up. But for how much longer? We're seeing consistently lower highs on this one. Not much of lower lows, though. Seeing a bit of a bottom. Hopefully that compression pattern breaks to the downside. By the way, the TA book says these compression patterns, when they break to the high side in certain scenarios, they are more likely to materialize. Like it actually, they say it happens less often, but when they do happen, they're a lot more reliable in their breakout. They'll fail one side of like every 23 times or whatever the data is. By the way, starting next week, there's going to be a Friday 5-minute technical analysis, what's it called? I guess lesson? TA, we're still working on the name. Charts with Sharif, or I don't know, Profits with the Professor time. Or something like that.
Profits with the Professor,
yeah,
I like that. I like that.
Okay. We'll see. We're working on the name. It's a work in progress, but it'll be every Friday when we're kind of like low key, we're chilling, and then we have some time to talk some TA.
Nice.
Always a nice little look there, because I'm studying for the CMT materials. Might as well spit that knowledge.
How's that going? Yeah,
it's good.
For sure.
It's good. About like I would say almost like 40%, no, 35%
nice.
of the first materials are done. the first exam materials. It's 3.
Okay.
So,
When's your exam?
I haven't booked it yet. Still studying the materials, and then once I got a grasp, I'll probably read it a couple of times around.
Yeah,
And then
definitely.
I'll sit down for that exam. So we'll keep you guys updated. I'll obviously be here. Here we go, back on LLAP, testing lows again, but finding buyers around that 13 area. So support holding. Come to my screen on LLAP. We're holding that 313 bottom or so. Come to my screen. There we go. So let's wait for that 310 breakdown. We obviously have an interesting area running through this 310 area. A lot of price action in around 310, guys. Obi.
Yeah, sorry. Got a little zoned out there for a second.
Okay.
I was reading on the chat, like some people were saying, so boring, right? Like how many times
it's an
are
inside
some
day.
of the best trades just boring trades?
Yeah,
some of the best
very
trades,
often.
some of the best trading is super boring. You have your levels, you have your idea, you have your theory, you have a plan, you execute the plan. It's that simple. But I think it's our human emotions and our greed for feeling emotion
Exciting.
that really pumps us. Yeah, sure, great wins can make you feel good, but a good trade makes you feel better.
Can I ask you something about the psychology of trading?
What's up?
What festers with you longer? And festers has no bad connotation here. A good win or a bad loss? What stays with you longer? A good win or a bad loss? Truthfully.
I think the bad loss, because like you can learn a lot from it, right? If you
I'm
you
talking
can
about
break it down.
emotionally.
Oh, so like if
What
it
weighs
sticks,
on you more?
Yeah, of course, the bad loss, right?
The bad
Because like
loss.
I think humans are wired to focus more on the negative than they do on the positives,
good point.
right? So if you know that we're naturally wired like that, then you have to kind of be aware of, okay, I took a bad loss.
Right.
Oh, damn, I'm such a bad trader. I don't know
Right,
how
you
to
go
do
through
this,
all that.
whatever. You go through all that, and like how you talk to yourself plays a big
Be
part.
kind to yourself.
Of course, right?
Yeah,
Talk
good
to yourself
call.
as if you would like your best friend, right? You know what I mean? Like you don't want to be mean. Like you don't want to
Would you
have.
talk to your best friend like that when they're down, kicking them while they're down?
Yeah,
No.
exactly, no.
You wouldn't be best friends
Yeah.
with them for very long, right?
Yeah. You know, make a joke about it. You know, help yourself get over it, and like be productive with your losses. Like, yeah, sure, we all take big losses. We're in this game. We're here every day, and what you do with those losses matter.
Yes,
What's
we
going on
are
there?
printing on LLAP
Wow,
short,
nice.
excellent short. Let's spin the money on this one, baby. Built into that short quite nicely on LLAP. The market's going up, but LLAP isn't. It's going down. We cover at 310. We cover another piece here at 303. Now we're testing $3. Probably get a bit of a bounce here, if I'm being honest, at that $3 level. To be expected, our average 314. How is
markets
that
are
possible?
moving.
Oh, okay, because I took most out.
We just
Okay.
broke the range on ES.
We just took the range, by the way, on ES, guys. But what a nice move are we at here on LLA. Should I cover all this? Should I wait for the break of 3? How many shares do I have left? Okay, so I got that many shares left. Guys, by the way, guys, 1,000 shares to borrow here. I wasn't even available on my IBKR. 1,000 shares cost me a couple of bucks. So shout out to Day Trade the World again for making this trade available. Without them, I mean, I couldn't take this short on my other platform. So poopy on you, IBKR. You're a big poopy. Nunny a biz. Nunny, I like that. I had to sound that out a couple of times. Nunny a biz. Thank you. Yeah, Nunny a biz. Shouting me out. Thank you for that, for bigging me up on the trade there. But yeah, printing to the downside. Now, do we get a continuation? Hold on. Now we have to look at the macro picture. The macro picture is we are now at that VWAP. So chances of breaking down, you know, it's a stock that's up 80%. Does it get a VWAP bounce? You know, if you're asking me, I'm going to say yes, it does. But obviously, it's going to pay me if it doesn't, because it's going to continue to flush to the downside. But for the moment, we're holding VWAP, and VWAP also happens to be near that $3 area. Let me cover everything. Cover a little bit here. So I cover now. I'm holding a baby position. This baby position will be for the 3 break. So this one we're not going to take out with our cost basis being 314. I can let it go against me a little bit. We're going to look for a 3 break, but I just want to cover the majority of the position there in case it wants to flush back or pump back up. Poopy Scoopy, Lone Sophos. Yeah, you know how I like using that word. Shout out to you, fan of the show, and a good friend of the chat.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
If you don't like the video, Fahad will personally come to your area of residence and dunk on you. You may not even see it coming. Like, it might be from behind. We may bring the net, and just all of a sudden you find a net in front of you and you're getting dunked on. Remember when Shaq got dunked on? But who did that? Who did that to Shaq when they dunked on Shaq with a movable net? That was hilarious. Yeah, Shaq had to track him down. All right, guys. Yeah, we are finding support at that 305 area to be expected. But the move, guys, is happening on these futures as we continue to pump to the high side, 402.75. At least we're holding that 4,000. That's if you're a bull. I'm invested. I got some money in Meta and I got some money in Netflix for a swing.
Nice.
So I've been crying lately as I see some of these profits lately dwindle on Meta. Meta went up all the way to 197. I had to watch it trace back into the 170s. You know who actually said it? Carter Worth. Do you watch Fast Money with Melissa Lee?
No, I don't.
Okay, so Fast Money with Melissa Lee, there's always a guy named Carter Worth. He's with Worth Charting. Interesting technical analyst. If you guys are interested in TA, he's an interesting one to follow. He said it that day. After Meta pumped up and printed in the mid-90s, he's like, guys, Meta bulls, take your profits.
Yeah.
It's as good as it's going to get for a while. I'm like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I'm going to 230. I want to be $100 on the money. Yeah, well, he was right. Carter Worth.
He called the top.
Well, for the moment.
For now.
We'll
he
see,
called the top
right?
for now.
We need to see some good inflation prints, dude, to kind of get this market pumping again. We need to see some good CPI, PPI prints, or the Fed really needs to come in super dovish, which I really doubt they're going to do.
I think any being a day trader, I think any significant catalyst is more than welcome. Investor, maybe not as much, but definitely volatility and momentum. You can see that, like, I was looking for that range break on ES, right? That 40, 15, 40, 20 area. Here, like, I tried to chase this, and I think I tried to go for 9601s, 03s, 06s, and I didn't get fills, and you can see that off of that break, this thing slapped up to 20s, and now it's flushing back. But, like, that move right there was pretty nice. Missed it, but we're looking for, like, look now that it's exhausting off of this area, maybe the short is on. But again, it's 130. Not really. I'm being a little hesitant with my positioning and waiting to see if this number really moves the markets or it doesn't.
All right, Camel Crush saying the Discord chat is requesting more woos from you, Sharif. Yeah, guys, we can't just be pumping out woos for no reason. And then Dan's hilarious. Dan Emmons, he's like, another local high created when Sharif yelled woo. Yeah, so looks like I'm, I don't know, I guess bad luck. I'm an inverse ETF here, guys. One of my woos are inverse ETFs. Renata Haddad says, I want SPY to go to the downside and add more. Okay, you dump that, Renata. But my eye still fixated on LLAP as I'm still nursing the short. I'm waiting for a test at 3. We've been finding a lot of support at 305, but not really printing any newer highs, guys. So I'm saying to myself, well, why do you want to get out of this trade? So what? You're not printing lower lows. So what? We haven't tested 3 yet. You're not really getting any higher. I mean, the chart speaks for itself here, guys. I got to wait for this one. I got to continue to take profits below 3 if we can. We're finding a lot of support at 305. There's no question about that. And it looks like there's some size that's showing up on the book here. But again, this one, these kind of stocks, I don't know. I feel like the book is not reflective of the full picture because a lot of the size doesn't show up. Either it's iceberg or comes in randomly.
Very fugazi.
Very, right? Yeah. So the book here is a little bit, I don't know, on these small cappers, I want to say deceptive. But we're obviously finding some buying here at 305. There's no question about that. It's reflected on the chart, reflected on the book. Guys, when I say the book, I'm referring to level 2. Level 2 is like the depth, obviously. IBKR calls it market depth. You can call it the book. You can call it level 2. All synonyms and, interchangeable words. So anyway, finding support here at 305. I want to continue to give this one patience and look for that continued move down. But we are contending with VWAP. VWAP right now on
on LLAP is at 302. So we're finding support at 305. We're likely going to find some support again at 302 and possibly 3. You know, so a lot of levels to contend with here. But that could get taken out by one big seller, and that's the truth. Can you see that seller coming? Not really. You can just play the market pattern and hope that they pile on. Otherwise, you know, not really much else to be said about this. The market finding a bit of catching its breath a little bit, retracing back into 40.16 or so, but now pumping back into 40.19. That's what you want to see, a nice healthy market retracement, right? Nothing to see here, folks, just a regular market, healthy market retracement back into that 416 area near the peak over here. You want to see this pop up and maybe even make a newer high, maybe into 40.25. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But yeah, nice little decent afternoon. Still red on the day, sadly, even though, you know, this LLAP kind of dug me out of the doghouse. But still red on the day. It'll be like the first red day in a while. So,
Whoa,
hey.
What's happening over here? LAZR, just somebody in the chat pointed out. Definitely. Earlier. Yeah, it moved up earlier, but literally, what, 5 minutes ago, it has this crazy move. It's still going. Was it? Oh, LiDAR, deal with Mercedes. Lunar broadens deal. Oh, broadens their deal. So, like, I guess they already had some sort of deal. They're broadening it. And off of that, we've retraced this action from yesterday and back of this
move,
top. Look at this. We're pushing for this top of this consolidation range. Like,
sure am.
That is some serious strength.
LAZR, is that NQ? Yes, it is.
Yep.
Okay,
Let me
so
pull
this
that up
one,
too.
wow, what a move, guys. Let's zoom out a little bit on this one. Is this a multi-day continuation? Let me just pull it up real quick on the side.
It faded off yesterday. We just retraced everything.
So yeah, yesterday was an inside day. We are just pumping to the high side here. All sorts of FOMO looking at this one. Wanted to take this one. I have to check quickly here on LLAP. We're still within that range. I probably got to get out of that real soon here. I feel like it might start turning on me. But LAZR kind of giving you an opportunity here, retracing into this 6.5. So if there's going to be a bull flag, this is where you want to get long. How much is it going to cost me? Let's go ahead and punch here. We get, what do we get? LAZR, we got 74s. Let's give this one to, you know, the bottom of this candle, so 63s. If we can get a continuation, great. If not, it costs us 10 pennies to find out. No biggie. We want to see if there's continuation on this one. Adding, obviously, above 665, looking for a possible a 7 test. That's what we're going to be looking for here. There we go back. Yeah, we're dancing around that $0.75 area. We definitely want to see continuation into the 80s. There we go. 80s coming out up on the print here, 10 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get that 7 test, only up 18%. We got a lot more room. There we go, now into the mid-80s. Let's go ahead and sit here at 90s, in the mid-90s to get filled. Oh, there we go. Well, we're right back down. I'm going to sit at 94s for the fill here. If we can pump up, I'm seeing 88s coming in here on the ask. You know, you got to assume we're going to have a 7 test, like we should be able to test 7. All this news and no 7 test? Come on.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that turn, man.
Well, you're looking for that turn.
I'm
So
looking for that failed follow through. Let everybody pay for the trade,
This guy wants
man.
blood. There we go. High 80s OB, and that's where I'm going to call it quits. Nice 13 penny winner. Decent trade. Not too much size, if I'm being honest. There we go. LLAP breaking down below that level. Now we need to break down below 3. There we go. 303, 302. Finding a bit of resistance. There we go.
Nice,
there's the flush and there's the spin, the money.
Wow,
what
nice.
a trade on LLAP.
Sick
That's
trade,
exactly what I'm talking about, baby. Flat bottom break. Take that you know what to the you know what. So I'll keep a PG there. But very happy. 2 good trades back to back on small cap crappers. I got too quickly out of LAZR. It pumps into the 90s. I expected that. I expected a 7 test, but I really had to nurse the LLAP tree. So nice. What was that? Like, how many penny winner did we get here? We got in at 73s. We got out at 86s. 13 penny winner. Nice. Not bad. But LLAP, thank you for getting me those shorts. That ends up printing big. We're going to drop the cash one more time, baby. There we go.
LAZR, $7 break. It tested the 7.
What?
Tested 7. We're breaking 7.
I knew it, man. I knew we were going to test 7. There goes 7. LAZR. Good eye, dude. Thanks for picking up on this.
Yeah, that was crazy. So, well, thanks to somebody in the chat.
Baby.
They pointed it out, you know? Yeah, this thing's crazy. It's still going. Fresh catalyst, right?
Yep.
Now me, I like to trade a little counter trend at times, like let this move kind of happen. Yeah, sure, you can scalp the long, and that's a great trade if you have your key levels. Like Sharif said, like he took it from the 80s to 90s into 7. Great trade.
Yo, I'm getting trolled by Dan Emmons, man. He's like, now go long LLAP after the woo, because you wooed it. So I mean, it's gonna flip on you.
Okay,
man,
okay.
Look at LA's are just
It's still going. Fresh news, right? So
Yeah,
like let it
love
settle
these.
down, let it do
Both
its
like
thing.
continuations, baby.
Yeah, and definitely people who were in short from yesterday, they're getting rocked because yesterday's price action was clean down. Like there was almost no relief, back to the upside, straight down. You open at like 660s and then you visit 550s, 580s, sorry. And then that's your base for this morning. You trend up and then all of a sudden, bang, catalyst, right? And you've broken the consolidation for the past couple of weeks. Up into the $7 area. Now looking left, let me pull this chart over. Looking left, yeah, look, there's levels here in the 750s, and then $8 area. So let's see if this move continues. Yeah, it has a catalyst. I don't think it's a crazy catalyst, but let's see if it warrants continuation and any support on the bid. And that's what I'll be looking for.
Yeah, I'm still having a bite here.
Yeah, no worries. Again, watching the tape to really slow down. Like you can see the tape right here. Here, let me pull it up so you can see it. Like, look, a lot of green. Everybody is slapping that ask, right? So like, if I want to see the turn, I want to see those players move to the bid, right? So a little bit of supply demand, like reading that on the tape. Slap that ask, Obi. Yes, we always like to slap the ask, but like don't chase too hard, right? Waiting for this move to finish. That 750 is coming in hot.
Was that you?
Yeah, for slapping
the ask. Ooh,
nice.
There you go. Jeez, LAZR, man. What a pump to the high side. Now 725 is, where do we exactly get high there? Yeah, where exactly do we get high? That's hilarious. 730, rejecting up that 730. Do we have a daily level at that 730? Let's have a look real quick on the daily chart. Let's bring in the trusty daily chart over here. And let's go into, daily. All right, so where do we say the level was? One sec here, quickly. It's got to go back into the 3-minute chart on this. Yeah. No, this is not the one that I'm going to look at. LAZR. Sorry,
LAZR, yeah. Are you looking for the high? I think it was on the 750s.
Yeah, there we go. So the daily here, we have an interesting resistance level coming up that comes back from February 8th at 742. You know, kind of a random level. You got to say that you're probably going to find that main area of resistance at 8. Look at this. There's the peak. You don't have a close above 8. Both price actions on these candles actually closed above it. You have a couple of wicks the day prior, but 8 never closed above. I always take the closing price to be the more confirmatory of the price action. The reason is because intraday trading, short-term money, a lot of it doesn't stick around at the close. It's out before the close, i.e. our prop firm here. We got to be flat before the close. That's not just us, right? It's a lot of people that are doing that. They're intraday day traders, and therefore, the money that's remaining at the end of the day, I tend to find as a better indicator of sentiment. So that's why I use close. Did I just close my chat window there? I just shut out the chat. Yeah, okay. So somehow I've minimized my chat window, so I'll have to send it back to you. Oh, there we go. I found it back. There we go. I found it. Hey, I'm making gains today, man. I'm not as helpless as I used to be, guys. Microsoft is pumping to the high side here, guys. Microsoft been the laggard on the day. It's now finding its legs 253.53. We're getting that move. We're getting that move in a lot of stocks, though, guys, except if your name is Meta. Meta's asleep. The market's pumping. It's looking at high of day, 40.2275. We're at 40.2150, basically at high of day. Meta's printing south. Microsoft printing north. Tesla broke 200, stopped at 287, and now retracing and holding above 200. Do you see a trade on Tesla?
On Tesla, let me see. Is it Here, let's see what it's at. Yeah, that 200 came in, eh?
That 200
All
came in.
right. So
and
like,
broke.
yeah, exactly. So let's see if we make that double top. Like we said, there was sellers here in the morning. Do they show up here again? Like they showed up here underneath the first 200 test. Now we've broken past it. So like, do we exhaust a little bit? Maybe a failed follow through of this 200, 201 top. That's what I'd be looking for. That would be the trade I'd be looking for here, because like we have this strong momentum that's retraced this high on the day. So this top will probably play key. A lot of players probably looking at that 200 area also, and this top. Yeah, I think that would be the play on Amazon for me. Like check out this laser right here, LAZR. We were talking about that 750 being a key area. Goes up to 740s, tests 740s back down into the 7 area. So like, yeah, those sellers are coming in off of that area, and let's see if they continue to come in, or we break through the price on LAZR. Fresh news with Mercedes on LiDAR.
Yeah, well, that's obviously one of the biggest components we're talking about with respect to that fully autonomous. I mean, I know Tesla uses the camera system, the bifocal camera system, but you know, a lot of the experts still say that the LiDAR is the way to go on these things. So, you know, I'm no industry expert. Does Mobileye use LiDAR in their technology?
I'm not
Does
too
anybody
sure,
know?
but I think
Yeah,
like
chat,
like
do you
learning
know?
from nature, right?
Pardon me?
Learning from nature, right?
Yeah.
Like so, like you have like bats and stuff. They use like echolocation.
Yeah,
I think
echolocation,
LiDAR
yeah.
is a very similar type of
Yeah,
technology, and I think we have a lot to learn from evolution, right? And
For
if
sure.
it's worked well for evolution, I think it'll work well for us.
There's been like bull cases and bear cases for both technologies. I remember watching quite a detailed YouTube video on that, but it was a while back. It kind of made the bear and bull case for all sorts of technologies. One obviously important consideration is cost. Seems like LiDAR is a bit more expensive, whereas Tesla, when they use the bifocal camera system, seems to help more with cost and ease of production. So always that cost-benefit analysis whenever you're doing these things. It goes without saying, guys. All right, where are we here on some of these trades? So let's keep an eye on LAZR. Kind of consolidating here. Is this what you talked about when you said you were looking for the top on it? How do you feel about this top?
Maybe I
starting to brew
want
here?
to see that. I want to see, like, I was looking for that 750 area to come in, and it did kind of. We tested under the 40, and now we've started to slow down. But again, it's not really like there's no follow through on the breakdown, right? Like it's still holding, kind of hesitating. So yeah, sure, you can start to short here and risk off of this top, but that top might come in hot, right? Yeah, this top might come in hot if it does consolidate and wait here for too long, and those shorts don't see follow through, right? Because they're going to start to cover, and then you have buyers buying the breakout into the 750. So I want to see if it holds a 750, or if it fails now, like I should have been here, and if I'm not, like the trade is gone.
Are you looking for a 7 hold? Like, how are you identifying that a fail is brewing? What are you
So
looking
we
for?
we saw the momentum come in, right?
Right.
We saw the tape was full of like people slapping the ask, right? Now I want to see those sellers struggle to like fill on the ask, right? They're sitting on the ask and they're not getting filled.
Right.
The size on the ask and it's not getting filled. Where right now we just saw that all the size on the ask was getting filled.
Yeah.
Everybody was grabbing it, right? So I want to see that the relative change of that behavior happen around a key area. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, nice. You're getting some nice compliments in my DMs here, man.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'll show them to you later. Obi doing a stellar job stepping in for the scalp demon himself. The scalp demon feeling under the weather. He couldn't shake off that cold. He'll be back and good to go in no time. Look out, shout out to our boy Luca. I hope you're home getting better, my man, and feel better a lot quicker. But Obi stepping in and holding it down and spitting some facts, man. People are bigging you up in the chat. I don't know if you got to see, like, Obi spitting facts, Obi this and that. Okay,
I don't know, man. I'm just speaking my mind, you know.
There you go.
I don't know too much.
All right, guys. So, yeah, LAZR looking, I mean, here's the thing. Sometimes looking for a reversal is kind of looking for the same thing as a bull flag. You want to see a downward trend in the bull flag continuation, but it ending up being a reversal, and like it can turn into a Christmas tree retracement, right? That V-shaped retracement that Randy so eloquently termed as the Christmas tree retracement, because one side is all green, one side is all red, and you know the colors are not evenly spread. They're one side and then the other. But again, looking for that bull flag is kind of looking for the same thing. You're looking for lower highs and maybe even lower lows if it's a pennant. It's tricky. It's tricky. I'll keep my eye on it. We had a good trade on it already, but I feel like there may be more in store here. How's the volume on LAZR looking right now? Let me have a look real quick here. 17 million shares. The last 5 minutes has seen 3 million shares traded on the $7 stock. So a lot of eyes currently on it. We just need continuation. Had a look at the daily chart. Hard to glean any solid levels off this. There's so much price action in and around the area where we're at now. I mean, we have a 4 low that we went back. The January low was $4. We have a recent high of around $9.50. We had this weird wick come in August at around $11. Let me bring in the daily here so you guys can follow along. Here's the daily on LAZR. So look at the amount of price action we're dealing with here. We're kind of going through the mean, so hard to see any real price action. Obviously, that $8 level we talked about being the main one that really stands out to me. Everything else is sort of ancillary. We'll see. We're keeping an eye on it. I'm keeping my eye on it to see if this will be a continuation or not. But right now, it's looking like a possible reversal on laser, but no proclamations made yet. What's the chat up to here? Ancillary? Google it, bro. Proudly's trying to make me feel bad here in my ear. Look at this guy. Look at him. We already hit the word of the day. Proudly
Confuzzled.
Confuzzled.
Yeah,
you
where
didn't
were
hear
you,
about
Prad?
that one, Proudly? Well, Obi made up his own word. Confused and befuddled.
It's definitely something I've heard before. Puzzled and
Confuzzled.
confused, right? It's
I like
definitely something
befuddled.
we've heard before.
Confuzzled, yeah. Confuzzled is the word. The big kahunas were not happy that we hit the word of the day about that because, like, we're trying to educate here, and you're going to get the fans mixed up. There's no confuzzled. But we could say befuddled.
Oh.
Befuddled is similar to confused and puzzled. I think befuddled. Hey, Siri, what does befuddled mean? Unable to think clearly, confused, or perplexed. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. That it was exactly.
Legit.
So that's what we're looking there. Befuddled, boys. We'll hit that as the word of the day.
Nice.
Hey, all right, we got the word of the day. Obi, do we get a reversal here on LAZR? Do we continue?
I don't know. That 7 hold right as of right now looks kind of, I don't know. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's for me a bull flag, guys. I'm thinking I want to get into a long in here, and then maybe we can see a test of 8. Now, you gotta basically.
It is slowing down, right?
It is,
like,
right?
It's like, because like, okay, so what I like to look at is relative change, right? I think relative change can tell you a lot. It's like, what were we doing versus what we're doing now? I think that's definitely a good look. And right now we have slowed down. I think we can agree with that, right? We've slowed down. The momentum is slowed down. The news is probably spreading around. And now if this starts to consolidate and makes a range above this 7, yeah, I don't want to necessarily touch it as a short unless it's looking like it's building down into the 7, right?
Yeah, the 7 I like.
Other than that, the continuation move, yeah, maybe play the break off of these tops.
You got to test the 7 there in a rejection.
Yeah, exactly.
Bounce,
so like the first test of that 7 behaved like that. So now I'll be watching that 7 to see if it continues to behave like that, and any change in that behavior might give me something, right?
Hilarious here from Trend says, Sharif, thanks for setting off all our series. My laptop, my HomePod, and phone, they all went off.
Smart.
When I said, hey Siri. Yeah, sorry about that, dude. Did I just set mine off again? No, I hope I didn't set yours off again, but that happens a lot.
She's always
like,
listening.
You can't even say, hey Google, without like the speaker in my kitchen or my bedroom going off. Yeah, Google is like, Google stalks my house. My parents always think, they're like, when they come over, they're like, we don't want to talk because Google's listening. And like my dad will unplug in and stuff. Shout out to my dad for that. All right, laser still holding, dude.
Yeah.
That's
The
seven.
AIs
That's
are
$7.
listening.
Yeah, it's looking good, like a bull flag here. Again, don't want to count the chickens before they hatch, or the chicks before they hatch, or whatever the expression is. But I'm looking for continuation. We don't have to be first to the party. The definition of the bull flag breakout, it's either the top in this area 730 or the break of the downward trend line. In this case, it'd probably be something around 720. We're talking 10 pennies. But we already identified 8 as that level. So you don't have to be first into this one. Take the breakout. At least that's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a 730 breakout. If it breaks out and continues to the high side, maybe even 735 if I really want to wait for confirmation. Obviously I'm not getting a good enough price. If I get towards the lower end of this pennant or flag or whatever it is, obviously I have a better ACB, but I'm risking a breakdown. Sure, I could use 7 as a level to defend. Absolutely. 7 didn't actually hold last time. In fact, it went down. It tried to probably blow some stops. 6.99. You're going to have to defend against that, whether you're going to have it a few pennies away from 7. But you don't know where the stop hunters are going to stop. Are they going to stop 2 cents away from the level, or are they going to stop 5 cents? It's your guess is as good as mine. I think every algo or every situation calls for a different outcome. So. Basically that is it. What's 30 seconds? Oh, that's right. We got to go to Brendo 5 minutes early today because the Fed minutes, guys, come out at 2 o'clock, and Brendo and the big kahunas are going to be there to take you for it. So Obi, thank you for coming on, my man. You did the full 3. We were supposed to have Gregory come in here and talk about a little bit of crypto. He had to take care of some emergency stuff. So my man to the left over here steps in. It's been real. We'll see you guys back again tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Take care for now.
Take care, everybody.
Hey guys, yeah, that's right. 5 minutes, and we'll get the latest meeting minutes from the Fed meeting going back to last month, in which we'll get maybe a better idea or a little bit of a peek, anyways, into what the Fed is thinking going forward and what we should expect not only in March